Tenderize that Philly meat real good.
Tenderize that Philly meat real good.
Tenderize that Philly meat real good.
Who else could it be but me, your man, Louie T, along with my esteemed panel. As you can see, we are one super friend short, but that doesn't stop the party. Hopefully, he will be able to join us a little bit later on. But until then, we will run cover three. Keep it all in front of us, right? Nothing cheap, nothing deep. You know how we hold it down. Of course, I've got my man LB holding down the Philadelphia Eagles. My guy, Bad Dog, holding down the New York Giants, and yours truly holding down the Washington Commanders. When we come together, we form the NFC EAST Super Friends. So feels good. Feels good to have the couch all full, right? I had made a statement last week, and y'all laughed at me when I said that by MLK Day, the couch would be full and we would all be singing freedom fighter songs on the couch. LB,
we are.
LB, man.
So I didn't think the Cowboys were going to lose. I knew we were shaky enough to possibly lose. So our loss really don't surprise me. If you look at how we played towards the tail end of the season. But you know what you said is really not. It's really not a prediction. If we keeping it real, like what you said is what a hater would do who not used to going to the playoffs. You have to wish from the downfall of the other teams in the playoffs.
First of all, I can't let you off the hook that easy. This man got in his. You ain't letting me off the hook. This man got in his vehicle and said, "We not going one and done." Did you not?
But this the thing though. This the thing. That's my job. That's my job as a what you mean as a person in the playoffs. That's my job. Just like you at the beginning of the season. What's the difference? What is the difference? I never think I'm gonna lose. I'm not never picking my team to lose in the playoffs. You kidding me? I
gotta agree with LB here. Last year we played the Eagles. When we played the Eagles, I said we were gonna beat the Eagles, even though in my heart I knew that probably wasn't gonna happen. I came out and said we're gonna win. Of course we're gonna win. We're gonna beat this damn team.
You might say that.
But you don't know nothing about that, Lou. You know nothing about that. Bro, that's the point I'm making.
My point is, in the last 3 years, we don't won the same amount of NFC East championships. It's what I'm telling you is the bottom line is you looked us in the eyes as the viewer, and you told us we not gonna be one and done. Period.
What's the difference? What's the difference between you picking y'all to win 11 games at the beginning of the season?
Because I didn't know my team was shit at the beginning of the season.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day,
trash can juice.
At the end of the day, this is not. This ain't rocket science. At the end of the day, I'm not here trying to be fair towards the NFL. I am an Eagles fan. If the Eagles are in the playoffs, that is my pick. Just like it'll be for you, just like it'll be for Bad Dog. But because you're a loser though. You're a lifelong loser because you're a Commanders fan.
This is why we can never be one and the same.
That's right. That's right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Our levels of integrity are different.
This is ridiculous. When did it be cool for the team who never accomplished shit in the postseason to be?
We got 3 Super Bowls, bro. Until you get you can't even stop the
Jimmy Carter was the president.
No, Ronald Reagan.
I don't even know who it was. I don't even know who it was.
I've already told you this.
What are we talking about?
You had a window. Your window is officially slammed shut.
Let
me tell you how down bad they are right now. Let me tell you how down bad the Eagles are right now. They interviewed Ronald Rivera for their defensive coordinator job.
And this is
what LB is out here spreading poison to his whole entire fans.
But this is how down bad you guys are, Lou. You hired them as head coach. We're putting them back in this proper element.
Bro,
we're not running our football team
as a head coach with a different organization. You can't even talk about my organization. It's a whole different organization now.
You hired Ron Rivera.
Talk to me about what happened last year because we're not even the same group.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
You
hired Ron Rivera without even a winning record as your head coach. You guys have been making bad mistakes.
We were
after
lucky
bad
to
mistake.
get Ron Rivera when we got him after firing Jay Gruden. We were one of the worst organizations in football with the worst owner in sports.
Still are.
There is
not no more. We just got the best. Let me tell you, Bad Dog.
You got swept by the
You
division.
can't beat the Giants. What are we talking about?
Listen to what I'm saying, y'all. Listen to what I'm saying, y'all.
I'm tired of losers talking about them.
Listen to what I'm saying, y'all. We did something that neither one of y'all could do if y'all wanted to. We just got the best GM in the division. We got the best GM in the division now. Best GM in the division.
What's his name? Who is the guy?
You learn his name. You should learn his name because you're going to be dealing with him for the next 15
quarterback in the division.
All right,
come on, bro.
Understand what I'm telling you is the same team you can't beat. He helped build into a bully. We got him from San Francisco, and we're gonna bully you just like the 49ers been bullying your ass for the last 5 years.
And you all here talking poison. Y'all just got swept by the division. You have no right.
We did what was necessary to change.
Come on, bro.
I hate losing. I'm gonna tell you right now. Nobody wants to lose. I would have preferred Sam Howell be our quarterback. I would have preferred us win 11 games, go to the playoffs. But guess what? We were never going to win anything of note with Ron Rivera as our head coach.
You said
we were never going to win anything of note. We're never going to win anything with our offensive coordinator being.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Telling you the facts.
This is crazy.
Just like you had to go.
You just want to be a loser.
You want to know what's crazy?
You're
going to the Super Bowl and then wanting to fire your head coach the next year. That shit is crazy to me. Is that crazy? Is that crazy or is that not crazy, Bad Dog?
Yes, I want him fired.
Barry Switzer, same thing.
What is this guy talking about? We fired Doug Peterson after winning the Super Bowl.
And that was asinine when you did it too. That was the dumbest thing. It's the same thing. I never understand how you could not give a coach that won you your first Super Bowl in franchise history. How can you not give him the grace after taking you to the promised land?
His plan.
I'm just telling you, it's the same shit the Giants gonna have to deal with.
His plan did not align. His plan did not align with what the ownership wanted. Shit happens in those regards. His plan to keep Carson Wentz was not a good plan. Clearly, that's the facts.
It could have been. They never gave him a chance. They never gave him a chance to see if he could fix Carson Wentz. Jared Goff left Los Angeles broken.
Nobody fixed him.
They wanted nothing to do with him.
Nobody fixed him. Nobody still. Carson Wentz has been around. He's still. Y'all didn't fix him.
You got to get the right person to fix him. You got to Ron Rivera ain't fixing nothing.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Ron Rivera ain't fixing nothing. What I'm telling you is, it can happen. We've seen quarterbacks fixed before.
You're not telling me nothing because you don't know nothing about playoff football.
You don't know nothing about winning the Super Bowl.
You're not going to
winning either.
Do you not know 2017? You ain't won a Super Bowl since 1992.
You got one Super Bowl. You can't step to me. You can't step to nobody else in this division with one Super Bowl. You just got to the Super Bowl party. You just got there, bro. You just got there, and you so down bad right now. You so down bad.
Last time you won a Super Bowl, you didn't have a YouTube channel when y'all won. Go look up my reaction to my team winning the Super Bowl. You don't know nothing about that.
That you out here, you interviewing any and everybody for a defensive coordinator.
How can you talk to me
and you trying to convince your fan base that this man specializes in linebackers?
I'm not trying to convince nobody.
What are you talking about?
I'm not trying to convince. Look, listen to me. Listen, just give me a second.
I'm listening.
There are two teams.
The floor is yours.
There are two teams in the National Football Conference, the NFC, who have not been to a championship game in over 25 years.
You're not telling me nothing I don't already know.
You're one of them. The Giants are more. The Lions are more relevant to you now. The Lions have passed you up.
Are doing exactly what you know. What we about to do? We about to go get their head coach. You don't understand what we're over here doing.
You ain't selling poison.
We about to go and get their head. We about to go get their offensive coordinator and make him our head coach. So we taking two of the best components of the two teams in the NFC Championship game, and we about to bring them to Washington. You don't see what's going on. So you keep talking about
a quarterback
because you had a window. Your shit is closed, and now you mad. Tell them why you mad.
I'm not, bro.
Tell them why you mad.
I'm gonna say it's not even being mad.
Man.
It's not even being mad.
Don't be mad.
You know, Bro, you keep, bro, you are a habitual over talk of bro. You know nothing about winning. You know nothing about playoff football.
Hey, look,
I don't understand how you can even be up there talking.
I don't get
it. I don't get it.
I'm not trying to get it. I'm not trying to get you upset, okay?
Bro, I can never be upset. I've been in the playoffs 3 straight years. I understand, bro.
How many Super Bowls you got to show for that? How many Super Bowls you got? You dropping the banner for second place? You dropping the banner for second place? You dropping the banner for second place?
You was on YouTube.
You dropping the banner for getting put out of the playoffs 2 out of 3 years in the wild card?
You'll cut your leg off. You'll cut your leg off to have been in the Super Bowl last year, bro.
You dropping the banner for that?
Come on, bro. You don't know nothing about that.
Are you dropping the banner or not? I'm just asking a simple question.
Let's talk for real, man.
Are you dropping the banner for coming in second place or losing to Tampa Bay 2 out of 3 years in wild card weekend?
Lou. You don't know
I'm just
nothing.
asking a question.
You don't know. No, I'm not dropping the banner for that, Lou. Right. But you don't listen. Your team has never put you as a content creator in position to even know about the revenue of a playoff run. You don't know what them views like because your team ain't been good enough to get you them views, Lou.
Still eating without it, bro. So imagine what's going to happen when it happens. And it's coming.
It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
And when we get there, unlike you in Dallas, we going to cash in, bro. You better hope.
Every time in January. Every time in January,
because we already got the pieces in place. Listen, you better hope we don't get a quarterback.
Every time in January, you got to make videos about what everybody else doing. You can't make Commanders videos in January. They have never blessed you with that. You got to make videos about what everybody. You got to hope everybody else lose. I don't have to do that in the playoffs. Jalen Hurts has earned valuable playoff experience 3 straight years at 25 years old. You need a quarterback. Where's Sam Howell at?
Oh, it's gone. I'm about to. We moving on, bro. We're not waiting. We're not waiting. We're not waiting for what happened last year to hope that it can get better this year. We just moving on. The train don't wait for no man. So we moving on to the next thing because the next
y'all
thing
don't have no answer.
And we got a new GM. We got new ownership.
Y'all ain't been good your whole life, man.
And we got a new. We about to have a new head coach.
Hopefully, it works out for you.
New quarterback, and we about to
hopefully it works out for you.
And the results going to be the same. Hold your Super Bowls together. You got what I got. Yeah, that's right. All 4 of them.
I mean.
By the way, I just want to say, shout out to King of the Bluegrass.
Oh, I did see that. I did see a big one.
I already did a shot, so we're good. I wanted to get that. I saw that up there. I was like, what the? So while you guys were arguing, but this the thing though. It's really no argument. I have a hard time this offseason understanding how losers who never even made the playoffs get the right. This is new football territory for me.
You know what?
If your team ain't make the playoffs, if your team ain't make the playoffs,
listen to me. You know what Troy Aikman said?
Tell me what Troy Aikman said after I get finished making my point.
Wait.
If your team ain't make the playoffs, you don't have the right to laugh at anybody.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you do. That's false.
That's false.
Within the division, I laugh at the Cowboys because they got eliminated. But the facts of the matter are, you two can't laugh at the Cowboys.
I can laugh at them all I want. I laugh at them, but they ain't won a Super Bowl.
That's the craziest thing you said up here. That's the craziest thing you said up here.
If it helps you sleep at night, laughing at other teams that are more successful than you,
it helps me sleep at night. What do you mean? Of course it does.
I just want to see you happy. Because the Commanders ain't been able to make you happy since you've been on YouTube, Lou.
Knowing that misery loves company and y'all ain't winning shit for another year. That of course that makes me happy.
I can enjoy the playoffs after the first weekend. I can enjoy it. I don't worry about nothing.
Have you finished your statement?
Listen, man. I'm upset about how the season ended for the Philadelphia Eagles for sure. It was a letdown after being 10-1. Absolutely, it was a letdown.
I liked it,
but we're not. Of course, you liked it. But the Commanders, y'all didn't have a better season than us. What are you talking about here?
What is the
joy? What is the joy? What is the joy here?
That's the typical Eagles move.
We're not talking about
because I can talk about my team being trash all day. That's not the conversation.
I'd rather prefer that because y'all are worse than us.
About your collapse. We talking about you losing to Baker Mayfield. We talking about you scoring 9 whole points in the playoffs, and I'm talking about you talking about you weren't going to be one and done.
So we're going to
That's what
So
we're
going
talking
to
about.
so we're going to skip. So the fact of you not predicting your team to be good doesn't matter. All I do is predict.
That's a separate conversation.
If you want to
talk about that,
you want to predict the playoff loss here.
After we finish roasting you, we can talk about that, and you can roast me for 30 minutes.
Bro, I'm a stand on
mine. I said what I said.
And I said what I said too. But who in their right mind is going to bet against their team in the playoffs? That just don't make sense.
I didn't say bet against your team, but if you know your team isn't going to win, like you say, and you didn't know that, you thought you were going to win the game.
Of course, I thought we were going to win. You want to know why? You want to know why I thought we were going to win? You want to know why I thought we were going to win? Because I've seen my team perform before. We don't have performance anxiety. We just have bad coaches. I've seen my team pull it together before. My team has gave me the reason to hope for them. We're not like Dallas. You know what I mean? I didn't believe Dallas was going to pass the divisional round because I haven't seen it from them. You know what I mean? Just like I don't believe we'll ever be 11-7 because I've never seen it. I haven't seen it in a very long time. I've seen my team perform when the lights are bright. We're virtually the same team.
I think you are. I think you and Dallas are a lot more alike than you want to admit.
I don't think
both
so.
Of y'all are,
it don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Both of y'all are not mentally tough.
Y'all
aren't mentally tough.
How can a team that just was in the Super Bowl last year?
You're a front runner. Front runner. I can tell you, you're a front runner.
Bro, front runners don't win the conference, bro.
Yes, they do. Front runners win the conference.
Man. Okay.
Were you ever behind?
Give me the last front runner that won the conference.
Were you ever behind in the playoffs last year?
What good team is? Good team is?
Yes. The 49ers were just losing, and Brock Purdy had to take them down the field to score a touchdown to win the game. What are you talking about? Adversity hits in a football game. Adversity hits in a season. And I said to you, I said, when adversity hits your Eagles, I want to see how they act because you are a mentally fragile football team. We were down in the Super Bowl, tied it up, and never got the ball back. Again, whose fault is that?
It's not nobody's fault. But you asked us if we were down or not. We were down in the Super Bowl.
Right.
Jalen Hurts was down.
You said win the conference. We're not talking about the Super Bowl. I'm answering what you just said. You said, does a front runner win the conference? Yes. We've seen front runners win.
I've never seen a team go to the Super Bowl and be labeled a front runner. You either win or you lose the Super Bowl. No, you can be a front runner. Front runners are teams that get out ahead and play well with a lead, but don't play well from behind. That's the definition of a front runner. But it's not. Not to me. That's not to me. This is a front runner, a team that beats up on weak teams before when dogs come into town. The Dallas Cowboys are the perfect example, a perfect definition of a front runner to me. Teams that win playoff games and go to the Super Bowl, how are they front runners? How are they front runners? You can be a front runner in different ways, but the definition of a front runner, your definition because of a rivalry. The definition of a front runner is a team that gets out ahead. And then they win. Like Dallas is a great front runner because they're built to be a front runner. They're not built to come from behind. They're built to take a lead and let that pass rush get to you. When that doesn't happen, now you can run the football. They're light in the trunks. So now they're at a disadvantage. You can run the football on them and control the pace of the game. That's what the Packers did. That's what the 49ers did. That's what the Lions did to them. The blueprint is out there, right? So to me, you're not a front runner in terms of in game, right? You're a front running team in terms of when things are going well. Shit's up. We up right now. We 10-1. Everything is great. It's always sunny in Philadelphia when you 10-1. Bro, that's every team, though. That's every team. That's every team until they ran into a string of losses. Wins 10 out of their first 11 and doesn't make it to 12 wins on the season. You're right. You're right. We the only team that has done that before.
No, we had a collapse. The 86 Jets did. They started 10-1 and they lost every game the rest of the regular season. They finished 10-6. Look it up.
Okay, so we the second team. I vividly
remember Jimmy the Greek saying when they were 10-1, he said the Jets will not win another game the rest of the year, and they did. But they won one in the playoffs against the Chiefs. But he said they won't win another game the rest of the year, and they did. They went 0-5 the last 5 games. So
I don't subscribe to a team that showed you that they can go to the Super Bowl and have a collapse the next year as a front runner. I just don't subscribe to that. Especially when everybody, what I called you, I never called you guys front runners. I'm telling you, I feel like you're more like Dallas than you think. I called y'all mentally fragile. I said, I don't think you're going to just call us front runners. Huh? You just said we were front runners. I just called you for the first time. I said you're more like Dallas than you think because I think Dallas are front runners. I think you guys are a form of a front runner as well.
But I'm talking about
when they get ahead, they can run the freaking ball, which is what they do well. You get behind that big offensive line.
Well, but they don't run the ball no more because they didn't run their.
This is the thing. When the Philadelphia Eagles get ahead, they don't know how to salt games away. That's poor coaching. That's poor coaching. There's been so many times where we let teams hang around because we want to have Jalen Hurts running from an empty backfield, and we think that just making the clock move and not trying to be aggressive is the we're just bad. We're just poorly coached, man. That's the bottom line, man. It's poor coaching, man.
So
when you get to
last year, same coach.
No. We had Shane Steichen last year, who was able to, in more ways than not, develop a plan for the blitz. Jalen Hurts was the best quarterback against the blitz last year. What changed? Shane Steichen.
Well, I told you that. Did I not tell you that at the beginning of the year? That you were going to
but this the thing, though. You don't got to tell me about my team.
But you told me the opposite.
I know that, though.
I always got to bring that to you because I literally told you, Bad Dog. I sat here and I told him he was going to miss Shane Steichen, and he told me that Brian Johnson. You told me Brian Johnson has known Jalen Hurts since high school. I don't know this shit. You told me this. I can only tell you what you told me because I don't give a shit about how long Brian Johnson has known Jalen Hurts and the continuity that they may have. This is what you told me. Because I don't know nothing about
I didn't think it would be a problem until
week 1,
until like 10-3. I really didn't think it would be. I didn't think it would be a problem, to be honest, because you still got most of the same guys in the building. You know what I mean? But I think it's more of a Nick Sirianni thing than it is Brian Johnson. That shit falls on the head coach.
Nick Sirianni more than Brian Johnson or John Desai.
Because Nick Sirianni has to, at the end of the day, okay what's happening on the field. He got to okay it. Nick Sirianni hears the players going into Jalen's helmet just as well. You know what I'm saying? There's been no running back screens. There's been no hot routes. There's been no answer for the blitz. That's Nick Sirianni going out there and doing that. Nick Sirianni has been quoted and saying things like, this is my scheme with just a sprinkle of Brian Johnson. Nick Sirianni's took the press conference. This is my offense. This is Nick Sirianni, man. I don't think Brian Johnson was ever even allowed to even be himself as the offensive coordinator. Come on, man. There's no way that you can lose the way you did to Wink Martindale and come out there and lose the same way in the playoff game. It was the exact. Everybody in the world knew that we were going to get blitzed. There was no answer for it.
I literally.
There was no answer for it.
And this is why
there was no answer for it.
Because I came up here 8 weeks ago after we lost to the Giants. Did I not say the exact same thing? And they told me I was crazy. Bad Dog. I said we went into the game knowing Wink Martindale is going to blitz the draws off of us, and we acted as if we never saw a blitz in our life. And
are you talking about you or us?
I'm talking about us. I'm telling you what happened to us, and I told y'all after that game, Eric Bieniemy was trash, and y'all told me, no, y'all just trash. It ain't Eric Bieniemy. And I'm like, I'm telling you, it's the coaching, and y'all laughed at me because y'all was up. And then I said the same thing. You literally said everything almost that I said verbatim about Brian Johnson, and I'm like, so it's the coaching then. And you like
but bro, it's definitely the coaching, man. Anybody that got eyes can understand that the Philadelphia Eagles rather just say my guy on the outside is better than your guy, and we're just going to throw it up. There's no scheme, there's no design, there's no use of the middle of the field. It's just 4 verticals, and it's free. It just pains me, bro.
Hey, bro,
it pains me to see free rusher after free rusher running after your quarterback, and you don't do nothing about it. It just makes no sense. I
subscribe to that every week over here. We gave up 84 sacks this year, for Christ's sake. 84.
It makes no sense, bro. It just makes no sense. That's why I'm on the fire Nick Sirianni train. I don't give a damn who not on the train with me, bro.
Keep him around. Keep him around.
No. I don't want Nick Sirianni. I don't care if he just went to the Super Bowl or not.
I want him.
He ain't win it.
Even more. I want him there.
He ain't win it, bro. I don't want Nick Sirianni here because I feel like in more ways than not, he left Jalen Hurts out to dry.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You don't make your quarterback throw the ball 20 times at halftime with a messed up finger with no answer for the blitz. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense, bro. It's like Nick Sirianni is out here to prove a point. My philosophy is going to work someday again. No, bro. But it's the same offense from 2022. It's the same offense. He didn't change anything. So you know what I mean? I'm just not here for Nick Sirianni this year. I don't care if you turn it around.
The quarterback play wasn't nearly as good this year. He reverted to what he was the year before. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks have won. It's
just his turnovers were up. His turnovers were up for sure.
But
there was still no creativity in the offense. When you look at AJ Brown's route patterns and Devontae Smith route patterns, you know what I mean? It's crazy. But then you look at CeeDee Lambs, you look at other people, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Thing. I used to call your routes last year. It was just you were
but you can't do that 2 years in a row. That's my point. People are going to watch film on a team that just went to the Super Bowl. Of course. Listen, it worked last year, but you got to be different this year, though, right?
What happened?
You can't come out there with the same place.
11-1. What happened when you started 11-1?
What happened? What?
Maybe Hurts can't do anymore.
10-1. What happened?
What happened when we started 10-1? I think Jalen Hurts was a little more healthier, and Jalen Hurts was able to come back at the half. You know what I mean? The defense got a little more stops. Jalen Hurts had 4 games where he came back this year from 10 points at the half. You said what?
Marcus Valdez-Scantling drop a touchdown. You had Gabe Davis turn around.
No, none of that don't got nothing to do with me, man. If they wanted to win the game, if they wanted to win,
you should have been.
What do you mean
at that point?
We were down. We can't do the should have been game. We were down. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We can't do that though. We can't do the should have been game. Y'all should have been. Y'all should have went to the playoffs.
Shit happens.
Yeah. So why are you telling me about shit happening? I don't care. I don't care that Buddy dropped the pass. We dropped passes too. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We had no answer. If we would have won if we had an answer for the blitz. You see how that don't work?
Yeah,
it don't matter, bro. It don't matter. This is what.
Listen, that's what happened to Daniel Jones this year. It's very simple. Last year was 1-2 go. This year they asked him 1-2-3. He couldn't do it. And it doesn't help
Daniel Jones is just not very good.
No, he's not. I agree.
Okay. He's just not very good.
Jalen Hurts ain't very good either.
Come on, we're not going. A 25-year-old quarterback is allowed to have a bad season. We're not going to act like that.
Bad season.
We're not going to act like that. We've seen Jalen Hurts be better than Daniel Jones will ever be.
When? Last year?
Yeah, last year.
Daniel,
what are you talking about? Yeah, last year.
Give Daniel Jones the offensive line. We can't do
that. Daniel Jones won a playoff game. Daniel Jones is always going to be exactly what he is.
Going to Richie James, freaking David Sills, Marcus Johnson. Give Daniel Jones, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, that line. Give him that. Put Jalen Hurts on the Giants this year. What do you think happens?
Hey, man, Daniel Jones. What
happens if he goes against the line that we have?
Daniel Jones is a first-round pick who got paid. He should have never been this bad this year. I don't care who he got.
No, listen.
Daniel Jones was trash.
I disagree with you. Daniel Jones was horrible.
Yeah, he's trash.
Horrible this year, without question. That's why the Giants didn't give him franchise money like you gave Jalen Hurts. They gave him.
Bro, when you go, bro, this is your option.
That's pretty much what they gave.
Daniel Jones should have got running back money. Daniel Jones shouldn't have got paid. What are you talking about? Jalen Hurts deserves every penny. When you take your team to the Super Bowl, you get paid. But again, y'all don't really know much about that.
He took him to the conference divisional round. I mean, what do you want?
Y'all don't know nothing about that. You know, when you go to the Super Bowl, you're supposed to get paid.
Hey man,
are we missing something here?
Yeah, Joe don't know nothing about it. I mean, I know about going to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls.
With an S,
you know what I'm saying?
The Eagles are the only team in the division with a losing record in the Super Bowl. I'm used to winning. And still, we got the latest one in the division. Y'all keep talking about these ancient rings. Who got the latest Super Bowl?
They don't have an expiration date.
7 years ago is a long freaking time, brother.
It is a long. It's a very long time. It's a very long time. 7 years. I agree, but we still got the latest one in the division. No. We got the latest one in the division. You know, I respect the Giants Super Bowls. I'm an Eli Manning fan. I respect those Super Bowl runs, being an underdog and getting it done, you know, against all odds. But I'm not here to hear. I can't hear it from no Commanders fan. I'm sorry. 92?
Can I finish?
1992?
Can I finish?
How old you in 92?
Can I
tell me how old you was in 92? Then you can finish.
Can I finish?
I was driving.
Can I finish?
So he wasn't. He was a pacifier.
Troy Aikman said, if you get to the wild card weekend round and lose, you're no better than Carolina and Tennessee and Seattle or the Giants or Washington. You know better than it. All you got to do.
Aikman ain't my daddy. I don't give a damn what he said. I don't give a damn what he said.
He ain't your daddy, but here's the facts of the matter. All you did was suit up for an extra game to go back home. All you did was add another loss in the right-hand column. That's all you did.
That's a loser's mentality. And I'm pretty sure.
I think that's actually a winner. That's actually a winner's mentality.
And I'm pretty sure.
You come in first place or you in last. It's
and
no
I'm pretty sure
in the NFL. Nobody gives you a gold star. Nobody gives you a juice box.
It's a rule.
You want a juice box and a bag of chips?
It's a rule. It's a rule made up for people who don't compete in the winter months.
Now, I remember John Madden years ago saying the guys that finished in second place, they forget about them. You know what I mean? Win the Super Bowl. Second place guy, you forget about.
Of course. Super Bowl. I'm sorry. Do you want a bag of chips, a juice box, and a gold star or not? That's what you want. That's what it sounds like.
What do you want for not having a playoff run since '92? I just can't take that talk from you, bro. You over here sitting like you talking like you're a Chiefs fan.
I'm just trying to ask you, what do you want?
You're talking like you're a Chiefs fan. It's so confusing to me, bro.
There's different degrees and levels of it, but it's still losing. You still ain't winning shit.
You've been losing your whole YouTube career, though, bro.
I'm just asking you a question.
What do you want?
Of course, every team want to win.
Of course, every team want to win a Super Bowl.
Ultimately, is to win, to hoist the Lombardi. If you ain't do that, then you ain't do shit.
And that's the thing, though. This is what you get for being in a position like the Commanders. You get top 5 picks. You get a lot of early picks.
A lot of early picks.
That's what you get. That's what you get for being like the Commanders.
We're never bad enough until this year in 2019.
And still, with all of those top picks from since 1992 to now, all of the great players that you drafted, the Terry McLaurins of the world, and all of that stuff, what situation did you bring them into? The same losing environment. It's the same losing environment.
When you're rotten from the top, you got no shot.
Man, you make excuses for everything. You make excuses for ownership. You make excuses for play on the field.
It's excuses when I use it, right? It's excuses when I use it, but then he'll turn around in 2 shows later, right? And use the same shit I say, and now I never said nothing. Like I'm
I never say nothing. I never say nothing about ownership on my end. I have no reason to talk bad about ownership on my end.
Honestly, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm gonna keep it a stat. Your owner is trash. Your owner is trash.
Bro, that's blasphemy, bro. That's just blasphemy.
Jeffrey Lurie is another one of these owners. There was a whole article written about blasphemy, bro. Listen, there was a whole article written about this man back in 2020 in The Athletic about how this dude thinks he knows football. How he's watching all these tapes of these quarterbacks and these players coming into the league from the draft. He thinks he's a GM, right? He's one of these Jerry Jones type owners who think he knows every goddamn thing.
I've never heard that. I've been a Philadelphia Eagles fan my whole life. I've never heard that. I've never heard that in my life, bro. I've never heard that. I'm not reading up no gossip columns, bro. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. So if Jeffrey Lurie thinks he's a GM, you want to know the players that he drafted, who's been drafted in the first round, second round, third round since he's been there? It's been a lot of dogs drafted. Even you can go back to Carson Wentz. You don't win the Super Bowl without Carson Wentz. As crazy as that might sound.
There's been a lot of dogs. They all come from Georgia.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, come on. We're not going to talk about anything like that. You got a great owner. You got a great owner in Philadelphia, and you got a great GM. I don't care what the Athletic said, bro. I don't care what the Athletic said.
I just don't think you can be a great owner if you're firing your head coach a year after he wins the Super Bowl, or even contemplating firing. Because obviously you made a mistake. If you go to the Super Bowl and then you want to fire the dude the next year, somebody made a mistake. Who made a mistake? Somebody made a mistake. If you're telling me Nick Sirianni is trash, somebody hired him. Somebody made a mistake.
And this is why teams stay so bad for so long, like the Commanders. Y'all keep guys around like Gruden for 9, 10. How long was Gruden there? Y'all keep bums around. We don't got time to put our fans through that.
We're not the same organization. We're not the same organization.
What's the proof of that, though? What's the proof of that?
They can't.
What's the proof of that, bro? What's the proof of that?
We couldn't get good coaches because of our owner. Nobody wanted to come to Washington. It's different now. We're attracting talent.
You're on a live stream right now speculating. You don't know who your head coach is going to be, bro.
I'm telling you who it's going to be. I told you who's going to be. Who's going to be? Ben Johnson from the Lions. I guarantee you. I bet you any amount of money. You won't bet me because you already know.
I won't bet you because it's asinine. It's like you don't know. You don't know that.
I'm telling you what's going to happen.
There's way more attractive destinations than Washington.
Listen. No, it's not. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Okay, listen. Because you don't know nothing about nobody other than Philadelphia. So let me school you.
There's more.
You're not an NFL dude. You're an Eagles dude. You're not an NFL dude.
So you're the most attractive destination.
That's
the most attractive destination in the NFL.
This is why you got to listen. You learn more when you listen than when you talk.
Bro.
So
whatever, bro. I'm listening, bro. Because we're on a lot.
So here's the difference. We got ownership now. People believe in the owner that we have. Okay, he's changed the entire complexity of what Washington.
Bro, y'all just got swept by the division, bro.
You understand that he came in and didn't touch nothing when he got here. Why would he touch anything? He had to see how
he's the owner. Laid a smack down.
Come on, Bad Dog. Now you've been in business.
Why wouldn't you? If you're the owner, why wouldn't you?
Bad Dog. Stop.
Why wouldn't you change stuff? A new owner.
No, it ain't no bad dog. Stop.
Bad dog. That's not how businesses. That's not how businesses are run. That's not how any business is run. You don't come in immediately and start chopping off heads and you don't know what's going on. The first thing you do is you come in and you take in information. You see what's going on. You see how the daily operation is run. You see who are the valuable employees.
Why wouldn't you come in and put your stamp on? Don't you do research? I'm going to take over the Commanders.
This is what happens when you talk and you're not educated on the situation, right? Bad Dog. What changes are you going to make when you show up one day before training camp? What changes are you going to make?
Wouldn't they do the research on this stuff?
Bad Dog. What changes you going to make if you show up one day before training camp?
What
changes you going to make?
Here's the better question. You're not going to do no research on the company you about to buy?
They already know what they're getting themselves into. Listen to what I'm saying. So what changes are you going to make? What changes are you going to make one day before training camp? Roster set? All the 90 players that are coming to camp, the coaching staff is set. What changes are you going to make on July 21st when camp starts July 22nd? He took over the team literally the day before training camp started. So what you really think that man was going to be able to do?
So why do you think he's going to do anything different?
You don't see the difference already, Bad Dog?
No, I saw it.
Let me explain to you. Let me
got picking second draft. I don't see any difference. I see no difference.
Listen to me.
I see no difference.
Okay, so nothing got on the field. So nothing on the field. But if you've been paying attention, we could. Do you know? So you know who Adam Peters is? Yes or no?
I told you to get rid of Ron Rivera. I did see that.
Do any of y'all know who Adam Peters is? Bad Dog. No. Y'all almost hired him 2 years ago.
Yeah,
you went with Joe Shane, right?
Yeah.
So you interview Adam Peters. You brought him back a second time. You were impressed, but y'all wanted to go with the Buffalo package. Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, right? So that's why he didn't get that job, okay? He turned down the Tennessee job and the Arizona job last year. He was offered both jobs, didn't want them, wasn't good enough of a destination for him. He's homegrown, born and raised out in the Bay Area, didn't have to leave San Francisco. He's their assistant general manager. John Lynch, the first move he made when he got on board with San Francisco was he went and got Adam Peters from Denver, right? And he said, this is the guy that taught him how to put together a draft board. This is the guy that taught him everything he knows about scouting. He was largely responsible for Dre Greenlaw, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and all of those players that you've come to know and love. Look, y'all can laugh if y'all want to.
Listen, Louie, every year, how long have you been doing this? How many years have you doing this? I just hear the same rhetoric every year. You put yourself up every year and every year for 13.
You know better. You know better.
I don't know better.
You cannot, bro. You gotta stop doing that, bro. You gotta stop making it seem like people not using a brain because they don't subscribe to a team that just got swept.
You gotta know better than to think that ownership don't matter. You gotta understand how bad it was. See, y'all don't understand how bad it was here. And
we was in the same division with you.
How bad it was here.
But you ain't go to the conference championships since 92. We do.
Through what we went through, then you will never understand how bad it was. We could never get the best of the best talent at any position, at any coaching rank, because we had the worst organization. We just got the best GM, that everybody wanted this dude, and he wanted us.
The Giants must not have wanted him, or they wouldn't have passed on him.
Literally, we just got the best GM available in the NFL.
Bro,
every team wanted
you
him.
make it, bro. What makes this guy the best? What makes him the best GM? What makes him the best GM?
I just told you what he's done in San Francisco. The team
the guys he drafted.
Yes, I just told you. He was responsible for drafting Dre Greenlaw in the 5th round. He was responsible for drafting the other linebacker. I can't think of his name right now. In the 3rd round. He was responsible for drafting George Kittle in the 5th round. He's getting gems in day 3. He's getting gems.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying is you'll draft better. What offseason acquisition did he bring from another team?
Christian McCaffrey, he was a part of that trade.
That team was already white hot, bro. That team was already good. That's a no-brainer.
I gave
you a no-brainer, though.
Trent, you want Trent Williams? I give you another one. You want another one? Give you Trent Williams.
So John Lynch had nothing to do with this.
John Lynch is a part of that, but I'm telling you, he was huge in that. They didn't want to lose him. He's so valuable. Go watch any 49ers channel. All they're talking about is how they're going to replace Adam Peters. The dude was a vital part of it. Nobody was talking about Rand Carthen last year when the Titans hired Rand Carthen away from San Francisco, but they're talking about losing Adam Peters and how big of a part of their organization he was. And I'm going to tell you right now, people like the Lions offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, said, I can't wait to meet Adam Peters. I can't wait to interview and meet him. Bro, it's different in Washington now. We're getting the best of the best.
It's not different. It's not different. It's not different. It's not different.
Field. I mean, listen,
look,
show me.
No, and you're absolutely right about
it's
that.
Not different.
I'm just telling you, for y'all, I'm gonna tell you.
It may not.
This is where we draw the line, right? For y'all, anybody outside of our market, anybody not a Washington fan, it's business as usual for y'all. And I would feel the same way if I was y'all about us. I'm just telling you, as a fan of this team my entire life, we haven't had, listen to what I'm about to say to you. We haven't had an actual NFL organizational structure in a quarter of a century. 25 years. We haven't had an actual front office with a GM or a team president and then a GM or GM, and then that guy answers to the owner only, and then the head coach under him. We haven't had that structure for 25 years. So what I'm telling you is business is normal. It's not normal like it was before with Daniel Snyder here when we were a losing outfit and we were garbage and we couldn't attract high-level talent. We had to get what was at the bottom of the barrel.
We haven't attracted it yet, right?
Yeah, we have.
We have. I didn't say Caleb Williams. That don't mean shit.
Who did you attract?
We attracted Adam Peters. It starts at the top. If you
we talking about
a healthy
does Adam Peters, what position does Adam Peters play?
What is this guy?
The most important person in your front office is the guy that's picking the players. When you were down bad, why did you believe when y'all fired everybody and you started anew? Why did you believe? Why?
I didn't believe.
No. That's not what you told us. That is not what you told us.
I had us winning 7 games his first year here.
Listen to what I'm saying. Why did you believe in what the Giants could be in the future? Because of who? Hiring who?
But Joe Shane?
Joe Shane. That's it. You didn't think if Dave Gettleman was still your GM, would you feel as confident that you could build a winner in the future with Dave Gettleman? Yes or no?
Because Gettleman had 4 years of ass here. It was terrible. Not even his draft picks weren't even that bad. He didn't know what the hell to do with the salary cap. He didn't know how to.
Look, I don't care why he sucked. I'm just asking you, could you win with him? Did you think you could win with him? Yes or no?
Dave Gettleman. So you think not after 4 years?
So you think y'all gonna turn it around in 1 year?
I didn't pick us to go to the playoffs.
I don't think we're gonna turn it around. And I keep telling fans because all our fans keep looking at Houston, they look at Detroit, and they think, especially Houston, that's the one that messed it up. Because they think that, first of all, Houston was not a 1 year turnaround. Okay. They got a new GM, Nick Caserio, 3 years ago. They've had 3 head coaches in 3 years. Okay. So this didn't just start. They didn't just start figuring. They had the worst combined record the last 3 years. Okay. In the NFL. They had the top 3 pick in the draft each of the last 3 years. So the Texans didn't just wake up one day. They hit it on the coach. They hit it on the quarterback, but they've been building this shit for the last 3 years. Okay. Lions, same thing. Dan Campbell came on board in 2021. Okay, this didn't just happen overnight. He started out his career in Detroit 4-19. They were thinking about firing this man before they finished off that season 9-8, winning 8 out of their final 10 games. Okay, so when people talk about these things like they're overnight sensations, no, these things happen over time. All I like is that we're laying the foundation right now. I can tell you this much: we won't be swept. We won't be swept by the NFC East next year. I can tell you that much. I can't tell you that we're going to win 10, 11 games. That's probably not going to happen next year. I'm expecting 7, 8 wins, something along those lines, but that's a vast improvement from where we are right now. Right?
Y'all winning 5 games, bro. Hey, 5 games, bro. You got to cut it out, bro.
If we win 5, cut it out, man. If we win 5, I guarantee you one of them is against you.
I don't care. I don't care. I know we winning more than 5.
I'm right now, 5 games is more than how many we win this year? 4. 5 is more than 4.
Listen, so and that's the kind of fan you are.
If you put a contract in front of me right now,
and that is you in a nutshell.
If you put a contract in front of me right now that told me if I could sign it and we win 5 games next year, but I got my franchise quarterback, I'd sign that piece of paper right now.
But you thought you had your franchise quarterback in Sam Howell. That's all we heard.
I thought I had a coordinator that wasn't going to run him into the ground.
Coordinator's fault.
That's what I told you.
So y'all going quarterback first in the draft?
Yeah, we're going quarterback first. You can't draft this high. You can't draft number 2 overall and not get a quarterback.
Sure, you can.
I don't know what pick y'all got.
A couple years ago, number 2 overall. You can certainly do that.
You say what?
Marvin Harrison Jr. Pair him up with Sam Howell. Let's go.
I would love to do that.
I know,
but that's not what they're going to do, and I don't blame them for that. When you draft that high in the draft, you got to get a quarterback. Listen, so that's part of what made the job.
Quarterback.
That's part of what made our
job. So y'all gonna give up on Sam Howell?
Oh, they did that already. They ran the man into the ground. They literally took that man's career and they tore that shit to shreds. And I told y'all what was going to happen. I told you that after we lost to the Giants.
No, you didn't. You told us y'all was going 11-7 or something like that.
I didn't tell you that after week 7. I didn't tell you that after week 7.
The Giants ended him as usual.
The Giants literally blitzed the draws off of us.
We ended him, man.
And he ended Eric Bieniemy.
We got to put the nail in the corner. When I told them all year Sam Howell was ass, I got in fights with Commander fans on Twitter. I'm trying to tell you,
we'll still argue with you because he's better than any quarterback on your roster. We'll still argue with you. The problem is you don't have. I guarantee you, if Brian Daboll has Sam Howell, I bet you y'all don't win. How many games y'all won this year?
6.
7? 6? I bet you y'all won 8 or 9 games, 10 games with Sam Howell as your quarterback instead of that trash you got over there. I guarantee you. You get him better coaches that actually understand how to protect, not to put their quarter. A screen, all you need is a simple screen against the blitz. It's not rocket science, right? I've watched the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Who gave up 84 sacks over here? 84, the second most in NFL history. 84 sacks.
Listen to me.
Sam Howell be dead if he was on this team.
I bet you if Tyrod Taylor started all 17 games for you, you don't get sacked 84 times. I bet you any amount of money. We sacked you. I can tell you right now, we sacked you 10 times in a game. 5 of those, Tommy DeVito act like he had never seen a defender wearing a different color jersey before. Like you're running a screen and he doesn't throw it and he just sits there and takes the sack. We don't get 10 sacks. We don't get 10 sacks in a game. That was after we traded Montez Sweat.
We had 8 sacks against you guys. It was great.
We don't get those kind of numbers. We couldn't get to the quarterback. So sacking you 10 times, we sacked him like 6 times in the first quarter. Like Tommy DeVito. Hey, look, at the end of the day, because we arguing in circles here. At the end of the day, Sam Howell didn't get it done. Coaching, to me, is most to blame. He's to blame, too. He's not innocent in all of this. He didn't play well enough to give himself a chance. If he would have won 2 more games, that's all he had to do. Not have the team have a top 5 pick. He'd be the quarterback next year. He couldn't do that. And so he's in a position now where he's put the team in a position to draft his replacement, and that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, is that what you would do? Would you draft a quarterback?
If I haven't evaluated them yet. I've been told by so many different people, you're not going to like these guys. Some other people like, you're going to love this guy. I got to watch him myself. The next time we talk, I have a definitive answer for you because I would have watched the quarterbacks, and I'll tell you if any of them.
But you watch Sam Howell too, though. You evaluated him. Why should we trust your eyes on this man?
Look, Sam Howell carved your ass up twice, and you came up here singing a whole different song.
He lost. He lost.
A whole lot of backs.
He lost.
A whole lot of
to be honest, I don't think Sam Howell was like terribly bad. To be honest, bro. I think Sam Howell. I would put him with Marvin Harrison Jr. I think if you get Sam Howell, if you run the ball more with Sam Howell, I think you'll see a better version of Sam Howell. But he did put him in a crazy situation.
We all felt that way. We had
he did put him in an awkward situation.
Coordinator who decided that the run wasn't important, play action fake isn't important, screens aren't important, quick pass game. Like it was funny listening to you rant about being blitzed and running 4 verts against. That's what we've been doing all year. That's the shit we've been watching all year. We did an all-out blitz
of times,
huh?
I saw you guys still underneath a shitload of times.
No, see, but Baddo, you don't watch us.
I watch you against
you watch selective games. Like that's like watching film on a college quarterback.
Every game you guys aren't in my area.
But that's what I'm telling you is you can't talk to me about it. I watch every snap. So yes, we do throw short sometimes, but not nearly enough. In our best games, like the ones against the Eagles, we threw the ball short. We used the quick pass game to get it out of his hands.
The Eagles have the worst. Eagles have the worst defense in the league, though.
Yeah,
everybody looks good against us.
When we played two running backs at 102 receptions.
We had a pretty bad secondary when we played you guys.
2 running backs. What do you mean you don't throw the ball underneath?
You say
102 what? Receptions. 102 between Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson. They had 102 catches.
Right. And you know what that's from? Sam Howell running for his life and chucking it down to the running back. That's a lot of what those are. And those aren't the types of passes we're talking about. I'm talking about a slant. I'm talking about a slant to Terry McLaurin. I'm talking about a slant to Jahan Dotson. I'm talking about wide receiver screen to Jahan Dotson. I'm talking about a stop to the tight end. I'm talking about the passes you see other teams running to get 6-7 yards on first or second down.
I don't see our team doing.
Well, I mean, y'all don't count because y'all offense is terrible right now. But
ours is too.
So, but what I'm telling you is when your offensive coordinator isn't in sync with your offense, and this is the thing I can't stand. And I explained this to y'all already. When you have a scheme and you value your scheme more than you do the players in your scheme, we're never going to see eye to eye because this league is about players, not your scheme. Like you can have a scheme, but you tailor it to your players' skill sets and what they do best.
Correct. That's what the good coaches do.
That's what the good coaches do, right? And so I can never understand a coach that thinks it's okay. His line, look, now one thing about Eric Bieniemy, and I told y'all this already, he didn't lie to us. When he showed up here, he said, I don't give a damn about stats. All I'm trying to do is collectively drag our asses across the finish line. He told us that, and we just laughed because he's like, oh, Eric Bieniemy, a funny dude. No, he was telling us how he felt about getting dudes the football. This is my scheme. I don't give a shit if Terry McLaurin only gets 3 targets today. If they roll coverage his way or his number isn't called and he gets 3 targets, so be it. Like that's loser football because the best teams get their best players the football. End of discussion. And the Ben Johnson in Detroit, Amon-Ra St. Brown had like 113 catches this year. I envision that being Terry McLaurin next year. There's no reason we should be at the end of the season.
Bro, you don't even have Ben Johnson yet, bro.
We getting Ben Johnson. It's a done deal, bro. You're not hearing me.
How is it a done deal? You look at the article. You guys been interviewing him. I just want to know this.
Listen to what I'm
telling you. How's it a done
deal? Our owner right now, he's so hot right now. Like as a fan, I've never been this confident about our ability to attract talent because we've never been the preferred destination. Never. That's never been us. We literally went live. I went live when this man was signed. And the thing that we were most excited about wasn't the fact that we got Adam Peters. That was a big get in itself. The thing we were most excited about was for the first time in 30 years, the best talent was available. We wanted the best talent and the best talent wanted us. That energy was reciprocated. He turned down the rest of his interviews. He came straight to Washington. He interviewed for our job, told everybody else who wanted to interview him. There were 4 other GM jobs available. I'm good. This is the one I want.
Are you guys interviewing Ben Johnson?
We already did a virtual with him. And next week, when they lose in the NFC Championship game or win, whatever they decide to do, the 29th is the first day that you can talk to coaches that were in the championship game or going to the Super Bowl because they have that week in between the Super Bowl and championship weekend. I would be shocked if he's not locked up at some point next week. Shocked.
By y'all.
By us. Shocked.
So it's a hunch. So you just have a hunch.
I don't have a hunch. Go look, type in Ben Johnson to Washington and see what pops up.
I can type in Caleb Williams to the Giants and something's going to pop up. I mean, what are we talking about?
But that's the draft. You're not in a position to draft Caleb Williams.
They are. The Giants could trade up and get number one.
No, the Bears control all those dominoes.
They do, but the Giants can definitely trade up.
But we are in a position where we don't have to rely on somebody else to do anything. All he has to do is want us, and we have to want him. That's it. Caleb Williams could want to come to the Giants, but if the Bears say, nah, you ain't going to New York, you coming here, then that's that, right? This is free will. This is a free will.
Eli Manning got drafted by the Chargers, and Eli Manning said, I ain't going there. And he ended up being the Giants quarterback, winning a couple of Super Bowl.
Yeah, they could have played that totally different. If the Chargers wanted to be assholes, they would say, no, we're not trading you. You can do whatever you want to do. You can go back to school. You can go back into the draft next year. I don't know. They might have changed the rules since Bo Jackson did it long ago. But, I mean, if they wanted to play hardball, they could have. They just say, you know what? We ain't going to do this. We're just going to take Phillip Rivers. Luckily, if there was no other quarterback in that draft that they liked, he would have been asked out. But it just so happened that Phillip Rivers was there, and they're like, you know what? We ain't dealing with this shit. We'll take Phillip Rivers.
So what are you going to? So what do you suspect you guys doing if you don't get Ben Johnson? Because it's not a guarantee.
It's not a guarantee, but we have, and this is the thing. So reportedly, he's the number one target, and he should be, because if you're drafting a young quarterback, the best thing to do is marry that young quarterback with an offensive-minded guy, and you would prefer that guy to be young. You're looking for the Zach Taylor model with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. You're looking for the model with Drew Brees and Sean Payton once upon a time in New Orleans. You're looking for that model with Andy Reid, and even though he's not young, you're looking for that model, right? You're looking for a young quarterback, young offensive mind, and they grow together for the next 10 to 15 years.
Did the Panthers already hire a head coach? Did they name a head coach yet?
They want Ben Johnson. That's who they want. And reportedly, they're willing to throw however many dollars it takes to get him. The question is, do you want to win, or do you want to go and chase the money? And I would assume nobody wants to work for their owner. They literally are the new Washington Commanders. I feel so bad for their fan base, and I've been talking to them, and they've been coming asking.
But what do you mean? But this is what's confusing me. What do you mean? Do you want to win? Y'all don't win. Ben Johnson will be going into a losing situation if he goes to Washington or the Panthers.
But that's a loser's mentality. If you're not an alpha,
that's the truth.
No, alpha thinks he can win in any situation. I can turn that situation around.
So why wouldn't Ben Johnson think he could turn around Bryce Young, who's already been proven? You don't even know your quarterback.
Because the owner there is the worst. That's what you keep missing the point, LB, is you can't win. It starts at the top, bro. If your ownership is the worst, you're not winning anything. That's why the Cowboys will never win a Super Bowl. I'm not worried about Dallas.
But they've won with that owner before. That owner has won Super Bowls.
Who, Jerry Jones? Jimmy Johnson won Super Bowls. Has he won anything without Jimmy Johnson? Jimmy Johnson won Super Bowls. I can tell you that much. He ain't won shit without Jimmy. Even the Barry Switzer Super Bowl, you charged that to Jimmy Johnson's account, okay? Barry Switzer was just a figurehead, okay? At the end of the day, Jimmy Johnson won them those Super Bowls. That's why he belonged in that Ring of Fame. And Jerry Jones ain't won shit since. He ain't even been to a championship game since. And he ain't going to one because his ass is terrible. And they're going to continue to suck. And they get to the playoffs, be regular season team all they want. That's fun. But you ain't winning shit. And I'm just telling you right now, the way I see it, the ownership in Carolina isn't going to allow them to win anything. And so he has a choice to make. And I think the choice is simple. You can either take the money in Carolina and not know what your future is going to look like because he just fired 2 coaches in 2 years, or you can come to Washington. You know you're going to get an opportunity for 4 to 5 years to bring your scheme here, to turn it around. You're going to get to handpick your quarterback. You don't have to go in there and try to turn Bryce Young around. You can sit down with the GM and say, hey, I like this guy. I like Drake May, or I like Jaden Daniels. I like this guy. This is the guy I think I can win with. Sit down, talk to the kid, figure out if this is the guy you can mold in your system, and you get to handpick him and you get to run with that. I think the option is very simple, which is why we're the most attractive destination right now. We got cap space. We got 5 picks in the top 100, 6 if you go to 103. We got the number 2 pick in the draft. We got the most cap space of any team in the NFL right now. We got good ownership, and we got the best GM that money can buy. So, yeah, I am confident about what we can do here in the near future.
And when we have this conversation next year, Washington will have been 6-11 again.
And that might be the case.
With no Ben Johnson.
It's going to be a different 6-11 because y'all think that it's going to turn around in 1 year. If you think it's going to turn around in 1 year, then you just don't get it. That's not what happens in the NFL. The NFL is set up for parity, but it's also a process. And if you haven't already been taking steps towards that process, we're going through this
process for years. We accelerated it.
You should, of all people, should know that 6-11 is not a great season, but it depends on what it looks like and what your quarterback performs.
Well, hey, shit, I know, man. 2020, we were 6-10. It looked good. 6-10 looked good until it didn't.
Well, that was with Joe Judge, but
I know, but still, Joe Judge. It was COVID year. Everything was brand new.
Man, 6-10 could feel a lot different depending on where you're coming from.
That's what I'm saying. That felt different. Then the next year, it all
that's
felt
what I'm
apart.
trying to explain to y'all. So y'all can laugh at me all you want to.
This year, 6-11 felt like shit.
Well, because that's because you went to the playoffs the year before. That's what I said. Where you're coming from matters. So if we're 6-11 next year, it'll suck. But I'm expecting that. I'm building that into the growing pains.
Remember this when we do this in August. LB, that he said he expects 6 wins.
I didn't say I expect 6 wins. I said if we won 6 games, I wouldn't be shocked. I think we're going to win 7 or 8 games. I do. I'm just
waiting to see. I'm just waiting for Ben Johnson to go somewhere else, and then I just want to hear your plan after that.
Well, we got.
Now I'm so intrigued about where Ben Johnson is going to go.
It's one of 3 candidates that I think, and it could end up being Mike Vrabel, or it could be Raheem Morris. These are guys that I've heard are all impressive. Vrabel is a winner. If that was the only coach,
Vrabel would be. Oh yeah, okay. Vrabel would
that
be
was the only coach that would have scared me if he went to Dallas, because he would have turned that bitch around. I was scared. Like, please don't hire Mike Vrabel. That was the only guy I didn't want to go down.
That's why I'm out on Sirianni, because there's just so many good coaches out there.
So many good coaches.
That's why I'm out on Sirianni, bro.
The best pool of coaches in one offseason I've ever seen in my life. Vrabel, Belichick, Ben Johnson, Bobby Slowick, Raheem Morris. I mean, the list is long. Jim Harbaugh, like, this shit is crazy.
Harbaugh's not going to the NFL. He's staying in Michigan. He ain't going.
I don't know, man.
They put a clause in his contract. He ain't going. You know how much money he makes in Michigan, man? That guy ain't going back to the NFL.
Now, honestly, his shtick works in college,
right?
Because it turns over every 3-4 years. You get a new guy. I don't think he's made for the NFL, but I think he wants to be back in the NFL. I really do. But
Saban wasn't made for the NFL either.
Yeah, exactly. And you just got to know who you are. At the end of the day, it's not for everybody,
honestly.
But anyway, I digress. I mean, y'all can laugh at me all you want. I'm just telling you. Go ahead, yeah, keep laughing at me. I'm just telling y'all. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it with my chest. And I said this before, and I said it when we was a little liquored up. But drunk mind speaks sober thoughts. We win in the Super Bowl before, huh? We win in the Super Bowl. The only team I won't say we win in the Super Bowl before is the Giants. We win in the Super Bowl before the Eagles. We win in the Super Bowl before the Cowboys.
All right, I can get on board with that one.
I can't speak for the Giants because the Giants.
You never know with us.
If they get a quarterback, they scare the shit out of me because they're not bad defensively, even though they got rid of Wink Martindale. They're not terrible defensively, and I've seen what Brian Daboll could do if he can get his hands on a quarterback that can run his system.
As I'm
telling you, saw him with Josh Allen, and he even got Daniel Jones to look half decent like 2 years ago.
Listen. Oh, the Giants are going to trade for Josh Allen.
Yeah, right. You wish.
They're not letting Josh Allen go.
2 seconds.
I think they need a coaching change over there. I can see that coach being gone next year if they don't turn something around.
Daboll?
No, what's the guy in Buffalo?
Oh, yeah. Well, he was almost gone this year.
Oh, McDermott?
They didn't make the playoffs this year. McDermott might have been in trouble. So, but that doesn't mean Josh Allen going anywhere. It's so hard to find quarterbacks in this league. Are you kidding me? Josh Allen is one of the best quarterbacks in football. Ain't no way.
Yes, absolutely.
He's not going anywhere. You're going to have to find one in the draft. You've been banging the table for Michael Penix Jr., so stick with that one.
I love Michael Penix. That's my guy. I just worry about him and he'll protect his blind side. That worries me. Evan Neal ain't good, but maybe a new offensive line coach will help out. I mean, that's why we need a new O-line coach.
I mean, honestly, I would just give it to Tyrod until you find a quarterback in the draft.
They have to. Well, listen, I've said this before, and again, this doesn't mean much, but if the Giants, listen, right now, our two quarterbacks are DeVito and Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, obviously, a couple neck injuries, torn ACL. You don't know. He might not be right for the season. If the Giants in free agency don't sign a backup, bring Tyrod back, or sign a Ryan Tannehill or Jacoby Brissett, somebody of that, Marcus Mariota, backup, a veteran backup. If they don't do that, it tells me they've worked something out where they're going to go out and get a quarterback in the draft. If they do pay Tyrod, say $15 million again for 2 years, then it's probably less likely they're going to draft a quarterback. You never know because they're not going to carry 4. They'd probably cut DeVito. But I think that's going to be very telling to see what the Giants do, depending on that free agency thing. That's why it's so hard, these mock drafts. Like everybody's got Malik Neighbors going to the Giants. What if the Giants go out and spend money and they say, we're going to pay Michael Pittman or T. Higgins? Do they still draft Malik Neighbors? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But it's always difficult to do mock drafts before free agency.
That's why I don't. I know.
I know, but I don't really either. But I'm saying, like, you see these guys already doing. Daniel Jeremiah is doing mock. Everybody.
That's what they get. That's what they get paid to do. But I laugh at that stuff because again, this is unlike any other sport. Most sports, their draft comes before free agency. This sport, I actually like it that you know what you need when you go into the draft, right? So I actually like that you can go out, spend your money in free agency, and then see what you need in the draft. And so I think mock drafts this time of the year, unless you're drafting a quarterback and there's not any available in free agency, I think they're just pointless this time of the year because we talk about, we need offensive line help, we need this. What if you go out and get that in free agency though?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm more really the Giants go out and pay for that. It hasn't really worked out for us when we do that, but different. This is a different GM. Listen, I love Michael Penix. I don't stand off of that. I know guys like, well, he get killed behind it. It does. My offensive line worries me. Penix is elusive in the pocket, but he's not a runner, and he's a lefty. So again, Evan Neal's protecting his blind side. But I'm all about, draft Rome Odunze 6, trade back up into the first round to 2 picks and get Michael Penix, and then pair him up. They were paired up. There's a lot of guys in Washington I like. I like Dylan Johnson late in the draft too, running back.
Yeah,
I don't know what
he's a tough son of a gun, boy.
He is. He's a tough runner. I like him, but I don't know what the Giants are going to do with Saquon either. Are they going to keep Darius Slayton? They're going to cut him and save $6 million. They're going to cut Darren Waller. It saves a lot of money. I can't see Darren Waller coming back. And so the Giants got a lot of moves to make, and that's why it's difficult to do the mock drafts now. It's better to do them at the end of March.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But that's not going to stop people from putting out 6 mock drafts a day.
Because it's fun. Listen, I did a mock draft too where we ended up with Jaden Daniels and Braylon Trice in the second round, and I forget what it was. I'm like, let me cook. That was a good draft.
It's going to be pretty interesting where Saquon goes, though. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with Saquon. It will be interesting.
Also, DeAndre Swift, because I think we're going to lose Swift.
I think the Giants are going to – I don't think they're tagging Barkley. I honestly think they're going to make Barkley an offer and say, if you can get better, go get it.
Hey, I don't think he'll be back. I don't see him being back. It's too many teams out there that could use a Saquon. Now, they could also tag
and trade him. Like, if Chicago is sold on Justin Fields, it is very possible the Giants tag and trade Saquon to the Bears with a couple of first-round picks, a second and a third, and say, give us that number 1 pick. That is very possible, too.
Yeah. So if I'm Chicago, I'm not interested in that because to me, if I'm the Bears, if I'm sticking with Fields, I'm not willing to move back any further than 3, right? Like if I'm the Bears, I'm trying to finesse Washington and the Patriots because I could threaten you and say the Giants picked up the phone. They called me. They said they're willing to come up here to get this last quarterback. Like what you going to do? Because if you're Washington, if you want Caleb Williams, you got to go to 1, right? And so the Bears know that. I'm not trying to go back too far. Like this ain't last year where they didn't love the quarterbacks that were there, so they didn't mind trading back to 9. They want Marvin Harrison Jr. So if that's the guy you're targeting, you can't move back past Arizona at 4.
They could always trade back up.
It's highly unlikely that because you can't trade back up in front of Arizona at 4. Because the 3 teams in front of you, the 3 teams in front of Arizona, all taking quarterbacks. This is what I'm telling you, right? They're not going to trade with you because they're trying to get their quarterback. So
I can see Arizona trading up too, though.
I don't think Arizona's going anywhere. They got Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray stuck.
No. I'm not saying for a quarterback. I can see them trading up for Marvin Harrison as well.
But what I'm telling you, LB, is the 3 teams in front of them aren't trading back. They all need quarterbacks. Washington, only team that may not need a quarterback is the Bears. But
yeah, the other two definitely.
The Bears aren't going to trade with Arizona because they want the same player. You see what I'm saying? They both want Marvin Harrison Jr. So you can't go behind them and say trade with the Giants at 6. You're not getting Marvin Harrison Jr. now. Bad Dog's theory of trading back in front of them. The problem with that is if you traded with the Giants are taking a quarterback, Washington's taking a quarterback, New England's taking a quarterback.
Yeah,
so
but
you can't get back in front of him. Arizona.
If you trade up in New England could take a quarterback at 6 because Los Angeles isn't taking a quarterback and Arizona's not taking a quarterback.
But the problem with that is you allow another team to come up from back there. Like the Falcons
Bears
are sitting right at 8.
Capital.
The Falcons are sitting right there at 8. And if anything crazy happens,
the Bears have a lot more draft capital.
Yeah, that's the question.
It's far-fetched.
You don't want to create. You don't. If you really feel that strongly about a player, then you don't create a situation where you don't get your guy. You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So they're not going to do all of that if there's a player there that they want. They're at 1. They can just make a decision, right?
They could just take Marvin Harrison there.
They could, but that you lose the value of the pick. They're not going to draft Marvin Harrison at 1 if they know they can trade back to 2 or 3 and still get Marvin Harrison. And that's the thing, is that if I tell Washington, New England's picked up the phone at 3, if you don't take the first pick from me, I'm trading it to New England.
I'll be honest with you, Louis, I'd be fine with that because if that's what the Bears are doing, that means one of the 3 quarterbacks that we as Giants fans want will be there. If Caleb May if Drake May and Caleb Williams go to you in New England and Jaden Daniels is sitting there at 6, I'm fine with that. I want the Bears to trade out of that pick, even if it's not with us.
Right.
Because, like I said, Arizona's they can't get rid of Kyler Murray for 2 years. His dead cap is huge.
Right.
And Los Angeles ain't taking a quarterback. They got Justin Herbert. Now the Giants may have to trade up with the Bears.
So the 5 spot becomes a hot spot in front of you.
So would you take a trade for Justin Fields, Commanders?
No, we don't want Justin Fields. The only way I thought
LB, those have been all over Twitter about the Giants. I'm like, why would the Giants take Justin Fields? Justin Fields.
Yeah, I saw that too.
The Bears would have to pick up his 5th-year option and then trade him. Otherwise, the Giants have him for 1 year, and then they have to pay him. They just paid Daniel Jones, and Justin Fields is doing the same thing. He doesn't win. He has a lot of athleticism, but that guy hasn't proven he can win football games in the NFL. I wouldn't want Justin Fields here and do the same thing over again. Hell no.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. The only way I saw Washington being involved in anything like that was their GM was there were 2 finalists for our GM job. Ian Cunningham is the assistant GM in Chicago. So he's like the second biggest fish out there in terms of the GMs this year. And then Adam Peters was the number 1 guy. And if we would have gotten Ian Cunningham, then I think there was a chance, him coming from Chicago, that he might have reached back for Justin Fields. But Adam Peters has no interest in Justin Fields.
You shouldn't. When you get a quarterback in a rookie deal, there is no reason.
His rookie deal is almost up. Like there's no value.
No reason. There would be no reason for you to do that. No.
So, all right, let's get to the comment section and get to some of these supers. See what everybody out here talking about. We're gonna start off with first of all, we start out with diehard Giants fan. Then we got to go to some of these big joints because we got a big one in here that we
Diehard Giants fans, by the way, was right at the beginning. It's one of them little super stickers. You turn the hat around and you say, "Hit the thumbs up." Hit the thumbs up. That's not it. He's just reminding you guys and girls to hit the like button if you haven't, because we got 1,400 people in there and 453 likes, and don't hit them. So hit the
and just one more big shout out to diehard Giants fan for at one point being the only moderator that we had. Right. We've gotten some reinforcements. We've gotten other people to come in and help you, but we appreciate you holding us down at the beginning. King of the Bluegrass, thank you for the super chat.
Let me hit this again too.
Yes. King of the Bluegrass, my guy. Really appreciate you. Shout out to King of the Bluegrass holding us down.
And I did a shot for that, by the way. I just let you know. Hey,
egos, you left your pride and your tissues all over the couch. Yes, indeed. It was fun. because
we welcome
all day long, all Monday long, we were sitting as a threesome on the couch, singing spirituals and waiting for the Eagles, and we left that spot waiting for them, and we didn't know if they were gonna fall victim and prey to Baker Mayfield on the road against the Buccaneers.
We knew.
We thought it could happen. We didn't know.
Yeah, I thought we had a chance. We had more than a puncher's chance. We had a little more than a puncher's chance because I think we were more talented, just poorly coached. But you know, when I found out AJ wasn't playing, it was looking grim. It was.
And I remember I had asked you on earlier that week. I
thought he was going to play.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to play.
No, you were just speculating, and so I wasn't holding you to that. But I told you that was a big factor in my decision as to whether you would win or not. I was like, if you're healthy enough, you should go in there and win. But if you tell me that one of these boys ain't playing, you in trouble.
Yeah, because you know, and that's one thing the Eagles got to work on in the offseason, man. It's no depth behind the main three guys like Smitty, AJ, and Dallas Goedert. Man, after those guys, man, it's just Quez Watkins is buns.
I'm just trying to tell you that.
Our tight end too is buns.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
I wish we had one. I wish we had one of those guys you mentioned, let alone three.
No, you don't.
But behind after that,
Darius Slayton.
Give me Wandell as a backup.
Them dudes he talking about.
Wandell's our number one receiver. You want him as a backup? Then
I do because none of our backups better than
we're at right now. LB, because we're
right. That's a fact. None of our backups better than. But yeah, man. I mean, you can't. But what I did learn from that game, though, I've learned that Smitty is a dog and he has to be paid. It's coming rather sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, he had a hell of a game.
Well,
yeah, Devontae Smith is a dog.
Like, remember, I always felt like he was really good. I told you that at one point, and that was before CD went ape shit this year. I told you I would have taken him over CD Lamb. Like he was that good.
I was always.
I think the main difference is, you know, they really scheme CD into the offense. Like CD is that offense. Like CD is what makes that offense go. You know, when he start dropping passes, though,
it's different
here. I wish Law was here because I wanted to ask Law what he thought about CD's mom ripping.
Oh no, we had so much for Law. I'm actually very disappointed.
But the thing is that, you know, her son was dropping passes, so it's like a catch-22. That her son wasn't his best self in that game.
Yeah, but Dak is.
You love to see the dissension in Cowboys Nation.
We love it. I mean, Dak is just, man.
Dak is.
I don't even got the energy, man.
It's so much. Law is lucky he didn't show up. I think he strategically planned this too, because
Dak can't get it up. Dak cannot get it up in the bedroom.
Hey, look, man,
he just can't perform.
I'm trying to tell you, that man suffers from competition anxiety.
Why is it these guys get a pass? LB missed the one night. Law misses the one night. These guys get a play. You and I here every week.
Every time we show up, no matter what. We suck ass. Hey, look, man. It's a cost.
I mean,
we stand up dudes, man.
Bro, and it's the thing, like, you know, we lost, we took our L, cool. But that shit wasn't rougher than that Cowboys L. It was not rougher, bro. That Cowboys loss, bro. I couldn't believe my eyes. I knew somebody was going to do us, and we just wasn't a good football team down the stretch at all. Everybody passed on us. We got Baker extended another 5 years in the league for real. You know what I mean? But man, that collapse in that game.
On you guys.
Yeah, right. Everybody cooks us. Drew Lock, you can line them up and name them. I knew our fate eventually. I thought that my defensive line played pretty well in that game, though. I would say that. The offense just was trash. But man, the Dallas Cowboys losing like that at home, the first 7 seed to advance in this new playoff structure.
Like you said, would you say, Louie, you speak sobering thoughts when you're drunk, right? We all know Law had a couple.
He had more than a couple. He had more than a couple.
The Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. And that's all we had to have him saying. It was courage from there.
Man, I think they need to blow that shit up over there, bro. It's too bad over there.
Listen to me. It was so epic watching Cowboys fans turn against each other, watching everybody search for answers. They got blitzed so bad in that game It was indefensible, and everybody was to blame. Nobody was innocent. CD was over there looking like his puppy just died when they were down 7-0. They won't even get their ass whooped yet. And see, did you see Jair Alexander push him after one play and him bitch up, not even turn around, don't say nothing? Like CD is so soft, like drugstore cotton. You know what Aaron Jones said in their little pregame scrum as he's getting the team hyped?
He said they front runners.
He said, we're going to punch these front runners in the mouth. We're going to take the ball. We're going to punch these mother effing front runners in the mouth, and we're going to win this mother effing game. And you know what they did? They took the ball. They won the toss. They took the ball, punched the front runners right in their damn mouth, right in front of their two teeth in the front, knocked them bitches out. And CD Lamb is on the sideline pouting after going down 7-0. Jair Alexander eating his lunch, taking a football from Brandon Cooks. And all of a sudden, they
Dak was ass. Dak was ass in that. In that first half, Dak was completely ass. Like the decision to even throw that slant to a guy who never fought for a 50-50 ball in his life, it just didn't make no sense. You know what I mean? Jair Alexander takes that. But boy, that pick six. Oh my God. Oh, that was a lot. I didn't care if we won or lost after that game. I didn't care because I know he wasn't good. I'm gonna keep it. It might be petty. The loss did not hurt me as bad as people think, because that shit I seen the day before, oh my God. It was just so sweet to me. It was so sweet to me. You know what I mean? It was sweet.
It was excellent.
It was sweet to me too. I enjoyed it.
Sweet. It was amazing to watch their entire fan base in unison want everybody fired.
They were the only team to lose at home. And wild card weekend, they were the only team to lose at home. Dallas Cowboys content creators was on Twitter saying, "See, this is why I didn't want to play at home." That was just 16-0 there. What do you mean you didn't want to play there?
Yeah, they lost the game in 2 years at home.
I don't like that. That's crazy talk, because that's what they wanted. They wanted to be at home. They didn't want to go on the road.
Right. That's why they wanted to win the division, obviously.
Right. They wanted the #1 seed a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
You know what I mean? Wow. And you know what it really was when I looked at that game, I think it really was more so that the Packers were just tougher, man. The Packers play outside the elements. I think them dome teams be getting spanked sometimes.
You know what I mean? I think Dallas felt a shitload of pressure. Green Bay had nothing to lose. They're doing their house money. And they just whooped their ass.
Nah, bro, that game plan was beautiful. The game plan was super effective. Green Bay came to win that game. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it was nothing to lose. They just had an amazing game plan, bro.
But there's something to everything they wanted. Like, they're the youngest team in the NFL, and they came into that game saying, "We're not even supposed to be here. Like, nobody picked us to be here. We struggled throughout the season, but we figured it out." And I think they were double-digit underdogs. Like, nobody expected Green Bay to be in that game. And so,
this is why I say that, it was. There's a lot of scheming and coaching that came into how they performed in the postseason, because they almost beat San Fran.
Yeah,
they really almost beat San Fran.
They gave San Fran everything they wanted.
I really do think the elements, because what I'm starting to figure out about Brock Purdy is he doesn't throw a wet ball very well, right? Like it's funny because every year somebody always gets on me about talking about another man's hand size. That's not something I enjoy, right? I hate talking about somebody having 9 and 5/8 inch hands. Like, I don't want to talk about that shit. But
you think his hands too small or too big?
His hands are too small. He's got small hands, and where it affects you the most is gripping a ball that's wet. You know what I'm saying? So Kenny Pickett struggled at the Senior Bowl 2 years ago. All of them did, really. All of those quarterbacks that were there that year. But Kenny Pickett in particular, he had to wear 2 gloves on both hands.
Kenny Pickett's got really small hands.
Really small hands. And so what it does is it affects you gripping the ball. And that's why they like quarterbacks like Josh Allen with massive hands, pause, because it don't matter. The ball could be hard as a rock, pause again, because they play in Buffalo. You know the shit is going to be crazy. And if you got big hands, it don't matter. You're going to be able to grip that bitch no matter what.
Did you see that pass that Diggs dropped that Josh Allen threw?
That's why I'm like, I don't even want to hear nothing from nobody. Your brother, you, nothing. If that ball was 62 yards in the air, bro.
Gary,
bro, it was 8 degrees outside, bro. It was 8 degrees when he threw that ball.
Gary Slayton on Twitter said that wasn't a perfect. Like he said that wasn't a great throw. Because somebody said this is literally one of the best throws you'll ever see. One of the best throws. He goes, it wasn't the best throw because it wasn't caught. He said that Stephon Diggs had to slow down. I'm like, but did he have to slow down? Because he had a jump at the end and it went right through his damn hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just
maybe Mahomes can do that. There is not many quarterbacks that can make that throw at all.
Bro, I don't even think Mahomes could put it on a rope like that.
Not like that.
No, maybe Mahomes, Rodgers, and Allen might be the only 3 quarterbacks that could throw a ball like that.
I would put Herbert in there too. He got a big ass arm too.
He does, but is it accurate like that?
But I don't think Herbert's will be as accurate as Allen that deep or Mahomes or Rodgers. Yeah. But man, it was a beautiful throw nonetheless, man. And you know, I hate the fact that
you're Stephon Diggs and you're in the play, you got to make that catch. You have to make that play. You got to make that.
Got to make that catch. And you know, I don't like the flack that Josh Allen is getting, honestly, because you know what I mean. Josh Allen has been in some situations.
He didn't miss the field goal.
Hey, but you know how I go for the quarterback though. Everybody comparing him to Dak. Everybody comparing his resume to Dak in the postseason right now.
Well, he's been to an AFC Championship game. At least he does have that on his resume. But
yeah,
it's tough because his cap number goes from like 18 million to like 54 million next year. So it makes it tough for Buffalo to be able to maneuver now. So that was like their last gasp at a window that was wide ass open. It's still open because he's their quarterback, but it gets a lot tighter as that quarterback starts to make more and more money. So we'll see what happens. And we appreciate you, King of the Bluegrass.
He's the man.
As always.
Yes, sir.
Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Trevor Patch writes, I came to give you this song. What song is that? Are we singing on the couch?
Probably that song Law was singing.
Oh, man. I don't know what song he's talking about, but hey, it was a lot of songs being sung on the couch last Monday when we were joined by the Cowboys and the Eagles.
No, that's
those spots didn't even have a chance to get cold
at all. At all. For LB was making fun of us for our locker rooms being empty, and then a week later,
we went on a family trip to Tampa. You know what I mean? We went on a family trip to Tampa. That's all I know. We went to the amusement park at Tampa. Y'all ain't get to go nowhere. All I know is we went on a family vacation. We got in our we got in the Winnebago. Took everybody down the road.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm fine with that because, like I said, it's something to be gained from playing playoff football. Jalen Hurts is collecting and building valuable experience at 25. So that's the only bright side. But we did look like shit.
I would tell you this. I would buy that narrative about Jalen Hurts if he didn't go to the Super Bowl last year. Like once you've tasted what the Super Bowl's like, all these other rounds ain't shit. So him,
I don't agree to that. I don't agree to that, man.
I don't buy that Jalen Hurts, gets better because he played in the playoff game. If you
no, yeah, I don't think he got better, but being able to consistently in January see that level of competition, it's different. You gain something from that. You gain something from that level of competition as a young quarterback.
The playoffs than to not make the playoffs. I'm never going to feel that different about that. I always feel like I remember the year when we won the division at 7-9 and how, it was trash and nobody was ever denying that.
Okay. So this is,
I remember that was a young team, right? That was Chase Young's first year. That was Montez Sweat's second year. It was a young team. So I was like, this is invaluable. Like most Washington fans didn't even want to go to the playoffs that year because we're just going to go and lose. And I'm like, I hear you. And you want the high draft pick, this, that, and the third. And I'm telling you, this is a young team. And going to the playoffs is invaluable. Giving them a taste of what it's like to play in a postseason. You can't measure that, right?
Right. But I'm glad the offense was able to get out coached and just exposed that way. Because now you really know that you have to come into this season with a different mindset. You have to change this playbook up. You know what I mean? So it's some positives into going out there and looking as bad as you did. You know what I mean? Jeffrey Lurie is not keeping nobody around, bro. Jeffrey Lurie has told Nick Sirianni, either you fire them or I've got to fire all of y'all.
You know what I mean? And, that's pretty much how that went.
The ultimatum that happens when, you've as a coach, somebody's got to fall on the sword. And if you ride for your dudes, then you getting fired. I've seen coaches go, I'm not firing him. And they say, okay, well, you fired then. Cool. Pay me my money, right? Because you know what I mean? It's a 5-year contract. So
like Nick Sirianni coming back is I just feel like it's a mistake, bro. I can't get over it, man. If you look at the first 2 drives of that game, you know what I mean, that the Eagles had the ball, we were moving the ball. We were at 3rd and 2 both times. And you don't run with a play that's as unstoppable as the tush push. You don't run on 3rd and 2 either time. It just don't make sense, bro. It does not make sense.
I thought the plan was going to be with Hurts' finger being what it was, and the first 2 plays of the games were runs.
Everybody in the world thought the plan was to lean on, that offensive line and run the ball with DeAndre Swift, who cooked them the first time.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like it's inexcusable for Nick Sirianni to still have a job. It's inexcusable. It's inexcusable, bro. It's inexcusable in my opinion. I don't give a damn what he just did the last 2 years.
I just saw somebody in the chat. Joel Embiid went off for 70 points and 18 rebounds.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't believe that.
Insane. 70.
Whoa, I just seen it. Embiid dropped 70 on the Spurs.
18.
Yeah,
damn.
It was on the Spurs though.
I don't care.
What you mean? 70 points is 70 points, bro. From a center?
A 70 is a 70. Is a 70 is a 70. I'm just telling you.
It's Wembanyama. I mean, it's not
Spurs are the bottom of the barrel.
No, bro. No, the Spurs aren't the bottom of the barrel. Let me tell you why. Because the Spurs also have a center that is the youngest to get a triple-double as a center. The Spurs got that unicorn. And Embiid went in that game with the mindset of, I'm going to put this 7'7" kid in the rim. And I'm pretty sure that's what
I don't care who you're playing. That's impressive.
Bro.
No, I'm not telling you it's not. I'm just saying, if you would have told me they played the Knicks tonight, I'd be like, what? Well, they played
Kobe dropped 80 on Jalen Rose. He was washed up. 80 is 80, bro.
Hey, look, 80 is 80, but it's different when I don't even know if the Spurs have a big on their team.
Bro, I just told you who he is. Wembanyama, the rookie. He like 7'7", actually.
Wemby ain't no big. Wemby plays.
He's a center, bro. He's a center.
He's
7'5".
He don't really play down low though, for real. Like, do you remember when Giannis first came in the league?
He had 33 himself tonight.
Do you remember when Giannis first came in the league? How skinny he was?
Giannis was never a center though.
No, I'm just asking. Do you remember how skinny he was? Remember when KD first came in the league? How skinny? Like his body, he don't have an NBA body. Like no, and I don't know if he can fill out. That's why I said. That's why I brought up Giannis, because look at Giannis now, right? If his body can put on the mass, and I think he can put on more weight, he'll be a problem. But he's so skinny. You know,
bro. A sixer ain't scored that many points since Wilt Chamberlain, bro. 70 is 70, bro.
First of all,
you talking about a franchise that had AI.
70 is crazy, bro. Like players don't score 70 points in an NBA game.
No,
period. Like that's crazy. We go crazy when somebody scores 60, 70.
Jordan career high, I don't think it's even 70.
No. Nah, probably like 63.
Very few people reach 70.
I think it's 63. I think it's 63 or something like that.
He did it against the Celtics. I don't think he's ever had 70.
Right. AI career high is 61.
Yeah, I think
somebody Devin Booker dropped 70 like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
Devin Booker dropped 70 like 2 years ago, but 70 is wild.
Yeah, 70 is crazy, especially
for a center.
I was about to say, especially from a center, because they not shoot. Embiid, I would love to know how many threes he hit.
Oh, he hit at least 5. He had to. He'll pull them.
If he made 2 threes and scored 70 points, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like he had to have gone like 5 of 8 from 3-point land.
Because I'm looking at it right now. He running the ball. He going coast to coast.
That's why,
like a point guard.
But you know he could do that too. Junio Rudy.
He was 1 for 2 from downtown.
No way. Stop it.
1 for 2.
Hey, he just was inflicting pain.
41 in the paint, 21 from 23 from line. He was 1 out of 2 from down.
Okay, so yeah, that's
he just went beast mode.
He did some damage from the free throw line.
He just told us everything that you told us, Lou. Wembanyama is too small.
They didn't have a center, bro. They don't have a guy physical enough to keep him from getting right to the front of the rim. And what it sounds like is when he got there, either he made it or they fouled him. So
yeah.
Wow, 70 piece. Yikes. Junio Rudy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I just know about the Spurs because my wife is a Spurs fan. So
damn,
I know
Wembanyama dropped 33 though.
He's not trash. It's not like he's not trash.
Yeah,
he's been doing it all year. He's been scoring all year. They just don't have any players.
They don't.
My guys, 15 plus shots and Henny turned Law Nation into Lust Nation. What are you talking about? Sadly, the elephant trunk got Mike Tyson before it got the wifey. Yeah, that man was talking all kinds of reckless last time. I mean, he did the elephant trunk dance and everything. I was like, oh man, I knew it was all bad.
And he said the Cowboys were winning the Super Bowl.
When he said Dak was winning MVP and the Cowboys were winning the Super Bowl, we knew, it's over, man. We could tell. LB is doing a dry January and he's in the gym now. This man showed up with a bubble chuck on tonight, so now he's trying to show off.
What the hell is a bubble chuck?
He trying to show off.
I don't even know what that is.
He trying to show off the guns now, right? Look, you see him?
I don't even know what that is.
Hey, go ahead. Hey, go ahead and flex for the people, man. Since you got the guns out, you might as well show them how they shoot.
You got to meet me in the gym for that. I'm tired now, bro. I'm tired, bro. You got to meet me in the gym for that.
I got a kick out of that one. That was a good one right there. Hey, appreciate you, Junio. Rudy. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, time for a Ron season hat, LB.
I mean, but listen, I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad. I ain't mad if you. I ain't mad. I ain't mad if we go get Ron Rivera. You know what I mean? I think last time Ron Rivera was a defensive coordinator, I think it was the Chargers 2010. They had the best one of the top ranked defenses in the league. I'm not mad at it, bro. I think Ron Rivera is a guy who still can develop linebackers. I think Ron Rivera is a guy who still got, you know, when you listen to Ron Rivera talk versus, Sean Desai talk, I think Ron Rivera can lead better than Sean Desai or Matt Patricia can. So I ain't mad at Ron Rivera for defensive coordinator. I think it'll actually work.
Last time he called a defensive snap, Clinton was still the president of the United States.
And that's where he was flourishing at.
And listen.
What do you mean? He was a defensive coordinator for the Chargers in 2010, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to be funny, like you was talking about. We ain't been to the Super Bowl since Jimmy Carter was in office.
That was partially accurate. I just ain't know who the president was.
Whatever, man. Jimmy Carter was the president in the 70s, bro. Anyway, it's funny to hear you say he develops linebackers. He doesn't. He went 4 years to Washington, and you would think two linebackers, 4 players in the NFL, and Jack Del Rio and Ron Rivera, who were linebackers their entire careers, who started out as linebackers coaches, et cetera, you would think that they would have been able to find talent at the linebacker position, groom it, and have that position flourish for us. If no other position flourished for us on defense, it was the worst position that we had on our. You lost.
Ron lost his best linebacker. That Holcomb kid was developing nicely,
but that they didn't want him back. He signed for peanuts in Pittsburgh. If they wanted,
you made that shit right. They said, but he was very talented and he was actually pretty decent.
We all wanted him back, and they didn't.
Yeah, he was pretty decent. The problem is you missed on that Jamin Davis kid. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. They missed, but they still tried to go after. That was a reach too. They still tried to go.
There was so much talent in that draft at the line.
Yeah, they went after a linebacker though, but. It's different when you're a defensive coordinator, I would assume, when you're a defensive coordinator versus a head coach. When you're spending all day with the defense, you're scheming with your defense. Ron Rivera got to do everything. Ron Rivera got to make sure special teams is in order. When you got to just focus on one thing, which is your specialty, I think that's where you get the best out of Ron Rivera. You know what I mean? Let's not forget Ron Rivera. I don't know if he drafted Luke Kuechly or whatever that was, but Ron Rivera definitely got some good years out of Luke Kuechly.
Of course, but that was that dude was a beast, and he was a can't miss. Like what I'm looking for when you say develop linebackers, draft a 5th round linebacker like Dre Greenlaw and turn him into an all-pro player. Draft a 3rd round pick like Fred Warner, turn him into an all-pro. That's what developing linebackers looks like.
I think Ron Rivera could get better use out of Nakobe Dean. I think Ron Rivera could put Nakobe Dean in a better position to succeed than any defensive coordinator we had the last 2 years.
Maybe that's the case. We'll see.
You know what I mean? But like I said, he's not here yet. He just got an interview, just like Ben Johnson.
I mean, y'all gonna run the full game. I want y'all. I'm like, I used to pray for times like this. I hope y'all hire Ron Rivera. We'll have a double agent in the office at all times in Philadelphia, funneling information our way. We might not never lose another game to y'all if y'all get Ron Rivera.
You think Ron Rivera will funnel information to you guys to help you guys beat us?
Nah, I'm being facetious. I'm joking. I'm just telling you.
I was gonna say he's got to be joking. Who do we got working for you that you guys can never beat us?
You know what I'm saying?
Dan Snyder might as well have been a New York Giant.
Okay,
because that was the guy that was going to stop us from. I really thought Eric Bieniemy. I'm telling you, Eric Bieniemy ruined my NFL season this year. Because literally, I think
80% of starting quarterbacks would look good with Eric Bieniemy. I just think Sam Howell just. I don't think it was.
I'm telling you, 80% of the quarterbacks in this league would not flourish. If the rest of the league thought that, he would have at least gotten some interview for offensive coordinator for all these jobs that are open. Not a single team decided that Eric Bieniemy was worthy of an interview. Not one.
You guys already fired him.
You don't have to be fired to have a team put in a request. The Giants put in a request for the Chargers special teams coordinator. The Chargers said no, right? Like, doesn't matter.
As that before promotion though, right?
No, you can put in a request to interview a coach for a lateral position. It is up to that team to give you the clearance as to whether you can interview that coach or not, right? So we're not bringing him back. They're doing everything the right way, so they're gonna hire the next coach, and they're gonna.
Hey man, you ain't fire him yet, so you don't know what y'all gonna do.
Well, I'm telling you what's gonna happen. They haven't fired
because Eric Bieniemy's resume is way better than that one season having bum ass Sam Howell. Eric Bieniemy's gonna get another opportunity.
He doesn't have a resume. That's the problem. He tricked us all into thinking he had a resume. His resume is holding players accountable. That's what he does better than anybody else. Holding players accountable. The reason
I would have to disagree, man. Eric Bieniemy had some hand in what was going on in Kansas City.
I would love you to get Eric Bieniemy so you could come up here and then tell me 8 weeks into the season he's Brian Johnson Jr. I would love it. Just get your hands up. Since you think he's so good and Jalen Hurts would thrive.
No, I don't think
you would never be able
I'm not putting a stain on Eric Bieniemy's resume because he went to the worst franchise in the league.
Listen, one thing I'll say, you can say everyone about Patrick Mahomes had one of his worst statistical seasons of his career this year
without Eric Bieniemy.
And that's the easy low-hanging fruit. If you want to do that, fine. I can tell you he had the lowest percentage or whatever of his career because he didn't have a true number one receiver for the first time in his career. If we want to play that game, we can go there.
He's still
I'm just telling you. You say what?
Travis Kelce's still a number one receiver.
Travis Kelce's a tight end. It's the difference between a tight end.
He didn't have a number one wide receiver last year, and he won a Super Bowl with Eric Bieniemy.
Are you kidding me?
Juju Smith-Schuster wasn't no fucking number one wide receiver.
Yes, he was. He's exactly what they needed. They needed a guy on 3rd and 6.
Rice is a good wide receiver. I mean,
he wasn't ready.
Rice is better than Juju right now.
He is not better than Juju Smith-Schuster right now. He's not a veteran. He's not a guy that you can rely on 3rd and 6 consistently. He's getting to that point, and we all know that Rashee Rice is going to ultimately be their number one receiver, but he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to be thrusted into that spot. When you draft a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round and you tell him, you got to come in here and be our number one round, that's not what you do with a 2nd or 3rd round pick. He wasn't ready. They needed a number one receiver. They've always had a guy. It was always Tyreek Hill.
Mahomes is going to make him, and that's what good quarterbacks do.
And that's what he's doing. He's in the process of doing. But they struggled because look, they led the league in drops for a reason.
He threw it to.
He was searching for somebody to step up outside of Travis Kelce, and nobody did, except for Rashee Rice.
Juju Smith-Schuster ain't have 1,000 yards since 2018.
You don't have to have 1,000 yards.
Juju Smith-Schuster is a role player.
In the biggest play of the Super Bowl last year, who did he throw the football to? And who drew the pass interference? He don't have a guy on the roster not named Travis Kelce that he can do that with, that will get that call on his team right now. That's what you need. It's not about getting 1,000. Y'all get caught up. I don't get caught up in stats. Dude, you just told me he didn't have 1,000 yards since 2018.
Listen. Juju Smith-Schuster had 3 touchdowns and 930 yards last year. This kid Rice got 938 and 7.
Right. So my point is when
he's the number one wide receiver over there.
When they need a first down, right?
Right.
They knew they could go to Juju Smith-Schuster. He's not stretching the field vertically. He's not. His niche was 3rd and 5. I can run a back shoulder fade. I can throw it to Juju. 3rd and 4. I can run a slant. I can throw it to Juju. They don't trust Rashid Rice in that way. A lot of Rashid Rice's yards have come on broken plays where he's caught the ball. Mahomes is scrambled around like a chicken with his head. Trust me, I'm telling you, I watch all these games. I'm telling you, Rashid Rice is developing. He's there. He's gaining Mahomes' trust. He's going to be their new number 1 receiver, but he wasn't.
Bro, it's identical. It's identical, Lou. It's identical.
It's not identical.
Smith-Schuster had 44 first downs. Right, the kid Rice got 47.
You're missing the point.
What point am I missing?
Listen. The point is how you achieve that. I can sit here and tell you, like Bad Dog tried to tell me about Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson having all these catches out of the backfield, but I can tell you how they happened. There's context to everything. How those catches happen isn't in the timing and rhythm of the play. So if they run a slant and Juju Smith-Schuster wins inside and gets it to him and he catches it first down, move the sticks, that's how the play is drawn up. Mahomes is having to buy time, escape the pocket, and then now all of a sudden Rashid Rice breaks away from his guy because he couldn't initially when he was running the slant, he couldn't get open. Now he breaks the pocket, he runs outside, and now Mahomes throws it to him and he's open now. That's how and that's the first down. That's how he's been creating his big plays. All script. It was a play against Buffalo yesterday. Same thing, right? He rolls out to his right.
But Mahomes been creating off-script plays his whole career.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is when they've been at their best, when they've been their most unstoppable, is when they just drop Mahomes back and he's got a guy he can go to that you just can't stop. And he
hasn't had that in the wide receiver room from like a superstar since Tyreek Hill. Rice and what I'm telling you are interchangeable. So I would have to disagree with that. All you need is a guy to be Robin to Travis Kelce. You just need a Robin for Travis Kelce in that offense.
You don't understand how the dynamic works. Because as a quarterback, I gotta trust you before I can throw you the football in those tough situations. If he trusted Rashid Rice that much, then you're not going to Valdez Scantling or Kadarius Toney with the game on the line on 3rd down. I'm not throwing them the ball. I'm going to Juju Smith-Schuster, but he wasn't there this year. So you know why I'm throwing the ball to Justin Watson? You know why I'm throwing the ball to Kadarius Toney? You know why I'm throwing the ball to Valdez Scantling? Because I don't have a number 1. And if I can't go to Kelce, I got to go to somebody.
Well, that guy was Juju. He only started 8 games this year. It's not like he started all year either.
He started. So where did he come from? What team did he play for before he got to Kansas City?
Who?
Rice.
Well,
he was hurt.
He's a rookie.
He's a rookie.
So he was on the bench and he started 8 games. He was on the bench for. What's his story? He was drafted by Kansas City. He was on the bench, and then they just like, hey, let's elevate this guy, and he started 8 games.
He played games, but starting as a receiver isn't an important stat.
He played 16 games, so he got snapped.
Yeah. Okay.
He started 8 games.
But he just got a bigger role like towards the middle end of the season. That dude, he's definitely more of a number 1 than Juju Smith-Schuster than bro. He's definitely more than a number 1 than Juju Smith-Schuster, bro.
The biggest, like people try to attribute the loss of Eric Bieniemy as why they went south. I'm telling you, if you would have given them a number 1 wide receiver this year, I don't care what his name is. If we consider him, I don't care if he's the 32nd number 1 wide receiver, the dead last. As long as he resembles a number 1, I guarantee you their offense isn't the way it was this season. They just didn't have that guy. Rashid Rice morphed into that guy as the season went along, and we all saw it coming. But I'm like, I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl because of the thing I just said. They still don't have that guy, right? But we'll see. You know, that was a big win on the road against Buffalo. Let's see if they can duplicate it on the road against Baltimore.
Probably the best their offense looked all year.
That is the best it's looked all year. Since probably the Bears game and like week 5.
Scary, ain't it? Scary, ain't it? So
we'll see. But also that Buffalo defense ain't all that. This Baltimore defense, though, that shit hit different. So
it's gonna be a good one.
We're gonna find out.
No, yeah, this gonna be a good game for sure.
Mark Mullinex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Mark writes, LOL, Law didn't show because he's still look, man. Y'all ain't gonna be coming after my guy now, okay? Relax. All right. He says, Lord B, your team's so desperate to try to hire Ronald for DC. LOL. Don't tell him nothing. He thinks he's a developer of linebackers. So if look,
I think Ron Rivera is a good defensive coordinator. You set out your own mouth. Some guys are built to be coordinators, and some guys just ain't built to be coaches.
I just know the NFL has changed a lot in a decade. That man ain't been a coordinator in over 12 years. So a lot has changed in the NFL. He looked, as our coach, he looked lost. This is the same man that when he took over as our defensive coordinator, our play caller, he decided to put our rookie one-on-one over Tyreek Hill with no help.
Hey, man, you was excited when he got in town.
I was excited. I was very excited because I thought we outkicked our coverage. Do you know how downtrodden our organization was? I didn't think we'd be able to get a guy like Ron Rivera. Nobody with any kind of experience or chops was going to take our job. Our job was the worst in football. I was ecstatic when we got him. I'm not going to sit here in front. I didn't know. And Panthers fans told me everything that we were getting, and they did not lie to me. They were exactly.
You know what? Panthers fans told us everything we were getting with Dave Gettleman,
and they didn't lie to you. And they didn't lie to you. And they didn't lie to me either. They told me just exactly what I was getting. And we got exactly what they told us we were getting. And you know what? I'm not mad at it because he served a purpose. He got us through the toughest stretch of being a fan of this team. And we wouldn't have been able to do it with a lesser coach. He's a great dude. Anybody that is a fan of this team will vouch for him as a person. But as a coach, he mid.
So am I supposed to tell Giants fans that Dave Gettleman served a purpose because he got us through the darkest days of being a fan as a New York Giants fan?
The Ron Rivera era could not have been darker than the Gruden era.
First of all, our name changed. We got stripped of our identity. What are you talking about? We were no longer the Redskins.
I'm talking about play. I'm talking about play on the field. All this other shit. You talk about Ben Carson and all these other names. I'm talking about play on the field. Y'all been mid.
On the field. I'm talking about everything. Ron Rivera, part of the reason he even was brought to Washington was he was going to be the face, the face that people see when you talk about Washington, so that you could not be the villain anymore. Do you know that when anybody associated anything with Redskins, the first thing you think of was either Bruce Allen or Dan Snyder, which are the two most vilified guys in the NFL? So their purpose of bringing him here in a coach,
John Riggins. That's the first thing I think.
Well, that's because you have a fonder memory of what this organization used to be.
I do remember.
Anybody and you're a nice Giants fan, because most Giants fans are like, to hell with that shit. Even if they saw it, to hell with that shit. You guys suck ass, and here's why. And it would have been. It would have been. Dan Snyder is the.
I ain't gonna lie. When I think of the Commanders, I laugh every single time.
You should laugh. I would laugh.
It's the most pathetic. It's the most pathetic franchise in the league. Honestly,
it is. It is right now. It was. I got to stop talking like that. It was.
Who's more pathetic than y'all?
It was. I don't worry about what everybody else is doing. I'm just
what
telling
you mean?
Well, I'm just telling you right now, with a new owner, before we got a new owner.
You hope. Say I hope. Say I hope.
I'm not hoping nothing. All right. I'm telling you how I feel. I don't have to hope my feelings. I'm telling you how I feel.
You hope things change. You hope things change.
I don't hope things change. I know they're changing. They're already changing. Right.
I mean, listen, LB. He is wearing burgundy colored glasses. Let's give the guy a break.
To me.
The guy is delusional, bro.
We couldn't get a GM like Adam Peters. We couldn't do that a year ago. This time we couldn't do that
because he wasn't available.
No, he was available. Right. You see how he turned down Tennessee and Arizona. If Daniel Snyder's still our owner, he's turning us down too. He probably
got family or something like that. I heard y'all not special,
bro. I just told you he's from the Bay Area. He has no ties to this area whatsoever. Again, like you don't want us to be special because y'all
not special.
We're knocking on the door. I was talking to my dad. It's funny. I was talking to my dad before we came on this stream, and I said the reason that the Eagles and the Cowboys effed their window up is because for years the Giants and Washington in particular were ass, and that was 4 wins. If they were good enough to get them, it was 4 wins for them. Sweep Washington, sweep Dallas, and just figure out, or sweep Washington, sweep the Giants, figure out how you're gonna beat Dallas once or twice, right? That was the Philly method, and that was the Dallas's same method. Just figure out how we're gonna beat Philly once or twice, right? Go 5-1 in the division at worst, Maybe you go 6-0 if you're lucky enough. And that was, you're halfway home if you're doing it that big in the division. That shit is over with. And us as a doormat, you just show up, get 2 wins off of Washington. That shit is over with. The first thing he said,
we all know Giants fans.
Right. Again, like I said, you hope.
Would you say, Bad Dog?
That's 2 wins for us every year. We know it.
For you,
you could be the football team, you could be the Redskins, you could be the Commanders, you could be the Commodes. It could be Tyrod, it could be DeVito, it could be Manning, it could be Scott Bruner. We kick your ass.
You would think that y'all have beaten us like how y'all was getting beat.
We have.
No,
we have.
We just swept y'all. We swept y'all the year before last year. Like, what are you talking about?
The New York Giants have beaten Washington more than any team has beaten another team
because we've been playing you longer than any team in the franchise's history.
The Giants don't know much.
That's like saying Green Bay and Chicago have beaten each other more than any other franchise. They played each other more times. Who do you think they're going to beat more?
Well, you could have beat us more. You could have beat us more.
Right. We've played this since the 1930s.
We beat you like 107 times.
No, you've beaten us a lot, and you beat us all the time. But my thing is,
we beat you with Tommy DeVito.
You carry on like you swept us 6 years in a row. Like how
it might as well. It might as well.
It's not though.
Don't carry on like that.
We just swept.
What did you guys beat us like 3 times in the last 6 years?
What did it been? 2 years ago. So you've beaten us 4 times in a row. You beat us 3 times in a row.
You guys swept us
3 times in a row in a tie. Stop acting like you've been beating us 8 years in a row.
We kick your ass constantly.
You don't own us. Okay.
They own y'all. They own y'all. The division owns y'all. Actually, the division owns you.
We cracked
the division owns you, bro.
Hey, LB, don't try to co-sign. Don't try
I'm
to
not.
Co-sign.
It's don't try to co-sign. Who did y'all beat in the division? Okay. Who did y'all beat? Who did y'all beat in the NFC EAST this year?
That's not. You're not saying anything by asking me who we beat. We went winless in the division. That's how we got the number 2 pick in the draft. I'm not proud of that, but guess what? I am happy by the result of us going 0-6 and getting the number 2 pick in the draft. I'm not happy about that, but I'll damn sure take the draft capital and see if we can't finally end this streak of being a bottom feeder, bottom basement dwelling team. And that's why this is such an important offseason. This is the most important offseason since last year.
You said that last year, I think. You said that last year.
Last year was the most important offseason in franchise's history by a mile. You take 50 million steps and you get to this offseason, and this is the second most important offseason.
So why was last year so important?
What we've been talking about all night, man.
I'm asking why was
Daniel Snyder was no longer the owner of this team. He was selling the team. You can't win nothing. I just told you.
Bro, so what they got to do with the draft? Daniel Snyder got replaced. You drafted a bum. You drafted a bust in Emmanuel Forbes.
What are you talking about? My owner didn't even own the team yet. What are you talking about, LB?
So how was last year your most important draft?
Last year was the most important offseason.
Oh, offseason. Okay. I thought you said draft. My bad. I thought you said draft.
Come on, man.
I'm just trying to see what you see, bro. Because when y'all win 4 games next year, it's gonna be a whole nother excuse.
Take a shot, Louie. Take a shot. Calm your nerves.
No, I can't because this is.
Bro, because this.
Listen. No. Because what kills me with LB is
no. It ain't no circle talking. You expected to get on this stream and laugh at the Eagles and the Cowboys.
I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna laugh at Law. I'm mad he's not
here. I'm telling you. But you're the only laughing stock, though. You didn't even beat a team in a division. The Giants swept you.
Guys, this is the thing that kills me about Eagles fans. You guys want to be.
You got some soul searching to do.
This is just Philadelphia fans in general. Every sport, and I think it's deeper than that. I think it goes to an actual cultural level where y'all are just always y'all got the short city complex. You want to be big like Chicago.
What short city? What short
LA.
city? What are you talking about? Philadelphia is one of the biggest cities in the United States.
Right?
Philadelphia is one of the biggest cities in the United States.
Perception. We talking
the
about
perception.
How you're viewed.
You have the wrong perception of Philadelphia. You don't even know what you're talking about.
DC is the smallest place in the United States of America, but it's huge. Everybody knows where Washington D.C. is. Everybody knows.
No, because it's the nation's capital.
Exactly my point.
What are you talking about? It's the nation's capital.
You want that?
The White House is here. We don't want that kind of clout. You want to know why? Because the first White House was in Philly.
You want that? What are you talking about? Right? I'm not looking for a history lesson. What I'm telling you is, I'm telling you
that's wrong about my
Philadelphia has that. They
no, we don't, bro. No, we don't.
Santa Claus and
we don't have no perception about wanting to be a big city. We are that. We are that.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, the problem is y'all think y'all better than y'all are. Y'all got one Super Bowl. Y'all ain't won shit.
We better than y'all. Are we better than the Commanders?
You ain't better than the Commanders.
Are we better than the Commanders?
Nobody, because you won the same thing.
Let me ask somebody.
I won last year. You won the same thing I won this year.
Are the Philadelphia Eagles better than the Commanders?
Before that, nothing.
Everybody better than y'all.
You won the same thing.
NFL better than y'all.
You won the same thing. When we bring
out our new coach,
when we bring out our new coach, you know what we're gonna do when we bring out our new coach?
Who's gonna be our new coach?
We're gonna roll out our three Lombardis. We're gonna put them right in front of them. We're gonna shine them up because you know they don't expire, right?
Who gonna be our new coach?
Shine them up when we roll out Ben Johnson and we're gonna roll out them 3 Super Bowl Lombardis, right? And we're gonna put them in front of him, and he's gonna be talking at the podium, and them 3 Lombardis gonna be sitting there. You know what's gonna happen when you bring your next coach out? You'll be lucky if you shine up your one Lombardi up there and put it up there while he's talking.
You want to know what happened? You want to know what happened? You want to know what I was doing when we won that Super Bowl? You had a curfew. You was in the house getting tucked in bed. I was outside popping big bottles. Man. You wasn't outside, man. You wasn't outside. I'm not trying to tell you. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
We got 3 Super Bowls. You got 1.
You don't know where you are for any 3 of them. I'm gonna
tell you like that.
You don't know where you are for any 3 of them.
I can
know where I was at in 2017.
I guarantee you this.
I know I was at in 2017. Where was you at in 92?
The next
time, your address in 1992?
The next time one of us is outside celebrating a chip, the next time one of us is outside celebrating a chip,
you ain't even know your social security number by heart in 1992.
It ain't gonna be you.
You ain't even know your social by heart in 92. Where was your address in 92? You don't know nothing. You probably wasn't even watching football. You wasn't watching football in 92. You wasn't watching football in 92. Show me a picture. Show me a picture right now. Show me a picture right now. You enjoying one of them rings.
You got 1 Super Bowl.
Show me a picture. And I got the Super Bowl shirt. I got the Super Bowl shirt in the next room. Show me your shirt. Show me your Super Bowl shirt from 92.
I got. They all at my
parents' house. Go get it out the storage. Go get it out the storage. Go get it out the family storage if you got it.
I can't deny
that. Go get it out the family storage if you got it. Find it in the next room. You talking about rings don't expire.
You don't know what Super Bowl rings. They still
you don't know what that feels like to win a Super Bowl, bro. You capping. It's a 35.
I see you 35.
Who trolling?
I see you trolling.
You don't know shit from when you was 8.
I see you trolling DeMarcus Ware on socials.
You damn right I am.
You ain't a part of none of these Super Bowls.
He's not
a part of none of them, but they still there. And it don't change the fact that
he wasn't on the field.
He didn't win none of them. You're not wrong about that.
Right.
What I'm saying is, it's still 3 Super Bowl trophies there. I'm just saying.
Talking about?
It's still 5 Super Bowl.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Cowboys.
That's like. Come on, bro. That's like flexing that your man smashed the prom queen. You didn't do it. Who cares?
He was a part of that organization. That's different.
Who cares? He was not a part of that organization in 1996.
When they won the Super Bowl.
He was not. No, he was not.
But that's the organization he spent the vast majority of his career.
Bro,
he did.
DeMarcus Ware actually got a ring.
Yeah, with the Denver Broncos.
Not with the Cowboys, though. Not with the Cowboys, though.
Yeah, right. But
so what are we talking about here, bro?
He got drafted from Troy by the Dallas Cowboys.
How old was you?
He identifies as a Dallas Cowboy.
Let me talk to somebody who was a tax-paying grown man when their team won the Super Bowl. Bad Dog, how old were you when the Giants won the Super Bowl?
Which one?
Exactly.
Which one? That's right. Wait, you gotta ask him which one, right?
How old were you?
I can ask you.
How old were you?
Because you only got one.
How old you were?
So
the first one I was 11. So that was 1986. So there you go. Last time Washington won a Super Bowl, I was actually driving a car. I just got one, but I was still in high school. Lou was
in elementary school.
I was in elementary school.
was in elementary school.
I was in elementary school.
He wasn't even old enough to be at the parade.
You're not making me feel bad about having Super Bowl rings. I don't care
I want to make you feel bad. I want to make you feel bad.
I don't
know you feel bad. I know you feel bad.
What I'm telling you is, and you're never going to win this argument. You're never going to win this argument.
I'm not trying to win the argument.
Okay, so what are we doing there? What are we doing?
I'm telling you. These are the facts, Lou. These are the facts.
The facts
your team has not won a Super Bowl since 1992. You're over here talking about Super Bowls from 92.
What difference does it make?
That's the only claim.
We won 3 Super Bowls in 9 years.
That's the only claim you got to fame.
We won 3 Super Bowls in 9 years.
You had to learn about
everything that I told you.
You had to learn. You had to learn about the Super Bowl rosters
because we talking in circles, and I'm gonna end all of this right now, so we can move on with this show.
You had to learn.
What I'm gonna tell you is,
you had to learn about the rosters when you was a grown man.
When I'm gonna tell you
rosters at 8. You know Super Bowl teams at 8.
We're a different
organization do your research on your own team
than we were then. So if you want to play that game, you can play that game.
It's wishful thinking.
When we were a good organization, we were the best organization in football. We had different management. And we had you don't remember that. You don't remember that.
Neither do you, bro.
I do remember that.
I
lived it.
You have to go back and research this.
Go back and research it. By the time I was able to understand football, you know how I grew up. My entire adolescence, I kept thinking we 1 year away from doing it again, because all I knew was winning when I was growing up. Every year, I kept thinking we gonna go back to the Super Bowl.
How old was you? How old was you?
I know.
How old was you in 92? How old was you in 92? How old was you in 92?
I was 7. I know more football.
You was outside playing with He-Man. You was outside playing in the dirt with He-Man.
Bro, you
was outside playing with a Kung Fu. I was outside playing with a G.I. Joe Kung Fu grip, man. Cut it out.
They won. The first one, Washington won. I was playing with He-Man. He-Man was popular in 82. I was 7 years old.
I wasn't playing with no He-Man.
You don't know what I was doing. Lloyd was outside playing with a Kung Fu grip.
The bottom line is,
you wasn't watching no football. Stop it.
Oh, trust me, I was watching football. I can tell you more about your team than you can tell about your own team.
Because you're a historian. Because you gotta go back in time. You're a historian.
I lived it. I lived through it. I watched it. I watched your team. I watched my team.
Technically, I lived through it too. That don't mean I remember it.
You didn't live through it. You just became an Eagles fan.
What you mean?
You just became an Eagles fan.
What?
Because we asked you questions. You have no idea. You have no answers.
What are you talking about?
You just became an Eagles fan. Probably like 20. You probably just jumped on the bandwagon.
Lou, let me explain something to you, Lou. When I was in Afghanistan running up hills, I had a Philadelphia Eagle. I drew on my magazine on my M16. My grandmom took me to the vet. I'm from 17th and York, born in Temple University Hospital. You don't know what you talking about, bro. You don't know what you talking about, bro.
All of that makes you a diehard Eagles fan.
Just because we are born like that. We born like that. We not like y'all. We born like that.
All of that makes you an Eagles fan. A stout, Eagles fan.
Yeah.
When we ask you questions, you don't even know the answer.
I'm not a historian. I'm not a historian, and that's why you think that you belong on some type of higher pedestal than people, because you know history. I don't give a fuck about history. All I know is when I was born.
If you don't know your history, when I was born, to repeat.
Listen. I don't want to another quote from history. When I was born in Temple University Hospital, I got smacked on the ass, and they said, "Go Birds." We breed that shit in Philly. We breed that shit in Philly, bro. We breed that shit in Philly. Okay. You probably never even lived in DC. You had a right to say and tell me.
No, I've never lived in DC. That doesn't matter where you were born.
Okay, then. I'm telling you, listen, you're still not listening. In Philadelphia, that matters. It matters in Philadelphia. In South Jersey, Philly, Delaware, that matters. You are born into this shit with no rings. You gotta do some research on Philly, bro. You got to do some more. You don't know what you're talking about now.
And that's exactly,
you don't know what you're talking about now, bro.
That's exactly
you don't know what you're talking about,
we always go at Philadelphia.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Right there.
No.
You were born into this. Somehow, all of a sudden, your shit is better than us. No, we got 3 Super Bowl rings.
We don't, bro. We better than y'all because y'all ain't winning a very long time.
That's the fact.
I'm not trying to negate what you did in the past, but that shit ain't valid no more. You can't use that for an excuse for why you bad now.
That ain't an excuse. I've never once made an excuse about why we suck. What I'm telling you is, it's a new day in Washington. When we were the best organization in football, we had different ownership. We had one of the best coaches in NFL history. It was a different time. We had the worst ownership in football for the last quarter of a century. You ain't winning shit when your owner is Daniel Snyder. That has changed.
Y'all had a few couple good rosters sprinkled in there. We're not gonna act like y'all was the Browns.
We're not gonna talk about 20 years. We are the only team in the NFL since 1991 to have not won 11 games or more in a season. That's not a fluke. That's not an accident.
That's on y'all, bro.
No,
I mean, y'all the worst team in the league.
Nor an accident.
That's what the worst team in the league do.
When you are incompetent as an organization, which is what I'm telling you, it's not going to be like that anymore.
Because you hope, bro.
It ain't hope. We can't be any worse. We can't be possibly any worse than we've been. For the low, you cannot.
You can win 2 games. You can win 2 games next year. Yeah, you can.
The Commanders have been the last 25 years. You cannot be. You cannot be.
Bro. You have.
Commanders have been.
With all the history you know, and all the hot air that you blowing right now, you can't do nothing to make me believe that anything will change because we have no proof of it. You're just talking.
Woman once told us those who don't hear feel. I'm not trying to convince you.
You don't hear or feel anything.
I'm telling you, the facts are what they are. We could have never attracted a general manager like Adam Peters just a year ago. This time last year, he would have wanted nothing to do with our organization. Ben Johnson is the most highly sought after coach.
He's not your coach yet, bro. He's not your coach
I'm telling you, let me finish. He's not. He's the most sought after coach this coaching cycle. He's coming to Washington. Watch what I tell you. The only other place he could go is Carolina if he wants to chase the money, because they're gonna throw a lot of money at him. But if he's dedicated to winning, or at least having an opportunity to win, because you're not gonna win in Carolina, not with that owner. I know firsthand. I've seen it.
There's nothing that says you're gonna win in Washington either, bro.
It's not, but you got
y'all are trash.
All you're looking for is a shot. That's all you're looking for. Is a shot with an owner who's gonna give you an opportunity to have your vision played out on the football field. That's all you're looking for. Not a helicopter owner who might fire you if he gets pissed off because you didn't get it done in your first 2 years. That's
Rivera was more than 2 years. How long is Ron Rivera there for?
He ain't have a choice but to be there for this. They brought him in as a coach-centric coach because Dan Snyder didn't want anything to do with any of the press. He wanted to be able to put a face out there while all this shit was going down. He needed to put it, and luckily we got Ron Rivera, to be honest with you, because everybody in the league respects Ron Rivera. Everybody.
What if Ben Johnson wants to play? What if he wants Justin Herbert? What if he wants to go to Los Angeles?
I would tell him that's a great idea. I would tell him, to me, if you want a quarterback, an established quarterback, it's rare that a guy the caliber of a Justin Herbert comes available in free agency, because normally you tie a young quarterback like that to a coach, and you don't get that guy.
You think y'all more attractive than Los Angeles?
I know we are, because they don't have no cap space. I know we are.
But they already have a roster set.
Unless
they already need it. They set pretty much in key positions though.
They're not. They got a lot of work to do still, and they got to make some tough decisions on what they're going to do. Like Mike Williams, their receiver, they're probably going to have to cut him. They don't have any money. They're $28 million over the cap right now.
They can draft a wide receiver.
They just did it in the first round last year, and they don't like him.
No, they could do it again though. They're picking 5th.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I highly doubt that that's what they decide to do though.
What do you think they're going to do? Take a lineman?
What, at 5?
Yeah,
I think they're going to trade out of it. I told you, if the quarterback situation gets murky and there's one left, that becomes the hottest spot in the draft because it's in front of you. Cardinals aren't going to trade out of that pick more likely than not if there's still a chance to get their hands on Marvin Harrison Jr. So the only place in front of y'all to get to that quarterback would be 5. So they'll have opportunities to get out of there if they want, but it just depends on how the whole quarterback situation shakes.
Marvin Harrison could be there at 5.
Nah, he won't get past the Cardinals at 4. No way. If the Cardinals are there, they're taking him at 4 because they've already invested capital on the offensive line. They like Hollywood Brown was their best receiver last year. He's a free agent this year. They're gonna get a receiver. They gotta get him a receiver. They want Kyler to flourish out there. They're gonna try to get him a receiver.
I didn't really think about destinations for coach or GMs and things like that, or coaches in terms of the most attractive spots. But there's no way in the world that Washington is more attractive than teams like LA. It's not even possible.
I'm just telling you. I'm
to walk, bro. And this, bro, that's just delusional talk.
It's not. I'm telling you, you're not looking at it from. You're not looking from it the overall big perspective.
Bro, I'm looking at it.
Focus. That's what
I'm looking at. I'm looking at it from the perspective that makes sense. To walk in on a guy who was quote unquote a generational talent, still young, is Justin Herbert with the big arm that he got. To go to the Commanders who don't even have a quarterback, right? It don't make sense.
This is the thing. If you're a coach, who's to say that Ben Johnson loves Justin Herbert as a quarterback?
Who's to say that Ben Johnson loves not having one at all?
Because he's at number 2 and he's going to get to pick one. That's the point. That's the allure of the position. Number 2 overall pick.
No, there's no quarterback. There's no quarterback in the draft that's going to be day one better than Justin Herbert, bro.
But it's not about day one. That's the thing, is you thinking short-sighted. Everything y'all keep saying is short-sighted. If you 4 and whatever next year, that's short-sighted. We're going for the long game. We're trying to build, like our owner even said, there are no shortcuts to success. I'm not looking for a shortcut. It's fans that don't want to hear that shit. We've been losing for so long. They want to win next year. They want to be Houston next year. To those fans, I say good luck. Bless your heart, because that's not how these things usually work. All right. We got the GM. We're going to get the head coach. And then all you can hope is that we get this quarterback right. And then they continue to build the rest of the roster around that quarterback while he's on that rookie deal. And we start to turn. In my mind, year 3 of Adam Peters and Ben Johnson, because that's who's going to be our head coach. Year 3 of them, hopefully with a quarterback. That going into that 3rd year is when I expect us to make some real noise. Like
2028.
No, that's not 3 years from now.
2027.
2026 season. 2024, 2025, 2026.
Well, this is the 3rd year of our GM, and this is a big pivot year for the Giants. So we'll see.
That's what it is. The 3rd year is when you expect big.
I expect it because we don't have a ton of cap space.
Bro, that's the
Gettleman guys are gone now. The Gettleman guys.
That's an old mindset, man. Guys are having turnover in 2 years, a year now, bro.
I'm telling
you, if you put the pieces together and fall into a good situation, guys are having positive turnover.
That could happen in Washington. Who thought the Texans would do what they did this year? Like, you don't know how your situation is going to go, but all you can do is start putting the pieces of the puzzle together. We got some talent here. It's not enough for you to just walk into the situation and just win, right? We traded away some guys, some of the guys that we thought were better than what they're not. And so it's a different situation. They're going to come in here, evaluate the entire roster, figure out who needs to be here, who doesn't. Then you move on and you figure out, all right, I keep telling the fan base, don't expect to go out here and get Mike Evans and Josh Allen and this guy and spend all of this money. It's going to be a lot of 1 and 2 year deals, because that's what turning over a roster looks like. Bunch of guys that are cast-offs that haven't done anything in the league or solid players. I imagine 4 or 5 dudes from San Francisco will be here next year. 1 year deals. Guys that he trusts, that he drafted 2, 3, 4 years ago. He'll be bringing those guys along. And
this shit is like a fairy tale, bro. It's
like I've watched.
It's like no concrete evidence and none of this happening, bro. You just hope. Just say I hope.
Evidence. I'm telling you, I've studied rebuilds. Like, I knew this was coming. I looked at what the Texans did. I looked at their drafts. They've been asked the last 3 years. They haven't wasted those picks. They got the kid from LSU.
So y'all about to get this offensive coordinator from Detroit, who's going to bring in players from San Francisco.
No. The GM is from San Francisco.
The GM is going to bring a bunch of players in from San Francisco.
No, I didn't say he's not going to go get Dre Greenlaw and bring him here. They're not going to let their good players leave. What I'm saying is, I guarantee you're going to see 3 or 4 49ers, guys that he drafted that the 49ers aren't going to re-sign, that he thinks are quality players, core special teamers, things like that, that he's going to bring along. Every team has those guys on their roster. He's going to bring some of those guys from San Francisco here, sign them to 1-year deals. Because it's impossible. It's not impossible. It's damn near impossible to turn a situation over in 1 year and win consistently. The Giants turned it over. They had no cap space. Their roster wasn't all that great. And they won in year 1. What happened in year 2? It's not sustainable if you don't have a foundation, which they didn't. They hit an inside straight and they played that shit perfectly, won a playoff game. That's great. But I'm not looking for lightning in the bottle. We used to chase that with Dan Snyder as our owner. Just give me one season that 11 wins because we haven't done it.
The Eagles
sustained success. That's
the Eagles rebuild ain't take 3 years.
When did y'all go through a rebuild?
What do you mean? When we got rid of Carson Wentz and named Jalen Hurts to start?
But your team
we went through. We went through one season. We drafted that. Bro, we was 4-2. We were 4-12. We were 4-12. We were 4-12. Then we made a quarterback change.
Everybody sucked in 2020.
We were 4-12. We went through a quarterback change. We named Carson Wentz the starter. We drafted Devontae Smith. Went to the playoffs. Got bounced in the first round. Then my GM did what he does and acquired some talent. You get AJ Brown. Then we end up in the Super Bowl. This year we go to the playoffs again. So
you had a bad year though. Y'all had
that's not a rebuild. When you change quarterbacks, it's not a rebuild. When you change quarterbacks, it's not a rebuild.
No, it's not a rebuild. You want a rebuild is when you go get a new general manager. Because all those players that were already there, Howie Roseman brought them there. So he's not turning the roster over. These are the guys I brought here. A rebuild is when you bring in a general manager who has no ties to the players on your roster. And he's like, I didn't draft that dude. I didn't sign him in free agency. I don't like him. I never liked him coming out of the draft. I'm getting rid of all of these dudes and I'm bringing in
turning over the most important position on the field is way more difficult than it is to change GMs. Turning over the most important position of the field is way more difficult, man.
No, how many GM is in control of all 53 players?
I haven't seen
a quarterback to win in this league. I'm not telling you that that's not a hard thing to do, but we're not only doing that. What you have to do, we have to find the rest of the roster too. You didn't have to do that. You already had talented players on that roster already. You just had to fill in.
There are players that you guys are going to keep. You're going to keep it. Yeah. You're going to keep Emmanuel Forbes. You're going to keep your core guys. You're going to.
We don't know if he's good or not, though. The last team might have screwed us on that. We don't know if he's good.
You got it, but he's going to be there at least 2 more years.
Facts.
You know what I mean? He's going to be there at least 2 more years. You're going to keep Terry McLaurin.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to keep Dotson.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You might keep one.
Him a part of the core.
You might keep one. You might keep 1 or 2 guys. You're going to keep that kid Rodriguez, I think. You know what I mean? You're going.
Most of the dudes that are on rookie contracts that haven't really played long in this league, 1, 2, 3 years. If you still got a year left, they have a decision to make. Like Benjamin St. Juste is going into the last year of his rookie deal. He's technically a starter on this team, but if they don't like him, they can cut him. Like he's not making a ton of money. They don't, that's not a guy he drafted. If we need help at corner, and if he goes out and he signs 2 corners in free agency and drafts another corner, Benjamin St. Juste could get cut. Cam Curl is a good football player, right? He's a free agent. He might not re-sign him. Like I don't value you the way that the last regime values you.
We just gotta wait and see what y'all got too much going on. You don't know who your coach is going to be. It's all speculation. That's my point. It's all speculation.
It's
all speculation.
And that's how you guys should approach this. I'm not trying to change your minds. I'm just telling you from my perspective as a fan of this team, it's different because the things we're doing already are vastly different than anything we've done over the last 25 years. That's all I'm trying to explain to y'all. Now, again, it's still got to manifest itself into wins and losses on the field. And that's ultimately what our GM, our head coach, and all of the players are going to be judged on. And what I'm telling you is before we can even get to that point, you got to clean up this shit in the front office. That's what they've done. By getting new ownership and getting Adam Peters, we've effectively cleaned up the biggest issue we've had for the last 25 years. Because we can sit here and talk about the product on the field, but if you don't have good ownership, that's where it starts. You ain't winning shit in this league. Show me a team with terrible ownership that's won and make a believer out of me. Because I don't know where that happens. That doesn't exist. The teams that win every year, even if they don't win the Super Bowl, but they go to the playoffs every single year, the Ravens and the 49ers and Green Bay, like teams like they're well-run organizations. It starts from the top. Steelers again. It even when the Steelers fans
are so
they can't
bad,
stand Mike Tomlin, right? They want him gone. They don't value him the way someone like myself does, because
you gotta throw the Eagles. You gotta throw the Eagles in that mix too. I know it hurts y'all.
We're getting close to that point where we have to.
No, it's not. No, the Eagles have like
but
no. I don't think nobody in the NFC got more playoff wins than the Eagles since 2000. We went to the playoffs 3 straight years in a row. You have to put the Eagles in that list of guys who are always competing.
You're getting there. I think my thing, you know how I am. My thing is consistency over extended period of times. I can't look at your organization like that because you were ready to fire your Super Bowl. The coach that took you to the Super Bowl. That's not, to me, that's not a foundation that's rock solid.
Bro, Mike Tomlin's job is somewhat in the balance every year. But we can throw the Steelers in there.
He's never ever gotten to where he is right now, which is the final year of his contract. He's never been in this position in his career. Never. This is the first time.
You know what I mean? Just because fans say fire him and the ownership don't, the fans say fire Tomlin too.
Yeah, but it's different.
It don't get more consistent than going to the playoffs 3 straight years and one result in a trip to the Super Bowl.
I mean, we can say the same thing about Tampa Bay. They've been to the playoffs more times in a row than any team in the NFC, the entire conference. They're the only team that's been 4 years in a row. No other team in the conference has been. We don't view Tampa Bay's organization as a great organization. They went 4 years in a row. Good for them. But
I would have to disagree with that. I think Tampa Bay actually is a pretty good organization.
I think
Tampa Bay is actually a pretty good organization. Any organization that's going to go get Brady just to bring their fans a Super Bowl is a good organization.
Well, that's a smart move anybody would make. Brady was in control of that. It wasn't anything that Tampa did. They except other than give him full control over the roster, essentially is what they did. Or they kept that roster intact enough for Baker Mayfield to do what he was able to do too. So I think Tampa is a good organization. We could debate on that, but at the end of the day, there are certain organizations that are synonymous with consistency, with winning, with being good at the top all the way down. The Eagles are working their way towards that. I would put them in that conversation as well. I hate to do it, but
this is the thing though. All the organizations that you guys named are big market teams, and that's what make you a big market team when you consistently win.
I mean, the Chiefs,
like you name.
They're not a big market team, but they win every year. They're the standard in the NFL right now. They play in Kansas City, Missouri. Like nobody checking for them, but I mean, they're the Chiefs.
Oh yeah. I don't know, man. It's hard to not be a big market guy when you got the best quarterback on the planet. I don't think New England is the biggest market, but when they had Brady, they had a lot of primetime games, just like the Chiefs.
That comes with the territory. You win big, you're gonna get primetime games. Stu Vision, my guy Stu, what's going on with you? Appreciate you for the super chat. Who writes, Louis, you got swept by the entire division. Guilty as charged. All right. Lower your tone. Your window been closed for over 30 years. Hey, you haven't said one false thing yet. I cannot deny. When you going to fire that blank you've been holding on to? Look, at the end of the day, we're changing things as we speak. I don't expect overnight results. I hope for them. That I do hope for, but I know we're heading in the right direction. For the first time in 30 years.
Man, what is going on? Cat just put up 62.
Yeah, I saw somebody said Towns put up 62.
Against
Sinners, it was in the loss too.
Against
the Hornets.
Wow. I don't know what's going on. 62 and a 70 piece. It's crazy. Yikes. The Chef's Way. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, gotta give it to Louis T. Gotta give Louis T his props. He called the NFC East would be on the couch by MLK Day. Go G-Man in 2024. DJ MVP.
I agree with everything till the last
the end of it. DJ MVP.
Ain't happening. I wish, but
I'm gonna let you read this next one because that's your guy.
Daniel Jones.
Double up. That's you, Bad Dog.
The Chiefs way, my man. Thank you so much for the donation. Lord, you deserve all you get after all the shit you talked.
Hey man, listen. I'm not as mad as you guys would expect me to be. I'm really not.
But
I'm not as mad.
This is the thing.
I'm not as mad.
Look,
you wouldn't know about what LB says on Twitter. You wouldn't.
Hey, listen. I gotta say this.
LB, I'm really not.
This time last week, you would not have been ready to do this show. Okay.
What do you mean? Why would I have not been ready?
Bad Dog. Was he ready to do this show last week?
Nah, we were worried about LB.
You talking about after the game?
Last week, LB was going through it last week.
I really wasn't. Like I'm like, dude, like I'm a real fan. You know what I mean? I don't claim to be no historian, none of that shit. When I see just blatant incompetence on a football field, bro, that shit just bothers me, bro. Because it's like it's common sense, bro. If they go blitz, call a slant. You know what I mean? Just do something to make it easy on your quarterback. Like that level of incompetence boils me, bro. And I feel like if you could be that incompetent, you gotta go. This Philly, bro. You don't get no.
Shouldn't Hurts see the blitz and audible out of it,
bro? But
shouldn't he do that?
There's no hot routes though, Bad Dog. There is no hot. There's no outlet on 80% of the time. 80% of the plays we were getting blitzed on. It's literally dance around, hope that guy don't get there in time, and throw it up to one of the verticals. There's no creativity. For instance, the Texans were blitzing the hell out of Lamar that first half. They came out of that locker room with a game plan for the blitz. I think they did it like a bunch of sweeps to the blitz side and just caught them with their pants down a couple of times and made them back off. There was no, we stopped running the ball. It's like Sirianni was just like, hey, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to punish you. I'm going to put you in a gun every play. You know what I mean? I don't know everything about football, but this is what I do know. When you put a goddamn quarterback under center, the defense got to second guess what's coming because you could do a lot from under center. We just refuse to put Jalen Hurts in a position to win sometime this season, I would say. We just refuse to put him in the best position to win. And you know what he can give you if you put him in the best position. It's just mind-boggling to me, bro. You just don't waste a year of a window like that, bro. You just don't waste it. You know what I mean? And that's the bulk of my frustration. It's not even at the loss. Like you could have a good game and still don't have the outcome that you want. But to just get schooled like that, bro, you just was in a Super Bowl. To go out there and look like that is unacceptable, bro. Nick Sirianni got to go. I don't give a damn what he did last year. He ain't win. We just prolonging it and wasting the window furthermore, I feel like. I don't care, bro. It's a lot of coaches that went to the Super Bowl.
Gotta keep Sirianni.
Bro, you have to by default. By default, you gotta keep him, bro. And that's what's painful. I just feel like he ain't the man for the job, and you gotta keep him by default.
That one's on you, Bad Dog.
My guy, the legendary Dire Giants fan. Thank you so much for the super chat. How long did it take you to get that one ring, LB? I'll wait.
35 years. 35 years of my life. It took me 35 years to get that one ring. You know what I'm saying? And it was one of the best days of my sports life. And it's the last ring in this division. It took me 35 years to get that one ring.
You might not see another one for 35 more.
Hey, I don't care. I remember where I was at when I saw it. I remember the parade. I remember seeing Kelsey screaming at that podium. I remember the joy I felt. Listen, my YouTube video will be on here for eternity. Louis ain't got a YouTube video when his team won the Super Bowl.
Not yet.
He'll never.
I've already told you we'll win one before you do.
Dog, you hope. You didn't start putting out hope in front of some of these states.
Hey, if you have hope, you don't have hope, you have nothing.
Yeah, so say I hope.
Nothing. I had nothing for 25 years. I'm out the cage now, bro, and you can't put me back in. I got a new owner.
What do you mean 25? What do you mean 25?
Daniel Snyder was my owner for 25 years. Oh, I was in a cage.
As your Super Bowl drought is a little longer than that.
Oh yeah, no, it's 91. But okay. I told you after Gibbs 1.0, you couldn't tell me because at that time we were the best organization in football. When we wanted something, we got it. That's the last time that North Turner was the hottest thing since sliced bread. When the Cowboys was winning Super Bowls, and we got him after the second Super Bowl in Washington as our head coach. We could still do that back in those days. We could never get the hottest thing on the market with Daniel Snyder as our owner. Never.
And you talking about the 49ers GM.
Yeah, Adam Peters was the hottest commodity in the NFL from a front office personnel standpoint the last 2 off seasons. He would have been in New York with the Giants if they didn't have a plan. They wanted Joe Shane and they wanted Brian Daboll as a package. If they weren't going that route, he would have been the GM of the Giants. They interviewed him twice.
So he's leaving from Cali as a GM to go be the GM of the 49ers.
He's the assistant GM. So the problem with the situation in San Francisco is that John Lynch gets all the credit for whatever happens because he's the GM and he got promoted to team president this year. And so their GM spot is actually technically vacant. And he could have just been promoted to GM. But guess what? Even if he's the GM there, guess who's going to still get the credit for anything that happens, all the success that happens in San Francisco? John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So
you don't think Lynch and Shanahan has anything to do with this guy's success? You think it's all this guy?
I didn't say that they didn't have anything to do with the success, but he's a huge part. I mean, if you listen to John Lynch, he'll tell you just how influential and impactful that Adam Peters was. Like, he was their main scout. He was the boots on the ground, the guy that was identifying George Kittle as a 5th round pick that could flourish in the NFL. He was the guy that was identifying Dre Greenlaw in the 5th round out of Arkansas as a guy that could be a player in this league. He was the guy that was identifying Brock Purdy. I think they said it was another scout too that was pretty influential in Brock Purdy being the final pick in the draft. But again, we could go on and on with all the hits. Jawan Jennings would probably without question, be the 3rd best receiver on your team.
How about Trey Lance? How much did he have to do with that?
He had a lot to do with that. I would have done the same thing. I would have made that same mistake.
Every hit is a miss, right?
Nobody bats 1,000 in the NFL. Nobody.
Exactly, but you should hit that pick, especially when you trade up for it.
Not necessarily. What they did was
So how do you know that? How do you know he don't draft you a Trey Lance?
He could. That's the nature of the beast in the NFL.
Okay,
Here's the difference.
You don't know.
Here's the difference. Trey Lance didn't flame out in San Francisco because he just sucked. He never really got to showcase his talents because he got hurt all the time. Brock Purdy took his job. That's what happened. He got hurt in his rookie season.
But if Trey
got hurt in his second season,
how come somebody else wouldn't have traded for him and made him a starter? He's just
who Trey Lance?
Yes. Why? I mean,
what's the empirical proof that he can do it? Why would I trade anything for a guy that's only started 2 games and got hurt?
If he had any kind of talent, wouldn't
he have talent? That's why Dallas traded for him. If he had no talent, nobody's trading
quarterback over there. He's wasting away.
They traded for Trey Lance because they see talent. They don't know what's going to happen with that. I mean, they're kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place because more likely than not, they're going to have to do a new deal with that because you don't want to go into the unknown at the quarterback.
My point is, for instance, Kirk Cousins went down. How come Minnesota didn't call Dallas and go, what do you want from Trey Lance? Instead, they brought in Josh Dobbs.
Because what you're not going to do is you're not going to give up resources for a guy that's not going to win you a Super Bowl.
What are you going to give up for Trey Lance? A 7th rounder? A 6th rounder?
I don't remember what they gave up. I'm just
let's look at the 49ers draft picks. Let's really look at this for a second.
I'm not saying Adam Peters can't. I'm just saying he could also.
What you want to look at? I'm just on my channel. I just went through all of his drafts from 2017 to 2023. So you're not gonna tell me nothing I don't already know. I can tell you everything you want to know about those drafts.
No, I'm not. Listen, again, I am not trying to out history you. But you name it. You name it. You name it all the hits.
No.
You name it all the hits.
You're not going to hit on every pick. If you hit at a 40% clip as a GM, you're killing it at a 40% clip. So that if you draft 10 guys and 4 of them pan out, that's a win in the NFL. Because usually where it gets tougher is in the back end of the draft, day 3, the 3rd round, and then day 3. That's when
I agree. 3rd through 6th rounds where GM is making money without question.
And that's where he's drafted some big time players, and that's what I'm telling you. And that's when you do. When you rely on your scouting the most, and that's what Adam Peters does. He's got one of the keenest eyes in the league as an evaluator of talent. So when you hear about the Jawan Jennings, when you hear about the Dre Greenlaws, when you hear about the George Kittles, when you hear about the Fred Warners, when you hear about the all the various guys, the Flanagans and the Flanagan Fowles and what's my man that went to Tennessee, the linebacker, Azeez Al-Shire. All these dudes that they went out in here and got, all of these dudes. Adam Peters has his fingerprints all over these guys.
Okay, well that can be true, but how much does coaching play a part in that too?
Without doubt. But
I'm just saying
it's massive.
My point is
massive.
I understand
you got to get the talent though. You got to find the talent.
But you're acting like this is a done deal, like he's going to turn it around, but you don't know. You have to get all the pieces in place. Trust me, when we fired
guess
we were
what?
super excited. You know who I was most excited about getting in our front office? It was Brandon Brown from the Eagles, because I said, look at what Brandon Brown has had a part in with Philadelphia. Look at what that team did in a year when they were 4-11-1, and all of a sudden they're in the Super Bowl 2 years later. That's the guy that I want in my front office. So guess what? He's there, and it's still taking us a long time to get where we got to go. And God only knows if we're going to get there.
Have you ever had the number 2 overall pick?
Yeah, we took Saquon Barkley.
Bad Dog, have you ever had the most cap space in the NFL?
I couldn't tell you if that ever happened or not.
Bad Dog, have you ever had 5? Have you ever had 5 picks? Have you ever had 5 picks? Have you ever had 5? I'm not telling you that all of these things are going to equal to success. I'm just asking you, have you ever had 5 picks in the top 100?
I'm sure we have at some point.
Have you ever had all those things in the same year?
I doubt it.
Okay. So what I'm telling you is I'm not guaranteeing anything, but we're set up for success. You're set up for a direct path for a guy to come in here, which is why I told you this is the most attractive job. That's why right there. I just gave you the reason.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just
saying.
You
know how many things got to go right though. You got to draft well. You got to get the right offseason acquisitions that gel well. Yeah. Right. You got to hire the right coaches. You got so many things that have to go right.
And that's why I said it's a process. I don't expect all those things to happen overnight. But what you can't do is win without talent. I can't keep spending. We got the worst second round track record in the NFL since 2010. Since 2008. In the draft. We have no success in the second round. And I can go through all the second rounders. They generally don't get second contracts. They barely go to another team and play in the league. We draft.
What round was Terry drafting?
Third.
Oh, third.
So what I'm telling you is, it's not just missing in day 3, which is where you build your roster. Your roster is mainly made up of 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th round picks.
Any money, so that is where you build.
Exactly. So you can't keep missing in those rounds. You got to hit something in day 3 of the draft. We generally hit nothing.
See, I think you're
missing in the second.
The last, I don't know. I'm looking at the last 3 drafts of the San Francisco 49ers. They only had 3rd round picks last year.
Right, because they gave up for Christian McCaffrey, and then they traded up for Trey Lance. They've been paying for
correct me if I'm wrong. None of these guys are standout guys from 2023. Now there are rookies.
Yeah, no, you can't look at those. I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not go back to the 17.
I can't look at the last 2. Brock Purdy was on the other one.
Yeah, but that's still. I mean, he's an outlier. You can't.
Right, Brock Purdy is the best guy drafted in 2022.
Of course, he's the quarterback and he's playing really well.
But what I'm saying is I don't know any of these other guys. I don't know any of these other guys from the 2023 draft besides Brock Purdy.
But how well do you know the 49ers roster?
Bro, so tell me somebody from 2022 that's a standout guy besides Brock Purdy.
Read the names and I'll tell you if any of them are any good so far in
their career. Drake Jackson. Does he start?
Situational pass rusher? No, he's a good situational pass rusher for them right now.
He wasn't good enough because they brought Chase Young over. So I guess
Super Bowl. They ain't got time to wait on Drake Jackson.
Right. I guess that's a good job by the GM to see that the first guy they drafted wasn't going to pan out. So let me go get.
If your first pick is in the 3rd round, then that means you're trying to win a Super Bowl. That's what the Rams did. You're going after a chip. That's if you trade away draft capital.
Tyron Davis Price, running back. He was the second. He was the 3rd round pick.
That was a miss.
LSU.
Guess what? They also hit on Mitchell and the kid that they got out of the UVA. So
with Mitchell,
it's a watch. Elijah Mitchell
from 2022.
He might be in that draft.
That was 2020. That was 2021. Elijah Mitchell. Yeah. I'm still on 2022. Danny Gray. He don't get no playing time. That was a miss, right?
I would assume so. Again,
Spencer Buford guard. Maybe he gets some time. I don't know.
Rotational, like you're asking about second-year dudes, though.
No, I'm asking. Listen, you know. You told me to read the names.
That's like me asking you about Nakobe Dean. If I don't know nothing about the Eagles, Nakobe Dean must be ass. Because he's been
no. But Nakobe Dean is a Buckets Award winner. Everybody knows who Nakobe Dean is.
No, everybody don't know because everybody don't follow college football.
Let's go to 2020. Let's go to 2021 now. Some of these guys have to be impact guys. Well, I see Elijah Mitchell, Howard Funga, 5th and 6th round pick, definitely key contributors. We know about Trey Lance, that's a bust. Eric Banks, is he a starter?
He's their starting left guard.
Starting left guard, cool. That's a good pick. Trey Sermon, that was a wash.
Yeah, he's in Indianapolis right now.
Yeah, he's been bounced around. Ambry Thomas, cornerback.
He's the one that got cooked 2 pass interference penalties, but he's been a really good player for them.
So he's starting. He's getting some minutes. Jalen Moore, offensive tackle.
No, he's not a starter. Rotational guy.
Diamador Lenore, definitely a starter. So this was a good draft. 2021 was a good draft.
You're gonna see players
2021 was a good. 2021 was a good draft. For sure.
A lot of them look like that though.
That's right. 2021. Javon Kinlaw, definitely. I know who that is. Brandon Ayuk. Colton McKissick. I don't know who that is.
He's the starting right tackle.
So that's actually crazy because they only had 2 first-round picks in that draft in 2020.
Well, I could tell
and went all the way to 5th.
Right, because they had to maneuver, and that's part of the beauty. And Jawan Jennings, if I'm not mistaken, is the 7th round pick.
He was 7th, yeah.
They traded Eli Harrell for a conditional 7th round pick with the Lions, and it turned into Jawan Jennings. And look at what he was the best player on the field offensively for them, not named Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle on Sunday. So with Debo out, he had to step up, and he did. So
to be honest, if we're going from the 2023 draft to the 2022 draft, I think the Eagles did a more impressive job drafting than the 49ers.
I mean, you can feel that way. I'm looking at the 17, the 18, the 19, the 20, and the 21 because those are the dudes that are really contributing. Like your dudes in these last 2 drafts, have they really contributed anything? Like there are games where I don't even recognize Jordan Davis is on the field. I see the impact of Jalen Carter. I could tell you there's a lot of games where I didn't even know what's the edge rusher. Nolan Smith didn't even know he was out there, bro.
Yeah, well, no. Nolan Smith is playing behind guys who are still productive. Nolan Smith wasn't drafted to come in and start right away, even though he was a 1st-round pick. He wasn't drafted to come in there and start right away. But I think Nolan Smith will get far more playing time next year for sure because Brandon Graham might not be back. Brandon Graham might not be back, so that's the only reason why. Well, even if Brandon Graham is back, but Nolan Smith got some playing time towards the end of the season for sure.
Okay,
but he just ain't make no plays. I mean, you playing behind Brandon Graham and Hassan Reddick. It's hard to get on the field.
It's some snaps there for him. I see him out there running around getting cardio.
Yeah, it's definitely some snaps there, but you name one guy.
I mean, I just asked you about Jordan Davis.
Yeah, Jordan Davis, he's definitely getting some reps. Jordan Davis ain't the best defensive tackle on the team. Right. By no stretch of the imagination.
I'm not asking him to be. I'm just making an observation. These are guys, Nakobe Dean. We can go through all these Georgia players. Keely Ringo had to play, was pressed into action. Like you drafted a bunch of dudes that ultimately had to play. Like
right.
The 49ers are drafting guys that don't necessarily have to play. They're that deep. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. So just like y'all ain't interested in really developing young players for real. Y'all trying to win. So I'm gonna go out here and instead of you could have put the young safety out of Illinois out there faster. What you do? You went and got your boy from Tennessee, right? Because you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
No, he was out there. He got a lot of time.
He got a lot of time at the end of the season.
He got a lot of time. Sidney Brown.
He definitely did.
He played some snaps alongside Kevin Byard. They sprinkled them in there because it was like a 3-headed monster.
But if you were like a 3-headed monster, his abilities, you probably don't go get Kevin Byard. Is what I'm saying,
bro. And that's one of the major issues with the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that they just don't know the personnel that's supposed to be on the field at the same time. I think certain guys should be in certain packages. We just mix and jumble people up on the defensive side of the ball. But I think the Eagles definitely hit on a draft better than the 49ers over the last 4 drafts. For sure.
I doubt that. Not 4. Absolutely not 4. You want to talk about the last 2? Knock yourself out. You start going back. You start going back into the.
I'll go into the archives right now for the Eagles draft. I just looked at the 49ers one.
I think that in April before the draft, I think we ought to do one of these, and I think we ought to mock draft for our teams.
Well, we always do that. I think we did that last year. I don't know if we did a mock.
I think we
just did what we thought the team would do.
Yeah, we should actually like use Pro Football Network or whatever it is. PFN, you ain't gonna pay for that. And I think we should all do a mock draft for the teams. For our teams.
I'm game.
I think that'd be fun.
Cedric Ravel.
I hate mock drafts.
I do too. I hate them with a passion.
I know, but what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, people love them, but that's just not my thing. Anyway, Cedric White, notice them NHO hats gone. Couldn't be a hashtag hurt season hat. You know what I've realized? I've had 2 failed ventures. You know, it's funny because everybody thinks I was trying to be like LB. I started a campaign. I did Ron's plan way before he was thinking about doing like hurt season. I wasn't jocking him. I believed in Sam Howell, just like I believed in Ron.
You ain't do no damn Ron's plan before I did.
I did Ron's plan in 2020,
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that, bro.
I'm telling you, I did. Ask anybody. I did Ron's plan in 2020, bro.
I don't know about that, bro.
I
got the ledgers, Lou. I know when the first hurt season hat was sold.
I got receipts when
it probably both was in 2020.
It was both in 2020. I'm just telling you. As soon as we signed him as our coach, I started Ron's plan, bro. So it was like off season of 2020. What I'm telling you, I'm not trying to. All I'm saying is I'm sick and tired of putting my faith in people and starting campaigns behind their ass. I'm gonna just let shit play out now. If I ain't promoting myself, I ain't promoting nothing else no more. Because that Sam Howell deserved better, and that would have been. I had all these ideas for NHO, and goddamn Eric Bieniemy pissed them shits away. So damn disappointed. Him and Ron Rivera. Ron let him do the shit. Grand opening, grand closing. Go on. He says some teams. Last Super Bowls on VHS tape. That'll make me feel no worse about it. I don't care if I got to hit the rewind button to watch the shit. I don't care if I got to rewind it and then fast forward it and stop it and play it. I don't care if the shit grainy or not. Still won the Super Bowl. You ain't gonna make me feel bad about that shit. Maybe Cowboys fans get bent out of shape about that. I don't. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, LB, pass the chips, son. Commanders 24 NFC East champs. See, that's the shit that I can't co-sign right there. As much as I want to believe in this team's ability to turn it around, and I've said this, the NFL is set up for parity. I don't see us as the NFC champs next year, but I'll say this: we're not getting swept by the division next year. I can't make that claim right now. Isaiah Loriano, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, as an Eagles fan, we got humbled this year, to be honest. No one is the NFC East. No one in the NFC East can say anything. We all was trash this year.
That's why we can all say something.
That's exactly why. Nobody won nothing.
I think Dallas was good in the regular season.
They were, but that don't mean nothing. They good in the regular season every year.
I did not see them losing to Green Bay.
I didn't see it either, bro. And I pick against them out of spite because I know the collapse is coming. But I damn sure ain't picking them to lose against Green Bay.
48 on those guys. Did not see that coming.
This one on you, Bad Dog.
Guy Johnson, it says, free FYI, talking louder doesn't make your point more valid.
Yeah, I got to do a better job of not trying to talk over people.
This is about the only channel I don't scream on. I scream on mine all the time.
Yeah.
They used to scream. Bad though, used to scream all the time.
I still do. Just
he tones it down a little bit, but you just got to catch him in the right moment.
Sometimes I just sit back in the cut and just watch.
No, like 20, like
enjoy it. I
2017 Bad Dog. Y'all don't know that Bad Dog like I do. Y'all know that 2017, 2018 Bad Dog.
Different animal. I had to grow up a little bit. You know, like I said, man, my kid. Listen,
you was already an OG.
As shitty as 2017 was for me, because listen, the Eagles won a Super Bowl, and that was and the Giants had lost 13 games for the first time in their history. That year was horrible football-wise for me. Two things came out of that. My son was born.
I'm about to say that changes somebody.
Yeah, that was the best thing ever happened. Yeah. And when the Eagles won that Super Bowl, that kind of took my whole shtick away. Like, what did I have? Because the Giants are terrible. I'm like, I can't. I got to a point. I remember you guys were 11-2, I think, and we were like 2-12 or 2-11.
You said it on camera. You was like the Eagles going to win the Super Bowl. I remember you saying it.
What's that?
I remember you actually saying it. You was like, I think these motherfuckers are going to win the Super Bowl.
I did. After you guys beat Carolina, I'm like, these guys, the Eagles are special. Like, that's a good team. And it scared me. I knew.
And I think we put up 50. Did we put up 50 on Carolina?
That
was Denver that year.
Wentz went down. I thought you guys didn't go. I didn't think you were going to win the Super Bowl. But out of that came the channel that I have now because I changed direction in what I did. So I didn't talk shit. I mean, everybody knows that I can still listen.
Right, your rebrand, your rebrand is that shit should be studied at Harvard. Because dude, you had you had maybe 8,000 subscribers, bro.
2,000.
Yeah, it was just like a regular channel. But I knew of you because we literally only talked trash back and forth to each other.
That's right. Yeah, me and you in the beginning, man.
But when you rebranded, dog, I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. Then everybody's like, Laker dog. Yeah, that shit is crazy, bro. The rebrand was crazy, man.
Yeah. Rebrand got me an interview with Carl Banks for 90 minutes. You know,
I remember, yeah.
It's got a lot of stuff. It's crazy how it's worked.
Right, because I didn't think you knew what you were sitting on at one point. Yeah, you know what you were sitting on at one point. But hey, a lot of us don't until we really look at it.
Hey, listen, man, I never. What happened was streaming was just becoming a new thing. I mean, there was no StreamYard when I started streaming. I used to do it like on my phone and OBS, and I still do the basketball in OBS. But Chris and I, and Atena, there was no like talk show with like two guys from the same team. We started doing that in 2018. We did it on Zoom, and it just kind of grew and grew and grew. We covered the draft. We started doing games together, and it grew into what it is now, which is awesome.
I think ultimately collaborations is always was going to be what pushed this thing to the next level.
And that's why when I invented came up with this well, I wasn't calling it the Super Friends, but the NFC EAST Roundtable,
right?
And I'm like, nobody's done this. I'm like, this would be great to get like the best content creators from each of my rivals to throw them together in one stream and just chop it up and talk shit. And look at this channel now, almost 10,000 subscribers already.
We should have been at 10,000. I don't know what the hell the people doing out there.
The NFC EAST fans are the best in the business.
Oh yes, it's definitely the best division in football. Dude, our division is so good with the rivalry. Like, I'm happy for people. I'm happy for the Lions. Yeah, I'm happy for the Texans.
I was happy for the Lions too. I without question.
Oh yeah, bro. I pray to God they beat San Fran. I can't stand San Fran. But, I'm happy for. Yeah, I can't stand them, man. But that was an impressive win. I'm happy for Purdy. That was an impressive win. When you lose Deebo Samuels to win like that, you can't take nothing away from me. You know what I mean? But we'll see.
Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Wrights. We ain't winners because we root for the team we root for. So you want us to bandwagon teams to be a winner? There's no prerequisite to root for a good team to talk shit. That's elitist mentality. We fans, LB.
I don't know what you're talking. We ain't winners because we root for the team we root for.
He was talking about what you were saying earlier when you said you don't know anything about winning and this, that, and the third because our team sucks.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
No,
you know what I mean. What are you talking about? What do the Lions know about winning? What do the Bills know about winning?
You talking about the players or the fans? He's talking about the fans. He's not talking.
Yeah, if you're a fan of the Lions, you don't know anything about winning. We didn't know nothing about winning until 2017.
Yeah, but that don't mean you don't know anything about winning. You act like that's the only team you root for. You don't know what a fan's background is. You don't know, like, I'm not digging into that. If you're just talking about at face value, this is the team you root for, and your team sucks. So you don't know nothing about winning, so you can't talk. So you just want people to be quiet.
I stand on that.
Okay. That's never gonna happen.
Okay, that's cool. That's That's
you're gonna just be quiet.
That's right. Okay, yeah, you could keep talking, and I'm gonna keep telling you that y'all suck, and
right.
like you
and
shouldn't
that's what
be
we
talking.
Expect. If you gonna,
right, what are you talking about here?
Shit and your team is ass, then you already know what's coming.
Okay,
that was like Eminem on 8 Mile. I already know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna try to say.
You know what I mean?
I'm ready for him sitting on that fastball. So I mean, it just depends.
You could be, but I'm not saying don't be a fan because y'all trash, but don't be talking like you're not trash. Like when you do talk, I want to elite. Hey, we trash.
No,
then your next statement should follow.
I'm not going to preface everything I say with, "Hey, we trash" first. No.
Okay, well, you don't.
You know what team
I'm going to tell you y'all trash.
Right, but this is
you don't have to preface it.
This is when the conversations get sidetracked. Is we'll start off talking about your team, and then when the conversation then you start.
No. That's false. That's false because we always start off with my team because my team is good. Then when we get to your team, we talk about coaching and ownership. And we gotta pull it out of you of why y'all trash every stream.
We don't,
because you always have an excuse about the coaches and the owners.
Exactly. It's funny because when I do it, it's an excuse. Now we've been sitting here listening to you talk about the same shit I've been saying all year. Now it's not an excuse for you.
But I still, right? Bro, we've been to the playoffs 3 straight years. I don't believe we're trash. Fire
everybody because
I want to. Yes, I want to fire my head coach because I don't think he could get it done. I don't think he can get it done.
And so why did y'all collapse this year?
We collapsed this year because of poor coaching. But the collapse didn't get us out of the postseason. I still was able to enjoy playoff football. Right.
If you had started 7-1,
but we didn't. Let's talk about reality here.
You got to the playoffs and you lost 32-9, and that's why we get to laugh at you.
We didn't. Right. So if you get to laugh at me losing in the playoffs, I get to always tell you the truth. Because that's the truth. We lost in the playoffs, but the truth is y'all are trash.
That's
right. The Commanders are trash.
You to do that, and that's why I said you're never.
Is it the truth? Is it the truth?
What?
Did y'all trash? Is it the truth?
We were trash.
But this is where we can go.
I gotta stop. I gotta stop talking like it's present tense. Things have changed. Okay. Our organization isn't what it was 6 months ago. It's not. It's under new ownership. We got a new general manager. We're gonna see, just like y'all said already. Like we talking in circles. We're gonna see, right? Like, there's no amount of me trying to make a point, you telling me we trash, that's gonna change the argument till we win.
No, I'm not trying to change the argument. I'm just trying to stay on the topic of facts here. You are trash. That is your current state. There is no we were. The new season didn't come yet. You are currently trash. Just like we currently folded down the stretch.
We have the second pick in the draft. That tells you all you need to know. We were absolutely garbage can juice this year.
Okay, next topic.
That's how we got the number 2 pick. We didn't trade for somebody. So that's that.
Next topic. Cool. I agree. You are trash. Garbage can juice. Like,
that wasn't the topic. Why
y'all gotta make me the villain for telling the truth?
What he was saying was, you don't want anybody that roots for a garbage team to say nothing to you. No, your team is ass too.
That's right. That's right.
You're ass too.
But he is right, bro. Thank you for your super chat, bro. You are absolutely right. The Commanders are trash, and I don't think you should be talking. You're right, buddy.
And your team is trash, and we can talk about your team being ass, and that's what his point was.
So. Who's in a better position, the Commanders or the Eagles next year?
You should be. Okay. But I told you your window's closed, so I don't know. I don't know if we're going off your roster. Absolutely, you're in a better position. But I look at your front office. I look at your team, how mentally weak y'all are, how fragile y'all are, how everything fell apart after starting 10-1. And I'm supposed to think that magically, like you did, because you got these eagle color glasses on, that you're going to wave a magic wand and somehow you're going to win in the playoffs, even though you limped to the finish line, got your ass whooped by the Giants in week 18. I'm supposed to believe Todd Bowles won't go light your ass up? Oh, but I'm an Eagles fan, so I'm always ride with my team. Okay, well, so
just because you had a little extra bass in your voice when you said that. Don't change the reality.
You're right.
That don't change the reality, man.
6 out of your final 7 games and got whooped.
We
in
did.
The wild card
We
weekend.
lost. We lost.
We can all share in your misery.
We lost 6 out of our last 7. We absolutely did. Ain't no argument for me there.
That's it. That's all.
Ain't no argument for me there.
You trash. That's it. That's all we were saying. That's it. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chris, thank you. Right. Hey, Lou and Super Friends. Hope everyone is doing well. Likewise. 2 questions. For Bad Dog, 1, what positions do you see the team addressing in free agency and why? And 2, who do you see as the team's new DC this season and why?
Positions, I mean, offensive line and number 1 wide receiver, definitely things that I could see us doing in free agency. To me, those are like the 2 biggest needs. They're not going to go out and sign a quarterback. So, without question, I want to get some. Listen, the Giants have taken more swings in the draft at the line since Daniel Jones draft than any team in the NFL. It ain't worked. So, to me, to hell with getting some question mark out of college, you coming in here and sucking again. Go out there and sign a guy that can play at this level. You know, that's my take on it. If you don't get a quarterback, you can get a number 1 wide receiver in the draft. If you can get a quarterback in the draft, get him. But don't waste Joe Alt. Oh, Joe Alt. No, hell no. I don't want that shit. I don't want a lineman at 6. I either want a wide receiver if we can't get a quarterback, and that's it. Those are the 2 positions I want at 6. That's it. Because I think
you want to develop your line as is. Let him at least try to gel or something.
I want to bring in a veteran that I know can play at this level. You know, that's what I want. As far as like defensive coordinators, Leslie Frazier is a big name, but Denard Wilson's the guy that I want. I think most Giants fans want Denard Wilson. I don't know if the Ravens are going to let him go, but I think that's the guy that I would want. Because
if they're not going to promote him, then he going to take a defensive coordinator job somewhere.
So, you know, I would definitely take him. But that's what I'm looking at.
Was that the guy that was in Philly last year?
He shouldn't have left Philly. You know what I mean? But that's one of my
backs coach.
And that's one of my problems with Sirianni, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We interviewed the guy. I think he even had a second interview. We let him walk out the door for Sean Desai.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just don't make sense, man. I think Nick Sirianni is just so inclined to hiring his friends. That's why I like the Ron Rivera move potentially because Ron Rivera ain't his friend.
Chris, there's another one. Edge. Like if we went out and got an edge rusher, I'd be fine with that. I would love Josh Allen. Listen, I don't think the Giants can afford Josh Allen. But a lot of people found my channel because we didn't draft Josh Allen. And I'm not talking about the quarterback.
Yeah.
We all know who he drafted there. Yeah. And we all know who ended up on the cover of Sports Illustrated or SI.com. It was me because of that Daniel Jones reaction video. But an intriguing name that I look at, whose market value is about $13 million, played in this division. His name is Chase Young. That is a guy that I think you could get at a fair deal over 3 years and bring him in here. But those are positions I'm looking at. Edge rusher, a guard, or a wide receiver. I think if the Giants are going to spend big on a free agent, that's where they need to go with it. Last year, they bought him.
Chase Young was ass last week.
I'm going to tell you right now, he basic as hell. If you want to spend your money, if you want to donate to somebody, go right ahead. I kept saying he's Jadeveon Clowney. He ain't even that, bro. He's playing on the most talented defense in his life. Ain't nobody thinking about Chase Young. He out there
getting blocked by 180-pound wide receivers.
You can get him cheap.
You can't.
Josh Allen's going to call. Listen, I would pay $20 million a year for Josh Allen. I love Josh Allen. I paid $20 million for him without question. Without question.
I want Jonathan Grenard. But the Texans would be stupid.
From the Jets is another guy. There's another guy that's really cheap.
He's
you know who'll be cheap next year for real, who I think got a lot left and the Eagles misused him. Derek Barnett. He
played well for the Texans.
The Texans got their money worth out of Derek Barnett.
Yeah. Donnell Shipley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, you also told us Sam Howell is it, so why should Eagles fans listen to you? I'm not telling you to listen to us. What I'm telling you is I'm warning you. You don't have to listen to me. I told you about Sam Howell. You watched him twice, flame your team, and you thought
maybe every year.
Maybe he can do it. Like literally, LB came on here and said, "Hey man, Sam Howell, like he didn't want to give him too much credit, but he couldn't say he was trash because he went to the stadium.
Sam Howell's trash. Sam Howell trash.
You can say that now.
No, I'm gonna say but I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I can say it now.
I saw you posting pictures and standing with fans, and you was there sitting there getting toasted in the first quarter. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I can say it now. You can change it now. That's fine.
No,
it's change your answer.
It's just logic because everybody cooked this. I just think it's invalid. Drew Lock cooked this. Baker cooked this. Tyrod Taylor cooked this. We've been cooked by everybody.
Don't. Drew Lock didn't cook you. He had a drive on you.
Drew Lock. Hey, that's all he needed.
Okay, our guy threw for damn near 400.
Mac Jones cooked this. Week 1.
Mac Jones got on the fire. He had the fries. He ain't really putting nothing on the grill.
But you thought he had 300 yards. Yeah, he passed for 300 yards, two touchdowns.
I don't remember week 1 if he threw for 300 yards or not. Even if he did,
I'm sitting here telling you.
If he did, that's good for him. Nobody walked away from that game saying, "Oh yeah, Mac Jones cooked them." Right? We scored 31 on you twice.
Bro. Everybody walked away and said the defense got cooked by Mac Jones. Because he cooked us.
But that's because you went into that game expecting to run those boys. I remember having a conversation with you. I said, "Hey, they retiring Brady's number." Like, you like, bro, is Brady playing? No, then we finna go in there and we finna wreck these boys. That's what you thought you was gonna do. And your defense showed up and the shit looked different. And you was like, wait a minute.
That's the point. Mac Jones cooked us. Everybody cooked us, including Sam Howell. That's the point I'm making, bro.
Let me ask you this. In week 4, when we went to Philly, you thought your defense was trash.
No, it was still the beginning of the season. Like the trend came
to Washington.
It was still, bro. We was like, what was 8-1?
I'm
8-1.
In week 8.
We were 8-1, best record in football. Yeah, we had some issues on the defensive side of the ball, but when you're 8-1, you expect your coaching staff to correct deficiencies. Once you get to a point to where you're getting cooked and you losing, it's like, this defense is really bad.
But
you know what I mean? At week 8,
you weren't acknowledging it though.
Week 8, I was fooled by my defense. Like, damn, Sam Howell really put in work. But then now in hindsight, everybody put in work. So I can't give Sam Howell I can't give Sam Howell no flowers for that. Everybody cooked us, bro.
But that's my point is you can't go back and take that credit away at a time when you didn't even know your defense was ass.
Bro,
you can go back and look now and say,
there's a list. Ass. Bro, there's a list of quarterbacks that cooked this. Sam Howell was on that bitch twice.
Right.
But everybody else is too. So like how special does that make Sam Howell?
What I'm telling you is the dudes that came after when everybody in the world knew your defense was ass. It's different because they go in expecting, here's what we can do because Sam Howell in Washington did this to them. This is what we can do because Dak Prescott did this to them. Because Patrick Mahomes, because Josh, there's enough film now that everybody sees they can't cover this right here. They didn't see that in week 4. And clearly enough teams weren't seeing it by week 8 because you still
so if Mac Jones had success from week 1, you don't think nobody else saw it? Mac Jones didn't have success against nobody else. Mac Jones had success.
He had a game against Buffalo. I mean, what I'm saying is you can have a game, right? Sam Howell was really good at the start of the season. The first 10 games of the season, Sam Howell looked like an NFL starting quarterback, and not just any NFL start. He looked like a damn good NFL starting quarterback. Exactly what I thought.
Bro, Mac Jones only has 1 300-yard passing game and 3 touchdowns this season. It's against the Eagles. What are you talking about? Everybody cooks us.
Did he win the game? Did he win the game?
No, he ain't win the game.
He won the game against Buffalo. I think more people will point to the Buffalo game at home when he took them down the field at the end and threw the touchdown pass as his best game of the season, not his Eagles loss.
Yeah.
He threw a pick 6 in that game.
Because he won.
Best game. He threw a pick 6 in that game.
Bro,
that's part of the reason they lost the game.
He had a season high for touchdowns and yards against the Eagles, bro. Everybody knew the secondary was buns. We just was winning games, bro. That's just the facts.
But that's not what you said. That's what I'm saying. You changing history now. You going back and rewriting it because of what the narrative ended up being. But that's not what you were saying. When we were calling you out about it,
I can't even. You're impossible. You're impossible. I can't even tell you the truth about my team. You're impossible. We've been getting cooked all year.
Right, but this is my point is you weren't owning that. When you were getting in the process of getting cooked, and I brought it up,
because we were winning.
That doesn't
we were
change the
winning.
fact that you stunk on defense, and that's why your collapse happened. Because
We
your
were
staff
winning.
was thinking the same way as a fan. We're winning.
We were
so
winning.
It's fine.
We were winning. We were still winning games.
But
we were still winning games, bro. No, it doesn't make it okay because while we were winning, people were still cooking us, i.e., Sam Howell.
So, but you thought that like you told, and we had this conversation.
What do you? I don't understand. I don't understand what you. What is this?
What I'm about to say, and we can move on. So, part of the conversation we had was, you asked Dallas, you think you scoring on special teams and defensive touchdowns is sustainable?
Right. I did ask them that.
You asked them that, and I asked you the same question. I said, you think your offense scoring 38 points, having to outscore teams scoring 31 and 34 is sustainable? And you told me
neither. Yeah, I told you we was. We were 10-1. We were 10-1.
Sustainable though, because you saw what your defense was doing.
Bro, I don't recall saying it was sustainable. I recall saying that the defense was definitely going to have to tighten up. I never said it was sustainable. But what I do know,
question, you said we 10-1. That was your answer to everything. Yeah. But that's not an answer, is what I'm saying. You don't own up to nothing. You just say we 7-0. What do you
want me to own up to, Louis? So I can own up to it, so we can just go to the next subject. What are you asking me?
What I'm confused asking now. You is when we have these conversations, like, yeah, I said Sam Howell was this, that, and the third. He's ass. Boom. I said we was 11. We were gonna go 11-6. I said we was gonna go 12-5 last year. I was wrong, right? I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna tell you I was wrong. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So what's wrong? So what's wrong with me saying I was wrong? You telling me I'm rewriting history when I'm saying I'm wrong?
You never.
Oh, I just said everybody cooked us. I just said our defense was bad. What more do you want me to say?
Right, but what I'm talking about is in the moment when we had these conversations, right? And I literally asked you these things. Your answer was
that's like, bro. Right? That's that, bro. Listen. That don't make sense, bro. That don't make sense. Now you just want to argue now at this point. That don't make sense because in the moment you said y'all was 11-6. Do we got to keep going back to where everybody thought they was unstoppable?
Again, when we came back up here 2 shows ago, I told you we're cooked. Eric Bieniemy stinks. When we lost to the Giants, we're done. There was no more 11-6 talk. I told you we were done at that.
2 shows ago, we was like 10-3. Again. That's when we bro. Again, this goes back to me having more reason than you for being optimistic because my team just went on a Super Bowl run. I have reasons to believe. I have reasons. You're not listening to me. I have reasons to believe a 10-3 team can right the ship that just was in the Super Bowl. I have proof that these guys can play at a different level. So of course I thought we was gonna right the ship.
And that's the problem.
We just was in the Super Bowl.
Because
I don't care. No, I don't care what problem you got. I just seen my team. I just saw my team in the Super Bowl. They were 10-3 this year, and I think they can do it again.
And I told you this at the beginning of the year. They don't look
like the team. Lou. That's what I was telling you. It don't matter what you tell me. It don't matter what you tell me.
It does when it comes to fruition, and then you try to act like I didn't.
I never said.
So if we, I
never said that. I never said it didn't come to fruition, man. I never said that.
Said what?
I never said that it didn't come to fruition. I never said that. That the defense was bad. I just told you everybody cooked us. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, that's not that. You're not. All you're doing is telling me what I told you 8 months ago, right? I told you.
So you want me to say? So you want me to say? You want me to say just like you said, Lou? Our defense was bad.
Yes, that's. What
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that. You crazy as hell.
Up to it.
You crazy as hell, bro. I just said it, bro. I just said it, bro. What kind of flowers? What flowers, bro? You want more flowers. You want more flowers for my team being bad than your team being bad. And y'all worse than us.
I don't want
make it make sense.
I just want you to acknowledge that you weren't willing to acknowledge that you were bad when you were in the process of being bad. You
no 10-3, no 10-3 team is bad. Some 10-3 teams have flaws. We didn't show we were bad until we went on a losing streak down the stretch. That's when we all knew we were bad.
But you were 10-3 going in that direction. You didn't want to hear it. When we talked about the Chiefs loss, you didn't want to hear it. Or when
you want me to say, you want me to
talk about the Bills game, you didn't want to hear it. You just buried your head.
Bro, we just won both of those games with a 10-point deficit at the half. So excuse me for not believing what you say.
Look, I'm just telling you, and you saw what happened.
The hell? It is what it is. Like what the hell?
Yeah,
you want me to take? You want me to take? That was the point. You want me to
trying to make?
You want me to take? You want me to take some type of invisible L so bad? What type of L you want me to take, bro? I'm LB, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and take no invisible L. Hey, it ain't gonna happen, bro.
All I want to do is acknowledge what was said when you didn't want to acknowledge it. Then it's easy to acknowledge it after.
Bro, you didn't want to acknowledge that y'all wasn't gonna be 11-6. We laughed at you when you thought it.
But I also came back and told you after we lost to the Giants that our season was done because we had poor coaching.
That was inevitable at that point.
That was
inevitable at that point.
We were 3-5. Our season wasn't. It didn't have to be done.
Oh man, I ain't one of them guys. I'm not quitting at 3-5.
Because you're not a realist. That's my point.
You're right.
I can be.
Oh, you just said y'all was gonna be 11-6.
But that's because I believe.
But you're a realist, though.
This to you all. If Eric Bieniemy is as good as you think he is, as good as I got fooled. You're still being fooled by him. I'm not anymore.
Bro, he's not even on my coaching staff. What are you talking about?
But every time I bring him up, you keep trying to tell me, nah, it ain't Eric Bieniemy, it's y'all.
I never said that. What I said was I don't think Eric Bieniemy is as bad as y'all making him out to be off of one bad season. That's what I said.
So you just
I don't think he's that bad.
He is that bad, is what I'm telling you. He's Brian Johnson. You explain
I
explain the same thing.
Bro, already. I'm sorry that I don't believe that. I think that if he gets a better quarterback, he'll be better than what he displayed.
And that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. King of the Bluegrass. So Brian Johnson, if he got a better quarterback, he could do better in Philadelphia. That's what you're telling me.
I don't think Brian Johnson had full control of his situation. I don't think Brian Johnson was able to call the plays he wanted to play.
So Nick Sirianni could do better if he had a better quarterback.
No, I don't think nobody can survive in a system like that where you don't have hot routes or you don't attack the middle of the field when people are sending cover zero.
How did Shane Steichen do it last year?
Because Shane Steichen had a different system. Shane Steichen ran the ball a little more in key situations. Shane Steichen used Miles Sanders.
So why did he have more power than Brian Johnson?
Because it's Nick Sirianni, buddy. Nick Sirianni brought him over here. Brian Johnson was an internal guy who only got hired because of his ties to Jalen Hurts.
So that if we're buddies, do they run a similar system, or does Shane Steichen have a totally different system? Because it looked like a lot of the same formations.
Bro, it was a lot of the same formations and a lot of the same system. But the difference is you've seen it for 2 years now. People game plan. If you're doing the same thing, people are going to watch film. You can't come out with the same playbook for 2 years. If you just was in a Super Bowl running a bunch of verticals and throwing the ball deep to A.J. Brown with no creativity in your offense, dudes are going to catch on the next year. You can't do that 2 years in a row. I think the offense was just basic and stale.
King of the Bluegrass, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, LB, do you think your team's Super Bowl window is closed? If not, why?
No, I don't think the window was closed. You got a quarterback. You still got a pretty solid offensive line. I mean, it depends on if Kelsey is coming back or not. But I think it's a little slimmer because I think your defense is going to be completely different next year. So you just gotta wait and see. It's a wait and see game. I think the defense will be more competent, but it's just a wait and see game, man. You're gonna have new coaches, man. You never know. You never know. But you got the key people in place. Like you don't need a quarterback. You don't need wide receivers. You just need a little more depth. We'll see, man. We'll see. But I don't think it's completely closed. I mean, nobody's scary in the NFC East to me. You know what I mean? So I think we could win the division. So we'll definitely play playoff football.
Christopher McLaughlin, my guy Chris, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lou and the Super Friends, 2 questions for LB. 1, how much rope does Sirianni have going into this coming season and why? And 2, what is your biggest area of concern now in the offseason? Run offense, pass rush, secondary, or something else, and why?
How much rope? I was reading the chats. How much rope does Sirianni have? Sirianni on the hot seat. If Sirianni had the same situation this year, he's out of here, bro. This is Philly. We're not holding nobody's hand. We ain't doing none of that shit. I don't care how many Super Bowls you get to and lose. If Nick Sirianni come out there without an answer to the blitz, he's out of Philly. That's what I know. What is your biggest area of concern now in the offseason? It's linebacker, but Howie Roseman doesn't prioritized drafting those guys early in the draft. Nakobe Dean was the exception and the miss so far. But I think you need to get some linebackers. You definitely going to need some cornerbacks. Slay and Bradbury are old. I think Slay got a lot left in the tank more than Bradbury, but Bradbury is cooked, and we owe him some money. Run all season, run offense, pass rush, secondary, something else. Why? I think I answered your questions. Something else.
Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Panthers are a live case study of Commanders with Snyder. They hired in-house GM because they can't get number one. Ain't no excuse to have the worst owner. We've lived it, so I feel bad. I've already said
no owner, man. It's too many excuses from Commanders.
I'm just telling you, you can't win shit when your owner is the most detrimental part of your organization. It starts with your own. Nobody wants to work for a bad owner. It starts there, it ends there. You can't get good. You can't hire good people. You can't hire quality people when your owner is the worst. You get the bottom of the barrel. You get whatever you can get. Whoever's desperate enough to take your job when your ownership is bad.
LB, you ain't worried about the Eagles going forward next year? You know that you got to run it back with the same team, right? You can't cut anybody. You're the dead cap on your contracts is ridiculous.
No, I don't think we're going to cut anybody. You know what I mean? I'm not worried.
It's like 18 million. Slays is like 38 million. Like you're stuck with those guys.
Yeah, you got to get a coordinator, man.
Contracts back to find more space, and eventually the IRS is going to get you. You're going to have to pay the taxes eventually. Your window is very narrow because you can't just dump these guys. Like these guys are another. You're
going to have to find a coordinator that can make it work. That's your only option.
But these guys are deteriorating, and you can see that.
They are deteriorating. So what I would do if I was Howie Roseman I would definitely beef up. No, you can't cut him. I agree. I don't think cutting them is the answer, but I think you got to beef up the pass rush. You got to find somebody that's going to create more ways to get to the quarterback. So the offense, so the secondary doesn't get exposed. I think you're going to keep Kevin Byard. You know what I mean? But I think a more competent defensive coordinator is going to have those guys looking much better. I
agree with you there because last year you guys had a ton of sacks.
Exactly.
This year, it was a big difference.
It was only really Reddick and Josh Sweat. You know, if you can't get to anybody and you're playing that type of soft zone coverage 90% of the time, you're going to get cooked. And then you don't have the linebackers that could cover. So it was just easy pickings in a lot of those games. But, you know, when the pass rush gets there, like the pass rush got to Baker. Like for a while, it was a 7-point game. But the offense just could not move the ball. They had no answer for the blitz. So, yeah, I think if you keep some of those guys and get a guy in there that could put them in a position to succeed, I think it'll be different. But, I mean, I hope.
Ash, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what y'all think about the Super Bowl logo color conspiracy? I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
I don't know nothing about
that stuff, but the last 3 Super Bowls in particular, the colors that have been in the logo, the 2 teams representing the Super Bowl also have those colors in their, color scheme. So a lot of people have been saying, like before the season started, everybody looked at the Super Bowl logo and said, Baltimore, San Francisco. That's where we're heading because of the colors in the logo. Irish Rover, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you.
My guy, Irish.
That's you. Go ahead and read it.
He says, this is the kid we moved from Dykeman Street to Post Ave around the block. I thought we were better off because we went from the 5th floor to the 4th floor in the same neighborhood. That would be a Commander story.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Well, that's close because you said 5 wins better than 4.
Well, it just depends on what but we all know it's context. Like I said already, it's context.
It's context, but like LB said, that's Commander fan. 5 wins is better.
It's a step in the right direction if the young fella plays well, and let's say the defense just isn't any good. Well, you can continue to work to build the defense up, but if you know you got you a quarterback, it changes everything if you got one of those.
I see some guy in the chat says, LB, you can cut these dudes. Don't listen to Bad Dog. You can't cut those guys.
It'll be a lot of dead cap.
If you think you can just cut a guy that's cap hit is like $4.5 million or $8 million, whatever it is, and his dead cap's 18. That means if you cut him, you're paying him more than if you kept him on the team. Slay's dead cap is $38 million. You don't even have $38 million cap space. How the hell are you going to cut him? Do some research next time.
It could be. It could be done. We took on the largest dead cap cut when we cut Carson. It could be done.
You
know what I mean? But
shitload of the big dead cap money. Big. It's big. 38 million dead cap for Darius Slay. You cannot cut that. You cannot eat $38 million. It can't happen.
You can. It's stupid to do, but you can.
No, you can. How? You have to backload it again to get more cap space, but you're still going to have to pay dead cap.
Yeah.
You can't just cut the guy. His dead cap number is his dead cap number, meaning if you trade him or you cut him, you are paying 38. That's why we can't cut Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones' dead cap this year is 40 or 69 million or 68 million. His cap hit's 47. We can't cut him because his dead cap is 68. Now next year his dead cap is 22. So we can cut him and save $25 million. That's why it makes sense that the Giants get a quarterback this year and sit him, let Daniel Jones play, and you cut Daniel Jones next year when you actually save money. So you can't cut the guy. Look at the way your salaries are constructed.
No, I already know. I know. It just don't make sense to do it. But I don't put anything past Howie is a capologist. I've seen Howie finagle some shit, but it just don't make sense.
We're gonna see if he's a capologist.
I don't think he's going to cut him though. I think just get a coordinator. And I just don't believe that was the worst third down defense in Eagles history. Everybody converted on third down. We were just sweet. Everybody just had their way. Just get a coordinator in there and have these guys play to the best of their potential, man. You know what I mean? These are guys. These are all pro athletes, man. These guys will get it together if they got somebody in there that they trust, man. And you don't just cut a coordinator in the middle of the season. That's another reason why I think Sirianni got to go. That was just weird. That was weird. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense, bro. That was a panic move, in my opinion. You know what I mean? That's just not good coaching.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I agree with you there. That was weird. You don't see people do stuff like that and keep him on the roster at that, on the staff.
Dude, we were 10-3.
Yeah, that's
dude. Let the dude fix this shit and go out on his shield. You fire him and Patricia because they both suck.
Yeah, I agree with that. I didn't like that move. Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes LB unreal. All this dude talks about is how amazing of a GM Howie Roseman is, and how he formed this super team. Washington gets a star in AP, and all of a sudden it don't matter. More hypocrisy.
A star in who?
Adam Peters.
Oh, that dude? Bro, he ain't made no moves yet, bro. He was a star over there with John Lynch. Bro, I'm not living in no fantasy world. I'll let y'all know when a good move by AP. He ain't make a damn move yet. Y'all want me to milk him because y'all milking him already? I understand why y'all got to be happy. Y'all are trash. Y'all have to be happy, bro. I get it. You have no choice but to think everything is going to be okay. Fucking trash. When he make a move, when he make a good move, I'll tell you, bro.
Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Look, man, we are a battered and bruised franchise, man, and fan base.
Right.
Okay? We've been through a lot.
Let the dude AP make a move. Howie Roseman right now got a way better resume than this guy for the Eagles than he got for the Commanders. Let the dude make a move.
He hasn't done anything in Washington.
So let the dude make a move.
We're just excited because of what he's done in San Francisco, and we know he can do that for us. That's what we're counting on. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, y'all ignorant. Peters is that pickup game dude that's going to pick the best boys on the blacktop to run your asses off the East Court.
Again, man, you just wishful thinking, bro. You don't know that. If it don't, and if it don't go to where y'all want it to go, I'm gonna be the first one here. Listen, y'all gonna make me do y'all like I do dollars, bro, because y'all are acting very, very delusional right now. Y'all better let these things come to fruition, because y'all listen, man. Y'all already think y'all got y'all coach. It ain't even been named yet.
Into existence. That's what we do over here.
Let him go. Let him go somewhere else. I'm gonna speak your ass into existence.
Well, I'm gonna be
let him go to Washington.
Whatever happens, it's gonna happen. I'm not running from nothing. I already told you who our next coach is gonna be. If he's not our next coach, I'll be shocked.
Okay.
And you can come. You can find me. You know where to find me. I ain't running.
Okay.
Listen.
I hope your next coach, man. I really do.
He gonna be our next coach. But if he isn't, it ain't the end of the world. I just told you this is the best candidacy pool of coaches that I've seen in my life. So even if he's not the coach, I feel confident that we're still gonna get a really good coach. It's a lot of them out here. Even some of the ones I don't want, they might be the best thing for us. You just never know. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, the Chiefs won Super Bowls with EB holding Andy's clipboard. No reason the same thing can't happen with EB holding Ben Johnson's. Johnson and Peters will fix how. I don't see all of that happening. I don't see EB remaining here. I don't see Sam Howell getting an opportunity. Now that I still think Sam Howell's going to be successful in this league somewhere. I think it could ultimately turn into a Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers type situation where he ends up having to play here for some reason, whether a guy gets hurt or whatever, and he ends up going somewhere else and playing. Like I said, let Sean McVay or one of these dudes get their hands on Sam and watch what happened to him. Get him some good coaching. I bet you he flipped the script on it.
Hey, bro, listen. I don't know why y'all so bad at me in the chat, bro. What y'all want me to? Y'all just got swept by the division, man.
They mad because you don't own up to nothing. That's why.
Bro, what? I'm just telling the truth, bro.
No,
I'm telling the truth.
That's not how these go. That's we gonna have to. Somebody gave us a great idea. Somebody said we need to go back in the archives. We need to run it back, right, and react to some of these old streams.
Man, that's lame.
That's a great idea.
That's lame, bro. That's lame.
Your mic cut off.
You know why? Because he's talking bullshit. That's why his mic cut off on his ass. Because he's talking bullshit. Andre Robinson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, salute to your optimism, Louis T. 0-6 in the division with sunglasses on. Laughing my ass off. Congrats to 5-12 in 2024. Hey, look, man. Y'all ain't gonna you ain't gonna rain on my parade. I'm winning right now. I know it's the off season, and I know that's
always when Louis wins. Louis always winning in the off.
I don't won many off seasons, boy. That's all we had to look forward to in the past with Daniel Snyder as the owner. Is look, man. Can we try to find a way to overturn this curse that we got? But no. It's going to be interesting to see how this season turns out. I'm just excited, as most Commanders fans are. Damn. All right. If you can't come back, then we understand. LB says he thinks his soundboard just died on him.
Oh shit!
I think he might be struggling over there. What you showed me the phone with? What's that?
You don't have a microphone on your computer?
King of the Bluegrass, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. King of the Bluegrass, my guy, writes, Jalen Hurts is 25-7 with AJ Brown, but without him, he is 12-17-1. What does that say to you about your quarterback, LB? Damn, he can't even answer the question. I feel bad. He really wanted an answer to that.
He's working on something.
He writing something or something like that.
You don't have a microphone just on your a computer, like a default mic that you can use?
He says he's going to sleep. His soundboard died on him. So I think he's going to use this opportunity to bail. he might have turned it off. He might have stepped on the cord and made it go out so he can get out of here and leave. Hey, LB, man, have a good night, bro. Take it easy, man. We'll see you next time.
Yes, you will.
Dion Draper, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, they don't understand what life was like for Dan with Dan for 20 years, Louis. You might need to give them a rundown of what life was like with Dan as owner. We don't I don't want to do that.
Because I already know James Dolan owns the Knicks. I already know.
We don't, and they don't. And here's the thing: they don't care. That's the bottom line. If I were an Eagles fan, I wouldn't care. If I'm a Giants fan, I don't care. Your misery, good. I'm glad your owner sucks. Right?
Yep.
That's how we feel about Jerry Jones. Nobody cares.
There's a monocaster.
Purple sauce. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, LB would if let's see. Can you read that one?
LB would I don't know, if we hire the Pats old coach and the Ron. I think he's talking about if you
Bill Belichick and Ron Rivera. I guess he's wanting to know how he would feel, but obviously he's not here, so
yeah.
Sorry about that. I mean, obviously Belichick isn't coming here to be your coordinator.
I don't know where Belichick's gonna go.
I think he's going to the Falcons. That's who seems to want him.
I don't know why he would go there.
Well, he said when he left New England that he wanted to go somewhere. So here's what I'm thinking. He doesn't want to go anywhere where there's expectations.
Right.
He wants to go somewhere where any type of success, they're going to be excited about it.
True.
Starved for it. And he wants to be the savior, essentially. So a place like Atlanta makes a ton of sense.
Yep. True.
You know, if that's where your head is, and I think that's where his head is. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, good to see y'all, fellas. Me personally, I'd much rather my Commanders get Caleb Williams via trade up to number 1 with the Bears, but Drake May and Jaden Daniels are nice fallback options. We'll see. I haven't watched any film on these guys. I've watched them in live action, but watching in live action and going back and just watching them and nothing else is totally different. Caleb Williams, again, to me, he's the cream of the crop of this draft class.
I agree.
And at the end of the day, no matter who drafts number 1 overall, he's going to be the first pick in this draft, no matter what. Whether it's the Bears or somebody else, he's going to be the number 1 pick. He's been the number 1 pick probably for the last 2 years. There's always a guy like that, going back to probably Andrew Luck, where you just see Trevor Lawrence. We've seen guys like that where you see him in their freshman year, you're like, okay, that's the number 1 pick whenever he comes out. Yeah. That's how I think most people felt about Caleb Williams when he was at Oklahoma.
I know I did. I've always loved Caleb. It's my guy.
Yeah. Drew, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, strawberry daiquiri is not the guy. Dak is ass. He's sweet like syrup, like I always like to say. Sweet, sweet daiquiri. Sweet like syrup. We saw it in the playoffs yet again, man. I was
glad that the Ravens won. I don't want to have to start calling their quarterback Lamar Daxon.
Yeah, I saw that tweet. I was like, Lord, what is Bad Dog doing over here?
Lamar Daxon. I was going to start calling him that.
Oh my God. Well, he made it to the championship game, so at least there's that. Hopefully he gets to the Super Bowl. But, you know, getting past Mahomes, that's a hell of a task, right? JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, the way the Cowboys fans went ballistic after that loss to Green Bay was wild. They were calling for Dak to be traded and coaches to be fired, for the team to be blown up. They just can't get it done. I've never seen it this bad, though.
I love it.
It like you literally have infighting from the family members of the players. Like I know you seen CeeDee Lamb's mom.
Yeah, his mom.
You seen Dak's brother, Michael Parsons' brother, right? And then I think that was it. I think it was those 3 in particular. Yeah. And it's just amazing, man. It's a lot of finger pointing. It's a lot of infighting going on. It was bad, man. It was bad. I really wish Law would have come on tonight.
I know.
I really wanted to hear from him. You take this one, Bad Dog.
Gary Johns, man, thank you for the super chat. He says, I know y'all got plans for post-free agent stream, pre- and post-draft streams. Keep the content flowing, gentlemen. Shaking my head about Law. He missed the smoke.
Yeah, he didn't want it. I don't know what's going on, so I can't really speak on that. But
Law's a busy guy.
Yeah, he very, very much so. But we all are busy though. Like I don't want to diminish what we do. We all are busy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. His schedule's crazy though. But JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. JP writes, since y'all are talking about the NBA, I don't know what the hell happened to my Lakers this year. This is more for Bad Dog probably. Went from being a Western Conference final team to barely looking relevant. Word is they want DeJounte Murray from Atlanta to improve the point guard position.
It's a piece of cake, John. They don't play no defense. They're a lazy defensive team. They don't fight through screens. They scheme guys open. Darvin Ham doesn't know how to adjust. They have no on-ball defenders. So when a guy gets into the paint, they have to collapse, and then they kick the ball out to someone in the corner. These guys hit threes. I mean, just look at the Nets game. The Nets had shot 29%, in the last 10 games from 3 was the worst in the NBA, and they come out and they hit 19 against the Lakers. That's what it is. It's lack of defense. It's not their offense. Their offense is fine. LeBron is fine. Anthony Davis playing like an MVP. D'Lo's picked it up. Reeves does what he does. He's a solid offensive player, but the Lakers are mentally weak. Teams start making a run at the Lakers, and they just start bitching to the officials, and they whine and they complain, and they don't play. And then they panic and they start shooting threes themselves. They're not a good 3-point shooting team. So to me, the Lakers, a lot of coaching. I really do believe that Darvin Ham is a big issue because he's the one that schemes those defenses, and the Lakers do not play defense. So if teams are hitting shots, the Lakers are in trouble. If teams are missing shots, the Lakers are going to be fine because then the Lakers can get out and run. So that's really what's going on with them. If they can figure it out, they're talented enough. Last year, they were barely 500. They made a run to the Western Conference Finals, right? So you never know. I don't know if DeJounte Murray is going to improve their defense. The guy that my Knicks got, OG Anunoby, that would have been a perfect guy for late. I mean, he's a 3-and-D guy. He's a elite defender. The Knicks have been really good since they got him. So we'll see what they do. I'm sure the Lakers will make a move, but that's why they struggle. They do not play defense.
I saw it firsthand when Memphis played them. We're a terrible 3-point shooting team, but we made like 23 threes against them.
Yep.
And like you said, once you touch paint against them, they collapse, kick, ball movement, open guy.
Open every time.
Yeah.
So I say when I do those games, I'm like, how many times I say wide open 3? It's a lot.
That'll get you. If a team's knocking them down, you could be in some trouble.
Yep. Dire Giants fan, thank you so much, brother. He says membership eligibility. Do we have membership eligibility?
No, not
yet.
We're not yet. I don't think we qualify.
Not yet. All right. So it's going to be interesting how the badges are picked. I'm always just busting chops. It's all much love and respect. Of course. That's what it's all about, brother. You know that.
Eagle Speed. He says, LB, don't let these card counters at the blackjack table trash talk you. Dallas and DC don't know what a conference title game is. Not recently, we don't. But again, that's not going to stop us from talking trash. It's not going to stop me. I can't speak for anybody else.
They're not wrong on counting cards.
At all. If you can do it, just don't get caught.
Right. Yeah, they frown upon it. It's not illegal, but they don't like that.
No. They're going to take you out back if they catch you.
Yeah, they don't like that.
Just don't get caught. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I got Fats writes, LB got to get that shit talking out right now. LOL. He already know the inevitable is about to happen. Eagles had their 1.5-year dynasty. It's done. They had this. I really feel like they just wasted a golden opportunity to do something big. They needed to win a Super Bowl in this little window.
I agree, because, like I said, their dead cap numbers are insane. They
went for it. They went for it. And when you go for it, you better get it.
That's what he did. That's how he does that. That's why he's a capologist. He just restructures contracts and backloads them to get more money so he can sign more guys. But in the end, that's going to catch up to you because you can't cut a guy like Darius Slay, whose dead cap is $38 million, because you are paying $38 million against your cap. They don't have 38, but they have like $28 million going into the year. So they can't. Even a guy like Bradbury, like I said, his cap I think is like $7 million, but his dead cap's $18 million. You can't. You're losing money if you do that.
Right.
So that's why when you keep pushing these contracts back, it's going to get you eventually. Yeah. The Eagles aren't getting any younger. And I don't know what Jalen. Listen, I've never been a huge fan of Jalen Hurts' passing ability as a quarterback. I think he's a good kid. I think he's tough. I think he's a good leader. I think he's a winner. I think that he, can do a lot of things to help his team win. But I don't think he's a guy that can carry a team. You know what I mean? Like I don't think he's a guy he's not Josh Allen. He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not going to win you a game with his arm. He's not a guy that's coming back from 21-3. That's not happening. So the Eagles are better off just running the ball. That's what they should have done. And now you don't know if Kelsey's retiring or what's going on there. If that happens, I mean, that's a big loss for them.
Yeah. So
these guys are getting older.
And that's what I was kind of hitting at is the core group of those guys that have been there, that have shown the young guys the way, like Fletcher Cox. These dudes are getting old, right? Yeah. And Fletcher Cox might still be their best defensive tackle. Jalen Carter played well in spurts this year, and I see the potential in him. But they're getting old, right? They went for it, they didn't get it, and when you do that, you pay a price.
They know that they don't have much longer to do that. And I think at the end of this season, you You're getting a look at what they're about to become.
Yep.
And that ain't hurting my feelings. If that's
not at all. Well, that's why they're making these changes, because they like, nah, we can't have that, But that it might be the inevitable.
Yep.
Just as Fat American just said. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, Giants were ready to rest their starters at halftime against the Eagles in week 18 to go into the offseason healthy. Hey, look, man, it got so bad that the Eagles, with the game in Washington at that time still in the balance and them still having a chance to win the division, they just took their guys out. They said, the hell with it. They waved the white flag.
They did.
And they were getting their asses handed to them.
It should have been 31-3 or 31-0. They forced a pass to Sterling Shepard to try to get him a touchdown because his last game was a Giant. They forced it there, and it ended up being an interception.
Right.
Otherwise, it could have been 31-0. That was the best. That was awesome. Man, I love beating Philadelphia.
Man, I enjoyed that game so much. I think I enjoyed it probably way too much because I was thinking about you as I was watching it. I was like, I know that dog is loving this. He asked for a Christmas miracle. We got it later,
but I knew. I felt it.
Oh, man. Fat American, thank you again for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Philly, biggest toilet in the U.S. LOL. Let's see. I can't get into that with you. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Fat American, thank you once again for the super chat. Writes, LOL, Eagles about to draft a quarterback in the 2025 draft.
Yeah, it's very well. I don't know what Hurts' contract. They signed Hurts to a long-term deal.
They did.
So.
They did. I don't know what the specifics.
And again, he's another one with the dead cap at the end of the contract. It's insane because his cap at this year is only like $13 million, but it gets big. I think in 2025. So we'll see. But that's what I was saying. But with Jalen Hurts, I don't really know what he is. Right. Last year, he had a great year. Give him that. Even though he only threw 22 touchdowns, everybody made it seem like he threw 35.
Right.
Like someone on Twitter is trying to compare him to Josh Allen. And I'm like, you're out of your mind. Josh Allen's thrown for 35 touchdowns or more 3 times in his career. Hurts' career high was this year, 23, and he threw 15 interceptions. And Daniel Jones's career high is 24, and he did it in 12 games. So, what is Jalen Hurts really as a quarterback?
I still like him. I still think if
they can't get a better team around him, Louis.
You're not wrong. The offensive line is as good as it gets.
I mean, that's one of the best 1-2 punches in the league.
Dallas Goedert when he's healthy, really good tight. I mean, you're not wrong.
They've had a good running back the whole time he's been there. DeAndre Swift.
This is where I go back to coaching. This is where I go back to play calling and putting your players in the best positions to succeed. I felt like Philadelphia's offense last year was basic, right? They didn't do anything crazy. I told you, anytime it was 3rd and 4 or 5, they were going to throw a slant to AJ Brown. And nobody stopped it, so they kept doing it.
You couldn't stop it. He used to piss me off.
Yeah, like, bro, you know it's coming.
You know it's coming.
Yeah, and they would do it anyway. Yeah. And so, but I thought Steichen did a really good job of, you can't stop the run? Okay, well, we're going to run the ball today, right?
Yeah.
Like there was a dedication to the
run.
They
did that to us. Every game they played us, they just turned the hand the ball up. It was 9 yards on the field. The linemen were blocking our defensive linemen down the field.
And that's part of why I refuse to say that Jalen Hurts can't do, because I just think they did too much this year. And then the quarterback draws out of empty. It was just ridiculous. Some of these play calls were ridiculous that we were watching.
I just don't know. I don't know what he is.
I get what you're saying. I understand.
He had a bad year his rookie year. He had a great year. Well, his first year. I shouldn't say his rookie year. He had a bad first year. He had a great second full season, and then this year was bad. I mean, he turned the ball over 25 times. That ain't good. That ain't good. And people can say, well, you had all these rushing touchdowns. Of course. I mean, if I had 350-pound guys pushing me from behind and 1,500 pounds in front of me pushing me a yard, I think I could do that too.
Look,
I'd get killed in the process because I'm not as big as Jalen Hurts, but you get my point. I mean, 1 yard touchdowns. It's not like he's running from 19 yards away and making
I mean, it's
like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, a lot of his touchdowns are probably from 1-2 yards out.
Yeah.
I mean, I can acknowledge that. I think most Eagles fans would acknowledge that too. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to like about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, there's a lot to like. Again, I don't think he's a great quarterback in the sense of like, if you're down 21-3, I don't think he's the guy you're not coming back in his arms when they're one dimensional. That's like Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes. It doesn't matter. You can know they're going to pass, and they can still. They're guys that can do that. I don't think
I don't disagree. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think Eagles fans' rebuttal to that would be, well, he's come back multiple times from being down, double digits. But yeah,
but that's 10. I mean, it's not 21-3.
Right.
When you saw the second half of the season, that he couldn't come back from that.
Yeah. Well, part of that too was their defense wasn't allowing him to do that. They were ass. And
I mean, they scored. Well, I mean, he had 3 points to have against. He had 55 yards passing and an interception against the Giants. I mean, it was terrible. They put up 9 points against Tampa Bay. I mean, that offense wasn't great like all year. Even at the beginning of the year, they were winning games. They weren't looking good doing it. Finally caught up to them.
Yeah, I think it did. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Shout out to my guy, Joe Rockhead. I finally have a mod now in Joe Rockhead.
Yeah.
So I've joined the club.
I saw Dire Giantsman in the chat earlier. Said it's nice to have. He said thanks for picking the mod, Louie. He said,
I told him I would do it the last one. I said I guarantee you I will have a mod by the next show. So I couldn't go back on my word. He said they lay Philly's Lombardi down because there's so much room in the trophy case. He can spread out, stretch his arms out, has all the space that he wants because he's got no company, man. It's just him. It's just him in there.
Yeah.
LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, fam, storage is jokes and Hurts top 4 with okay coaching. I don't know if he's top 4 quarterback with better coaching or not. Like, to Bad Dog's point, he was excellent last year. Teams got to watch what they did. I said this at the beginning of the season. I think you're going to be worse. I think they were a better offensive team from a talent perspective this year. I said, but you're going to be poorly coached. Those are my exact words at the beginning of the season. I said, defensively, I think you might be better coached, and that turned out to be wrong. But I said, you don't have as much talent. And so you add not having as much talent with poor coaching on defense, and look what you got, right? Players getting older, guys not, taking that leap that they thought they were going to take, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know. Hurts top 4 with better coaching? Maybe.
He's not top 4. How are you going to put him ahead of Mahomes, Allen,
Burrow?
I'm not putting him ahead of Herbert. I'm not putting him ahead of
Burrow, Jackson.
Right. Lamar Jackson. I wouldn't even put him ahead of Jordan Love right now.
I mean, he made it to the Super Bowl. I think but yes, I see the potential for Jordan Love. I always said Jordan Love's ceiling was Aaron Rodgers. Like, what's Jalen Hurts' ceiling? If I asked you, Bad Dog, what's his ceiling? What would you say?
I mean,
could you think of someone? Is his ceiling like Cam Newton? Could he be Cam Newton?
Could he be who?
Could he be Cam Newton?
No, I think Cam was better.
Clearly, I mean, different body types, things of that nature.
Yeah, I think Cam was more like explosive.
Yeah.
Listen, the way I look at it is this: Hurts is one of those quarterbacks that needs everything around him to be good to succeed. Just like Daniel Jones needs everything around him to be good. If one thing is off, he's off. That's why they went out and got AJ Brown, because they didn't have that pure number. Devontae Smith is really good, but he's not I wouldn't consider him a number 1 guy. AJ Brown was a number 1 guy. You bring him in, you see what happened to the offense.
Yeah.
Like to somebody's point earlier.
I'm about to say that.
I think it was Bluegrass, right? Yeah. So he's like 25-7 with AJ Brown, and he's 12-17 without him.
Oh, right. Exactly. Yep.
I mean, I think that speaks volumes about. I think that's when LB's microphone cut off too.
Conveniently, it cut off conveniently, right?
Yeah,
conveniently cut off, right? Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, when Dallas fans make more sense than Eagles fans. It's rare, but it happens. Because I can tell you, I've never seen Dallas fans more rational than I have the last week. They've been the most rational I've ever seen them. Like it took a very humbling ass whooping.
I think it sunk in a little bit finally.
Yeah, it did. I think it really hit them. Like, oh my God, we're bad. And this coaching staff is not as good as we thought. And Dak Prescott will never win the Super Bowl. A lot of that shit finally hit him like all at once.
Yeah. Fat
American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, oh man, LV a vet too. A lot of people don't know that he is a veteran. Man, as a fellow combat vet, I'd rather spend 9 months with Taliban than be at a FOB with LB, LOL. Whatever, man. Whatever. Dream, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dream writes, all Philly fans do is yell over folks when they get told they got one ring in a century, laughing my ass off. Talking about grade school. You grew up losers. That they did. But at the end of the day, they've been more, my thing is, and Bad Dog can speak to this. My thing is they talk like they're such winners, right? They talk like they've won 5 Super Bowls.
They did that before they won the Super Bowl.
Right. That's always been my problem with the Eagles fans. Is that this level of arrogance and almost like a sense of entitlement that you never earned.
Right.
You don't have a sense of entitlement.
Yep. That's the way they talked when Chip Kelly was their head coach. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. That's the shit that bothers me. That's why I think Eagles fans get under my skin. Isaiah Garcia. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, I was born in Texas, like LB saying he was born Eagles, born and raised. I'm 22. Can y'all give me y'all's opinion on why this happens when our team is stacked every year?
Dallas?
Yeah, he's talking about Dallas.
Well, number one, I don't like Mike McCarthy. I've never thought McCarthy was a good coach. I mean, listen, you had one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the league in Aaron Rodgers. Should have won more than one Super Bowl there, without question. Without question. There's no way that, and listen, I'm happy that the Giants went in there and whooped their ass in 2011. But you're 15-1 in the regular season. You can't lose at home the way you lost. Like, they can't get blown out. Like, I don't like that. And honestly, I think what happens to a player is these guys hear this stuff and they put a lot of pressure on themselves. Instead of just going out there and playing loose. And then you start thinking about, well, what if I make a mistake? Then this is going to happen. And then they start to press. And you're never going to be as good as you can be when you press. So I think Dallas, especially when they came back to beat Philly, because Philly was 10-1, didn't look like Dallas was going to win the division because Philadelphia had a pretty easy schedule. They played Arizona. They played us. Mm-hmm. When Dallas overtook them for the division and they had a home field advantage, I think then they really felt even more. I think it would have been best for Dallas had they gone to Tampa Bay. I know that people are like, well, we didn't want to have a home game. I don't think that's the problem that they played at home, but I think there was added pressure when they won the division to say, okay, now we have home field advantage. Now we can't blow this, especially against a team like Green Bay and Jordan Love, who's he and whatever. They ended up getting their ass kicked.
I think you're 110% spot on. And I'll even add to that one thing. And to your point, them winning the division, I think everybody thought that, oh, they play so much better at home, yada, yada, yada. I think the ass whooping that they gave us in week 18 gave them this false sense of confidence. Because remember, they should have lost to Detroit the week before, right? Like they shouldn't have even been the 2 seed. And because even if they won the division, Detroit should have been the 2 seed. They should have been the 3 seed, right? So even if they had to play Detroit in the playoffs in the second round, it should have been in Detroit, not in Dallas, right? But because the call went the way that it did, they won the game. And they didn't play well against Detroit.
No.
And I think when they beat the brakes off of Washington the following week, it gave them a false sense of confidence. Like, okay, no, we're good, right? Whereas last year, we beat them in week 18. And they went into the playoffs with all these questions and people doubting them. And what did they do? They went to Tampa and beat the brakes off of the Bucks. You know what I'm saying? It was just a different mentality. I think they went in thinking, oh, yeah, we got this. Green Bay's going to come in here. We're going to whoop them.
Yep.
And they were in for a rude awakening.
And as soon as Green Bay went down and scored, even more pressure. Even more pressure at that point.
Every time the pressure just started to build and mount and mount. You could feel it.
And because they don't know how to win, as soon as bad things happen, and this happens to like the Giants, I talk about this all the time, not even in the postseason, but when you're a bad team and you're used to losing and you're winning a game 10-0, and all of a sudden you fumble a punt or something bad happens. Oh, here we go again. And inevitably, it's just a snowball that runs downhill. And I think that's what happened to Dallas. The more bad things that happen to them, the more like, oh, God, here we go again. And it imploded on them.
That's right. That's right. I agree wholeheartedly. Andre Robinson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Andre. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right. Big respect to you, Louis T. Hell or high water, you're going to ride for your squad. That's what a fan does, right? Like, LB thinks that picking your team in every game to win it makes you a fan. Like, I don't agree with that.
I can't do it.
If I don't think my team's going to win, I'm not picking my team to win. And if my team, like, I get being 10-1 and finding ways to win. That's also something that you have to find a way to do to be a good team. Find ways to win, right? Even when shit doesn't go perfect. But my issue with LB is that in that season, as that season was going along, we met, I think, in week 4, week 8.
They're 10-3. They started to fall apart.
I could see it coming, and I would call him out on it. And his response every time was he would point to the record. He wouldn't address the issue. He would point to the record. As if that's supposed to tell me we're good over here. You don't worry about us, y'all losers. That's when they try to change the narrative. And my point is just own up and be like, look, I didn't see it come. He didn't think their defense was trash. He's trying to make it seem like now he knows they're trash. You weren't saying that in week 8. You weren't saying your defense was trash.
Well, we were talking about their defense, and he's like, well, how many points are we giving up? And I'm like, but defense is done by yards, and you give up a lot of yards. And you, like I said, we Scantling dropped the pass. The Kansas City wins. Buffalo wins. Like, those are games that it's not because Philadelphia made a play. It's because the offense didn't make the play that was there to be made. The play was there. They just didn't execute it. It's not that Philadelphia stopped those passes. The offense stopped those passes. So it is what it is.
He didn't want to hear it. And I just hate that when we go back and revisit it, anytime we do this, we're going to be wrong.
Of course.
You're going to be right about, like, LB literally called a tie between the Giants and Washington. Like, that's crazy. And he called it before. Like, I give people credit when they do stuff before it happens.
Yeah.
Right? He called a tie. Who does that? Who calls a tie?
And it happened.
Like, that's crazy. So when people say things like, when I told LB, if we catch y'all outside undefeated, bro, we were like the scum of the NFL at the time. And I literally sat here as everybody was roasting me. If we catch y'all outside undefeated, we gonna do y'all. And we beat them, right? All I'm saying is, when we talk about these things in the moment, like, own it then. But if you're not going to own it then, when we come back and we revisit it, don't act like you're owning it now after the fact. Just saying, y'all had me back then. I didn't see it coming. That's all we're looking for. That's all the people out there are looking for.
That's what it is. I always take accountability for me screwing up. Because it's not a big deal, because, like I said, you do this enough.
Bro, you do this, you're going
every single person. I say this all the time. Like, people are like, oh, this age is like milk. I'm like, big freaking deal.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, when people go back to takes I had like 3 years, like, I can tell you this, there's a reaction video, me laughing at the Eagles drafting Jalen Hurts when they did it. I laughed. Last year, people are going in there going, oh, what do you think about Jalen Hurts now? What do you think? This is a terrible take. This age like milk in the sun, blah, 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 blah. Well, how come I don't have anybody on that video this year telling me that the video aged like crap? Right? So it is what it is. Like, I always wonder, like, people bring up these takes from 3 years ago. Like, is that supposed to validate you? Right. Is going back to something I said 3 years ago that ended up being wrong, does that make you better?
Yeah.
Everybody gets it wrong. Everybody gets it right. it happens. The best in the world, the guys that make millions and millions of dollars doing what we do just because they're on television, they're not right all the time.
They're probably wrong more than they're right.
How many times do general managers miss on their draft picks? That means they were wrong, right? So everybody's wrong now and again. So of course they're going to be wrong when we do this. But again, it's owning up to being wrong.
That's it. That's all I've ever asked for. That's it. I'm not asking for much.
Yeah. But I don't ever have to own up and being wrong about kicking Washington's ass, Louie. That I can tell you. I don't have to own up to that.
I should have saw that one coming. I don't know why I was sitting dead red and I knew a curveball was coming. I should have been for some reason I thought a fastball.
Louie was looking for that. Louie was looking on 3-2. He was looking at a knuckle curve. He didn't know what the hell to do.
I just froze. My
knees buckled. He Carlos Beltran like 2006 Mets.
He said, I'm not at all a Washington fan, but I agree that Snyder cursed y'all. Look, you didn't have to be a fan of Washington to understand that we were in a pretty bad spot. Now, how bad you might not know because you didn't live it. You're not a fan of the team. You're not going through the everyday minutia that we do. But even from afar, you had to know how toxic it was. It was a bad situation.
Yes,
no one was going to win. No one was going to win in that environment. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, they underestimating Dan's effect. LOL. Not they, LB is estimating. I think Bad Dog understands it, but he just wants to see.
Just show me.
Yeah, he just wants to see
like when we play Philadelphia or Dallas. I usually this year I really did think we were going to beat them, and I got humbled real quick, fast.
Week one, it didn't take long. Week one,
yeah, I got humbled real fast. It took like a quarter.
Yeah, it literally was the first drive,
right? But what happens a lot of times, I'll always say, until we beat those guys, I'm not going to pick. Show me you can beat them. Listen, I had a false sense of optimism because I felt like, hey, look at this. They made the playoffs. First year in a Dable, second year in the system. We had a Darren Waller, we had a Jalen Hyatt, we had a JMS, we had a Bobby Okereke. This team's going to be just as good as it was last year. I think we can compete with Dallas and Philadelphia. Now, we did compete with Philadelphia. We just never did not compete with Dallas at all. And not close. So, I get it.
This is why I think their window and Dallas's window is in jeopardy because, as I mentioned, for years, I can't speak for you, but you've been in a similar boat that I've been. Both of those teams probably looked at us as 2 wins. Now, I know they looked at us as 2 wins, and if they didn't get 2, they disappointed. Right? You missed an opportunity, and I just think that's about to change. I just really think that we're going to compete at a much higher level. It's not always going to translate into a win necessarily, but what Dallas did to us on Thanksgiving was embarrassing. And we knew it was coming, and that didn't make it any better. They ate a turkey leg on us. How bad you have to be for the opposition to plant a turkey leg in the Thanksgiving bell, knowing that they would get to it at some point to pull it out for him to eat it. I mean, that in itself just tells you how teams like watching Hard Knocks, the in-season Hard Knocks with the Dolphins. They were at practice that week, practicing the roller coaster celebration they did on us. You only do that when you don't respect your opponent. Because I guarantee you, if you're playing against Kansas City, you're not practicing a damn celebration in the end zone.
Dallas don't respect us either. I saw it. You get a sack. You get a sack. You get a sack. No, they didn't respect us. They ran all over us.
That's all about to change.
Again, the next game, they had 640 yards of offense against us.
That's all about to change. I just feel it.
Destroyed us. Destroyed. Now, Dable finally beat the Eagles, but he's got to beat the Cowboys.
And I think it's going to happen. I think this division, I really think watching the Eagles self-destruct the way that they did this season, they've been shaken to their core. Watching Dallas have the same thing happen to them. And people forget, very conveniently, Dallas fans do. I had so much for Law tonight. I just really had questions. Not so much as to rib him or to kill him. I really had legitimate questions for him tonight because what I saw from Dallas was gutless. Like there was no backbone, no spine with that team. And I think they've been shaken to their core. And what a lot of people forget is just how bad Dallas was defensively before Dan Quinn got there.
Yes.
And everybody's so quick to rip him and get him out of here. Let's see what you do when he leaves.
Yeah. Dan Quinn made a big difference. That was the thing. We used to call him Alice because there's no D in Dallas.
Oh, my God.
There was no defense there.
I want to see what they do now.
It was much different.
Yeah. I want to see what they do now. Like, and here's another interesting thing. He reshaped and remodeled that defense in an image of his own, right? Undersized defenders, guys that traded girth for speed, pause, and the quickness that he likes up front. Now you give a new guy in here that, because I know that one of the emphasis is going to be stopping the run again, because they wasted a draft pick on Mozzie Smith last year.
Terrible.
And that was a terrible pick. They reached. And so now all they're talking about is stopping the run. But you got all these undersized defenders because that's how Dan Quinn likes it. So I'm going to be fascinated to see how they fix this. I don't know if there's a way to fix it without going through some struggles, you know. Solar Vision Debate League, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Eagles fan here in Philly. Now all of a sudden want to put dates on Super Bowls. Before they got one, they used to brag about those championships they won in the 50s. LOL. Them and the Lions fans used to always try to go and talk about NFL championships.
But why? Washington had more. So did the Giants. We also have NFL championships.
Yeah.
They
wanted to be relevant. You know,
I tell Eagle fans all the time, it's like, so what? You won in 48, 49, and 60. You have 3 NFL championships. Guess what? We won in 27, 34, 38, and 56. So we had 4 NFL championships. So, I mean, what
would you want to do? Right?
What are you going to do? We got more NFL championships.
Pre-Super Bowl? You want post-Super Bowl?
What do you want? Right. What do you want?
Yeah, just... Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right. How LB forget how rebuilds work? LOL. I didn't know where he was going with that one. Like, you change a quarterback doesn't mean you rebuild. Unless that quarterback is Peyton Manning and he's been there for 15 years and now you got to figure out what life after, or a team just gets old. Like the Steelers got old with Ben Roethlisberger, right?
We got old with Eli Manning.
Right. You got sometimes that happens. You fall into this trance with a veteran quarterback who's won big for you, and time flies and passes, and you're still trying to recreate, you know, you're chasing a ghost that you probably never catch of that success that you had. And guys get old with that quarterback. And you wake up one day and you're like, damn, we old as hell. It happens. But generally speaking, they were 4-11-1 that year in 2012 or 2020 when the whole division was trash.
Yes.
But their roster wasn't horrible. They just lost a bunch of games and their quarterback lost his confidence.
Yeah.
So literally they were able to swap out the quarterback. They made a coaching change. And they started off rough that year, if you recall. And then Sirianni in the middle of the season.
They started off 5-7, and then they played 4 really bad teams and got into the postseason and got crushed by Tampa.
By Tampa Bay. They got smoked by that Super Bowl winning team that year. But he changed his philosophical approach because he was trying to throw it where it hurts. And it wasn't working. And then he realized we got to run the football. We got this massive offensive line.
And got A.J. Brown. That also helped.
That helps a lot. That also helps a lot.
And they drafted Devontae Smith. That helps too.
They did a lot to try to give him a chance to win, and it worked.
Yep.
You know, it worked. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, LB acts like Philly has never been garbage. Y'all can turn it around, but we can't. And don't say it's been like 30 years because it took y'all 60. Look, we live in a microwavable society, as I like to say. Everybody wants instant gratification. So this is a what have you done for me lately league. The Eagles have won, as he said, they have won the most recent Super Bowl, but as Bad Dog said, it's 7 years ago. Like that shit is becoming
not yesterday.
It's becoming kind of, you know, an afterthought here. You know, soon we'll be talking about that they'll be celebrating that team on the field a decade, you know, right? Like they'll be bringing them back for a home game and talking about 15 years since we won that Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
So we're getting into that territory where we're getting close. And while they did have another shot at one last year, they didn't win it. So, and I think that was their best shot and they blew it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Patrick Mahomey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, can we all laugh at the Eagles since the tush push man got exposed for not being able to do anything else? Tell Sirianni we can hear him from the couch too. I love that everybody kept pointing out the fact that ever since he had the little tirade over in Kansas City, their season went to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, when he got into the tunnel, he started
cursing at the fans. Here you know.
He got into the tunnel.
Yeah, of course. He's not a dumb man. He's smart enough to know if I'm gonna say some crazy shit and get away with it.
Yeah,
I better be close enough to this tunnel where they can't throw. But he didn't make it out of Tampa. His own fan tried to throw popcorn on him.
Yeah, I saw that.
So he didn't make it out of Tampa clean though. His own fan threw popcorn on him as he was walking out of there.
That's Eagle fans, man. That's what they do.
Look, man, I told you they're a different bunch. You know,
they are.
I don't know, man. Those dudes are wired differently. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American writes, just look up Adams' track record. I mean, he was trying to compare drafts, but I'm like, you can't look at the last two drafts.
Yeah, we'll see what he does in Washington, right?
That's it. That's
it. It's one thing for being an assistant to be actually being the man.
Yeah, being your own guy. You're not wrong.
Bro Shane's dealing with that now, right? He was the assistant, now he's the man. And again, if Washington does, even if they take a step back next year, if they won 3 games, you can't be like, oh, the GM sucks. You got to let him build his team. It's going to take, like you said, it's going to take years. I didn't expect the Giants to win a postseason game last year, so we kind of accelerated the process, and maybe we got a little bit more optimistic than we should have. But the fact of the matter is, we're still kind of rebuilding with Shane's guys. So that's what I'm saying. Year 3 is a big one. This is a big offseason for us because you're pivoting now. You can get away from Daniel Jones next year. All these Gettleman guys are gone. You can get rid of Barkley. You can get rid of McKinney. You're going to get rid of Sterling Shepard. You can get rid of Darius Slayton. You can get rid of all these guys. So, and then bring your own guys in here. So we're going to see what he does. This is a big year for him.
You know what, Bad Dog? I think you're experiencing something similar to what happened to us in Washington. It's not apples to apples because you were making a full pivot, but so we sort of kind of were too. We didn't have the GM. It was coach centric, but Ron won in year 1, and it was the worst thing that happened to him. Mm-hmm. Because what it did was it brought a sense of false expectations moving forward.
Yep.
It accelerated the process when it didn't need to be accelerated. We weren't any good. We just won a bad division. And what happened is that he felt the pressure then to follow up a season where we won by trying to go out and win something. And we weren't ready.
Yep. And
I thought that's what happened with you guys. Like, it might have been just better off if Daniel Jones wasn't any good last year. You just moved on from him, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was why they didn't pick up the 5th-year option. Right. He had a neck injury, and they're not loyal to Daniel Jones. But the way I looked at it is they didn't pay Daniel Jones on what he's done. They paid him what they thought he could be. And like I said, I look at the Daniel, like a lot of Giants fans are pissed at how are you going to give the guy $160 million, blah, 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 what a stupid contract. And I said, listen, what they did, they're picking 25th. So you're not going to get a quarterback 25th. You could have drafted a stopgap quarterback. You could have you could have signed a Baker Mayfield. Mm-hmm. But what would you be telling the fan base if you ran it with Tyrod Taylor? Listen, we just made the postseason, won a postseason game for the first time in 10 years. Mm-hmm. And we're giving up on a 25-year-old quarterback that just had the best year of his career in the first year in a system. But we're going to push all that aside. We're just going to run it back with Tyrod and pretty much throw away our season. And that's what you'd be trying to sell the fan base. And like I said, maybe winning was the worst thing for the Giants. But the way I look at it with Jones is they gave him a 2-year deal with an option, a 2-year team option. That's what it ends up being. So if he took a step back or got hurt like he did this year, you're out after next year. If he improved every year and you got better, then you had him for a bargain in year 3, in year 4. because $40 million a year for a guy that would have been your franchise quarterback is nothing.
Yeah.
So, I think that they did it because they didn't think he was a franchise quarterback, and they kind of hedged their bet, saying, well, now if we have a really bad year or he gets hurt and we're suck and we can get a quarterback, we're going to take one, because they have no loyalty to Daniel Jones. They didn't draft Daniel Jones.
That's right.
So they're going to get, maybe they can't get him this year, but they'll get him eventually.
The other part of that was, do they go out and get Darren Waller? Do they go out and get Bobby Okereke if they don't go to the playoffs and win a playoff game? Do they? It kind of felt like you guys were going for it, right? This offseason.
Listen, Okereke's 25. So
and I'm not saying that you went after veterans that, like, and
Waller,
he played his ass off too, by the way. Okereke probably should have been.
He should have been an all-pro.
And an all-pro.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Waller, they can get out. They can cut him this year and save like $8 million. They don't need to keep Darren Waller. They knew what they were getting with him, and it ended up being pretty much we traded Kadarius Toney for Darren Waller, because the pick we got for Kadarius Toney, we used it to get Darren Waller. So no harm, no foul there. As far as concerned. But listen, man, I hate to cut you off, but it's 12:30. I got to get up in 5 hours ago.
Yeah, man. Do your thing. I appreciate you hanging in there with me.
Always appreciate you, brother. And chat, like I said, you guys and girls, you're the freaking best. This is why we love doing these shows. Really appreciate all the support you continues to show us, through super chats, through being here. We had almost 2,000 people in here again, almost 10,000 subscribers on this channel. And we'll do this through the off season, because obviously there's going to be a lot of moves made, and we'll be here to talk about it. So we'll see you later, Louie, and chat, and have a good night.
Hey,
see you next
take
time.
it easy. I appreciate you, as always.
Absolutely. Later, bro.
So this is the part of the show where I miss Law the most. This is where he would normally, obviously last time he was not capable of holding it down with me, and I had to finish up by myself. But normally he's the one that is able to stick it out with me and finish these supers. Now I have to do it by myself, which I hate. Which is why I need to stop arguing with LB for 2 hours so we can get to the super chats. I'm learning slowly but surely. I'm learning. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, put it simply, Adam Peters has the best track record out of any GM we've had the past 25 years. We're going to have to wait and see. We're in a good spot. And that's all I was trying to say, is I'm hopeful. They're telling me that they don't believe it until they see it. That's the way they should approach it. I don't have to approach it that way. I'm a fan of the team. I'm going to approach it with the most optimism that I possibly can, because we haven't been in this position in a quarter of a century. You said this is the best GM. We really haven't truly had a GM. Scott McCloughan doesn't even count, because he was being undermined by Bruce Allen at every turn. So there was backstabbing and all kinds of tomfoolery and chicanery going on behind the scenes. Bruce Allen was more inclined to try and sabotage Scott McCloughan and make him look like a drunk than he was trying to improve the football team. So this is by far and away the best hire we've had in 25 years. Now we just got to see what happens, right? Eric Sunderland, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Eric writes, it's impossible to talk about the Commanders right now. We're going to have like 20 returning players. The roster will be changed a lot. They don't care about that, and nor should they. I'm not asking them to care about our rebuild. I'm just telling them how I feel. And you can call us trash. That's fine. We are trash, right? I got to stop saying we are trash. We were trash. I got to stop talking in the present terms when we talk about the state of this team, because we're moving in the right direction now. We were trash. That's how we got the number 2 pick in the draft. But that was Ron Rivera. That was Jack Del Rio. That was Eric Bieniemy. That was a whole different group. That was Marty Herney, Martin Mayhew. All of those guys were in charge of running the show. That's not where we are anymore. That was remnants from Dan Snyder. We're wiping all of that shit clean. Feel really good about where we are. Isaiah Loriano. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, my fault. True, we can't even argue that. I'm assuming that goes with your first super. See if I can find it and see what you were referring to. If I can find it. It says, as an Eagles fan, we got humbled this year, to be honest. No one in the NFC East can say anything. We all okay, you said in the NFC East. You were correcting that. You didn't have to go back and correct that, man. We appreciate you, though, Isaiah. We knew what you meant. We do this all the time. So we know how to correct a little grammatical error like that and keep it pushing. You're good, bro. Argenis L. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, guys, what are your thoughts on J.J. McCarthy? Bad Dog reports coming out that the front office is high on him. I wish we would have gotten to that one while he was still here. J.J. McCarthy, I probably could speak for Bad Dog here. I think me and him have had a conversation about J.J. McCarthy. Not really high on him. He's like a game manager type quarterback. He's one of those Alex Smith, Ryan Tannehill type guys. You put a good team around him, he can win you 10, 11 games, but isn't going to win you a Super Bowl. He's not good enough. That's how I view J.J. McCarthy. Really, he's been a great college quarterback, but he's also had very talented defenses that have carried him. He hasn't had to do all that much. Just like in the national championship game they just won, he didn't have to make a bunch of big time throws. He didn't have to go win them the game. Just don't lose the game. The defense is good enough. They'll suffocate, hand it off to Blake Corum and the other running back. Can't think of his name right now, number 7, and let them do the dirty work. Let them do the heavy lifting. And you just manage the game. Don't do anything stupid. And that's who J.J. McCarthy is to me, personally. I think Bad Dog would agree with that as well. Solar Vision Debate League, but I don't want to speak for him. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, the Eagles collapse because of Jalen. His fellow teammates question his leadership. He doesn't interact with fellow teammates. Word on the street. I mean, I did hear some of that some people said they would like him to be more like, I got a kick out of the interaction between him and Dallas Goedert against Tampa Bay. Goddard is all kinds of animated. They were looking at the tablet, and then he stands up, he tosses the tablet onto the bench or whatever, and he looks back at Jalen and he says something, and Hurts just looks up at him like, I know he ain't talking to me, and just looks back forward. Like, you don't get a lot out of him. He's kind of stoic. He doesn't say much, especially when people are yelling at him. He looks like he goes to a whole nother place. Like, it almost turns into some Charlie Brown shit. You yelling at him, and he's sitting there with the most resting face possible. And it's probably sounding to him like, wah, 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 wah. Because he is not bothered at all. He is unbothered as one can be. And that look he gave Dallas Goedert in that moment was priceless. He looked up at him like, and then just his hand went right back to the, straight forward. And he didn't say a word. It didn't even look like he even gave 2 shits about what he was talking about. And maybe that drives some of his teammates nuts. I don't know. Diehard Giants fan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, thank you, Lou, for picking your mod. I told you I would. I gave you my word that I would pick one before the next stream. Feels good to have one mod for all 4 teams. Share the stream. Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate you, diehard Giants fan. Again, you're the OG mod, and you're always going to be the OG mod, forever the OG mod. And I'll make sure that I continue to remind everybody you were the OG mod. Glad we could get you some help, though. You deserve it. GearCell1, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, fam, kind of cold out here at the bus stop with Jalen wearing, there we go with the yoga pants. I should have known there was going to be some yoga pants somewhere in here. With Fat Albert on the ass. Tragic. Hey, 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 hey. I promise I'll never do that again. I promise I'll never do that again. Junior Nando, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Junior writes, What does what Green Bay did count as a rebuild? I don't think that's a rebuild because you didn't change coaches, you didn't change front office personnel. You literally moved on from a legendary quarterback and Devontae Adams. Now, that was significant, and a lot of the guys were there. But here's the thing. There were enough of those guys that were first-year players that last year with Rodgers that got invaluable experience that were able to help Jordan Love along. But there's still a lot of young guys. But I don't think it's a rebuild because that team still had a lot of veteran players, especially on the defensive side of the football. The offense is extremely young, but the defense is still a veteran group. Not that they were great and they were carrying the team or anything like that, but you didn't turn over that roster in a significant manner is what I'm getting at. The defense is pretty much still intact, and, you know, you continue to build the offensive line, but Aaron Jones is still there, right? One of the few veterans. A.J. Dillon was there as well. But everybody else, all the skill guys are all young. That's really what was rebuilt, or you reloaded, I'll say, with all the young guys. But I don't consider that a rebuild, right? You didn't turn over that roster. You didn't have 25 to 30 new players in one offseason. 35 new guys on a roster with 53 men on it. You didn't do that. That's what a rebuild looks like. That's what's coming in Washington this year. When you get a new GM and there's no ties to the players that are currently there. I didn't draft you. I didn't sign you in free agency. I didn't trade for you. I don't have any allegiance or loyalty to you. So if I don't want you, if I think I can find a guy that's better than you, I'm going to do that. So I don't think that was a rebuild in Green Bay. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, LOL, bad dog just minding his own business. I often find myself in the middle of those scrums that me and LB tend to get into, looking over at Bad Dog, and he's just kind of sitting there just like, how long are they going to do this shit for? I be feeling bad. I got to be better. A lot of times when me and LB get into these arguments, they're frivolous arguments that go nowhere, that we talk in circles and nothing gets accomplished. And then we get to the end of it and it's like, what did we really just solve? Nothing. So I got to be better in those situations. Now, I'm not going to stop arguing if I believe that. My wife calls me a right fighter. So if I think I'm right, or I have a point that I want to prove, or I think there's something that I have to say on that subject, man, I'm going to say it. And it is what it is. But I got to know when to say when. Sometimes it's not, even if I think I have more to say, I'd probably just be like, all right, man, we're just going to move on for the sake of the show and everything else. I'm going to get better. As I grow, I'll get better at this. So one of the things that I try to do is I try to grow, right, and get better. And I think I'm going to do that. As we do this more and more, I'll get better and better at diffusing those situations and not letting them go to where they're 15, 20-minute, back and forth arguments, both of us yelling at the top of our lungs. You can't even hear what we're saying type of stuff. That's stupid. Diehard Giants fan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, y'all need to move. Y'all need a move on button. Yeah, I love these streams to death, but this is without law. And law doesn't stop these things from happening. But what law does is he adds a different element. First of all, he's a cool, calm guy. He's not going to, usually he doesn't argue with you, right? And everything at the end always ends in a laugh with law, right? So it's good vibes, right? But he was supposed to be here tonight. This one, I'm upset about him not being here tonight because largely while we moved this stream up a week. We're always supposed to be the final Wednesday of the month. That should have been next week. And we moved it up specifically because of Dallas and Philadelphia's early departure in the playoffs and everybody being on the couch. And then so much has happened in the last 2 weeks since we met the last time, specifically with Dallas and all the turmoil that's going on there. And for him to miss this one sucks, because it wouldn't have been LB and myself going back and forth. There would have been a lot going towards Dallas. There was so much that I think we all wanted to ask Dallas. And instead of us having that energy and some of that being projected on to Dallas and listening to what he would have had to say, we ended up pushing that energy off on each other, right? So it's always more balanced when the four of us are here. But Law missing tonight was big because there was so much. Like, LB caught the brunt of the laughing and the joking when it should have been split between him and Law. And we should have been able to really look at Law and say, bro, Philadelphia, we didn't expect them to lose, but we weren't surprised by that. What happened to you, though? Bro, you got some explaining to do. And for him to not be here, it sucked. It really did. And I think that's why you got kind of what you got tonight, you know. But that's just me putting on my psychology hat. You know, I like to get super introspective. So anyway, I digress. Diehard Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, unintentional 8-hour stream. Like the stream. I'm going to make sure this thing is wrapped up in 5. Okay. And it shouldn't have been this long, but you have me and LB to blame for that. I take full responsibility for my part of that. And this is what I get. This is my reward for arguing with him. Now I have to read all of these super chats by myself at the very end. So this is what I get for blabbering my mouth for as long as I did. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get me some bottled water. All right. Probably don't need these headphones anymore now that I'm the only one here, but what the hell? You know, somebody, just to finish up on that thought, somebody asked me one time, did we need a moderator? Like, and I'm like, no, we don't need a moderator. I'm stubborn. So this is part of my whole DNA. I'm stubborn. I want to figure it out. And if I get a moderator, I won't learn how to conduct myself better in situations where I disagree with somebody. I have to train myself. And the only way that's going to happen is through repetition. I have to train myself, one, and this is going to help me in my everyday life. I grew up in a family where if you wanted to get your point across, you had to yell it at the top of your lungs because everybody else was doing the same thing. So that's the only way I know how to communicate when I'm in a spirited debate about something. It's not even that I'm mad, right? It's just this is how I conduct myself when I'm animated or I'm very passionate about something. And so I got to learn how to fall back in situations, hear what the other person's saying, because sometimes we might even be saying the same thing. But if you're both yelling at the top of your lungs, you can't tell what the other person is saying, right? And I know what's going on, and I got to be better. And I will. I'm going to grow. I'm going to continue to grow. Joe Allen, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Joe writes, Ben Jay is bringing his O-line coach, Hank Fraley, wherever he goes. Fraley is from Gaithersburg, Maryland. Hank Fraley was also with Rick Spielman in Minnesota and at San Diego and San Jose State under head coach Ron Carger. Ron worked with AP at UCLA. So we'll see what he does, we definitely need a really good offensive line coach, a teacher at that position. Offensive line coach is one of the most important positional coaches you will have on your staff. And I don't think we've had a great offensive line coach, even going back to Bill Callahan, who's supposed to be this wizard. And his body of work says that he is. And he's done some remarkable things. You know, probably the most notable in Washington was taking Eric Flowers and making him a really good guard in Washington. But I wasn't overly impressed with him in Washington. But everywhere else he's been great. So maybe it was just Washington. But I would love to get a really good offensive line coach in Washington. Stu Vision, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Oh, my bad. I go to sleep when you talk, Louie. What did you say again? Whatever. You hear me loud and clear, okay? Don't be trying that falling down the steps shit, Stu. Your rent is due, mother. You hear me loud and clear, all right? Don't be trying that falling down the steps shit. You hear me, mother. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? LB Mike heard enough, laughing my ass off. Either it heard enough of his bullshit or he had enough. See, LB, I'm starting to get on to his game, right? And I know he's not afraid to tell us he has to go or he's ready to go. But if that's how you feel, just say that. That's the second stream in a row where he's mysteriously had something malfunction and he had to go, right? Last stream, he was checking on LB or on Law, and he said his phone was dying. And I'm like, okay, so I fried him up because I'm like, bro, you didn't tell me you were leaving. You just said, yo, my phone is dying. I'm going to check on LB. So I'm thinking he's going to go plug his phone up on the charger and make a phone call or two or whatever. And I just handled things while he was gone. He was coming back. That brother just left. I was like, damn. His screen shrunk and went away. I'm like, he didn't tell me he was leaving. You know, now today, his soundboard just fries. It just goes out on him. And then, you know, he was like, yeah, I think it died. I'm getting out of here. Just say you were ready to go. Like, you don't gotta lie to us. I think he stepped on the cord or some shit. Because like Bad Dog said, okay, that's not working. Whatever computer you're on has got a mic. Just use that, right? But he's the one that doesn't like excuses. You can't make this stuff up. Wilts Duncan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, man, they hating on LB. Where the bullies at? I don't know. Maybe they still in Tampa, 32-9. Maybe they still in New York, taking lumps there. I don't know. You start losing bullies when you start losing games. Isn't that funny how that works? I don't know. You tell me where they at. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Video channel writes, when all y'all boys gonna have an in-person live pod? We're gonna work towards that. We got to work out the logistics. I mean, we couldn't even get all four of us here tonight. So we got to work on everything, get the logistics of everything down. And that's something that I think we will strive for in the future, though. That's something that I think we all look forward to doing. But in the meantime, we'll continue to do it the way we've been doing it. And then when we get to a point, and, you know, the numbers got to suggest that is something that is fruitful for us. You know, when the numbers get big enough and every video we put out is doing numbers, and we really feel like, okay, doesn't matter, you know, where we decide to do it, what city. And I would assume the first time we do it, it'd have to be in one of the 4 cities that we represent. That's where you're going to get the most love. But obviously, it's going to be slanted towards the team's city that you're in. So you would have to do one at each location. And I think ultimately that's how we would want to do it. But we got to get to a point where we feel like that's something that's feasible for everybody. We're getting there slowly but surely. We're getting there. King of the Bluegrass. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the Bluegrass. Thank you for holding us down as always, writes. Well, the LB question, big fail. So I got a question for you two fellas. Who's the better lyricist, Redman or Method Man? And we didn't even make it in time for both of us to answer. I think it's Redman, personally. I think it's Redman. Method Man is damn good though. That's a tough choice. I think I got to go with Redman though. Diehard Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Eli first ballot Hall of Famer, right, Louie? Where's my double up? You asked me that question specifically because you already know how I feel about Eli Manning going to the Hall of Fame. So I'm not going to let you bait me into a long, drawn-out answer. He's getting in. He shouldn't, but he is going to get in. I wish Bad Dog was here for that because I'd love to debate him on that because that's his guy. But Eli Manning is no Hall of Fame quarterback. But you win 2 Super Bowls, and you have 2 of the best throws in Super Bowl history, or at least most memorable. I shouldn't say best, but most memorable. You know, one for sure. I think that the throw and catch down the sideline to Mario Manningham is another iconic throw, but whatever. I digress. Diehard Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, sorry, I got one before. I wanted another. LOL. You only get one double up. You only double up once. You got that a long time ago, which is why I ignored that portion of your super chat. King of the Bluegrass. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the Bluegrass, writes, and Lou, why are you dissing on my man Joel's 70 drop? Go effing 6. So I wasn't trying to shit on his 70. Okay, let me set the table. So I wasn't trying to shit on his 70. I was simply stating that, first of all, 70 is crazy. And I need to make sure I make that abundantly clear. 70 is wild in an NBA game. That said, I wanted to know who it was against to give me greater context. If you tell me he did that against a good defensive team or a team with a big, I'm going to tell you, whoa, wait a minute. What the hell went on in that game? There's levels to this. Had he done that against the Lakers and Anthony Davis plays, wait, what? He scored 70 on Anthony Davis? And obviously all 70 points wouldn't have been on Ant, but still, you go, bro, that's crazy. But to do it against the Spurs, I'm like, okay, I can see that happening. But 70 is 70, bro. 70 is 70. Diehard Giants fan, thank you for this super sticker. Greatly appreciate you. Really appreciate you, diehard Giants fan. Welvin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Welvin writes, Lou's favorite holiday, the offseason. Go G-Men, #dog. Look, I can't argue with you. It's not my favorite part of the year, but it's the year where I have the most hope. I'm a part of the group of NFL fans every year that get excited and hopeful this time of the year because it's the only time of the year where you're any good, where you're not already trash. Your record is the same as everyone else's, and so you have a shot. And so, yeah, this is a good time of the year. normally, but that's about to change. My perspective on all of that shit is about to change back to where it used to be when I actually thought we had a chance to be good, every year. It's about to change back to the way that it should have been all along. But when you've been beaten down as much as we have as a fan base, you don't, after a while, you stop believing that you're going to have that magical season or that one lightning in the bottle year. You hope for it. You try to convince yourself, and I know I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty as charged. I've done it the last 2 years, and I don't regret it. I thought that with Carson Wentz, and I say the same thing every time. I know you're probably tired of hearing me say it, but we failed him before he failed us. And I kind of feel the same way about Sam Howell, the exact same way. We failed him, they failed him before he failed us. He fought for as long as he could. And then he broke. And that's unfortunate. But I see change coming. And I'm here for it. And I'm excited about it. And if that makes me an off-season warrior, then by golly, I'll wear it. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal writes, hey, Lou, HTTC, this is for Bad Dog. Do you think we can win with a normal-looking quarterback? Because history has shown that the QBs with stupid-looking expressions win for the Giants. Sims, Eli, maybe Jones. That was for Bad Dog. I would have loved to have heard his answer to that. He probably would have laughed that off, but we'll see. You're not winning anything with Daniel Jones, so you can take him off the list. And he's as funny looking as it gets, so I don't think that's going to change anything. Diehard Giants fan, thank you for the super sticker once again. Really do appreciate you. Diehard Giants fan. Joey Shakes 72. That sound like a Bad Dog fan. It sounds like straight out of Central Casting. Joey Shakes. Joey says, Bad Dog, Dabo and Martindale issues were real? ? And I think I had asked him that before. He shot me down then. I don't think I asked him that since it happened. So that would have been a really good question. I think the next time we get up, I think I'm going to ask him that. If one of you don't get to it, hopefully I don't forget. But something was there. When there's smoke, there's fire. And we were told that there was smoke, but they tried to tell us it was nothing. Clearly it was something. Diehard Giants fan, thank you for the super sticker once again. Truly do appreciate you. Diehard Giants fan, shout out to my guy. Rhonda's Lovely Sparks. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, turkey leg sales went up. Giants QB controversy. Commander's left hand went limp. I think I see where this is going. Eagles dropped the soap. Cowboy Nation strong. Great show. Where's Law? Great question. None of us have the answer. If I had something, I would give it to you. I don't. I'm just as curious as you are. So I hope everything is okay. Diehard Giants fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super sticker. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super sticker once again. Diehard Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Diehard Giants fan writes, nah, I love Law. I super chatted that because LB wouldn't quit it. I know you love Law. We all do. And again, that's why it was important that he would be here, because I think part of the back and forth between LB and myself really stemmed from there was no Dallas to offset that. You know, Bad Dog is pretty reserved, especially when those things kick off. It's always nice to have, like I said, the biggest thing was the energy was supposed to be for both Philadelphia and Dallas. When there was no Dallas here, all of the energy went to LB, and he won't for the shit, right? He wasn't going to just sit there and take it. And I'm not mad at him for that. You know what I mean? At some point, you're going to defend yourself. You're not going to just sit there and just let people, especially teams that ain't win shit, pile on you, which is his thing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and take that from you guys. Y'all are trash, right? But it was supposed to be both him and Law taking it. And when I listen to me, when I tell you, LB will sit here and he'll try to, you know, act all tough and stuff like that. He was in no condition to do this stream last week. We wanted to do this last week on the heels of both Dallas and Philadelphia. Me and Bad Dog were pushing it, right? And LB just was not in the right headspace. Like, he was attacking people on social media. He was really standoffish with us in our text chain or stuff. But it wasn't like he was disrespectful or anything like that. He was just, you could tell he was pissed. His season was over. As any fan, like I told them in week 7 when we lost to the Giants that I mourned our season because I had high hopes for the season. We started 2-0. A lot of people forget that. We started 2-0. And we literally were a dumb Ron Rivera decision to kick an extra point versus going for 2 against Philadelphia from potentially being 3-1 and having the entire fortunes of our season change drastically if you beat Philadelphia and you got a share of first place in week 4. All he had to do was go for 2. But he's a dumb coach, so he didn't do it, and then we lose in overtime. And we were never the same team after that. You go to Chicago, you go home, you lose to Chicago, the rest is history. But I still was fighting a good fight. We went to Atlanta, we won, and we had a chance to get back to 500 against the Giants. And I just remember thinking, matter of fact, we were back to 500 at 3-3 after we beat the Falcons. We had a chance to get over 500. And I remember losing that game, dropping to 3-4 and thinking, I can't believe I fell for this shit. Hook, line, and sinker. I can't believe I thought Eric Bieniemy was going to be some sort of savior. How foolish was I? You idiot. I beat myself up for like 48 hours. Straight up. I was distraught, and we were playing the Eagles the next week. And LB was like, yo, you trying to do a live? And I'm like, I can do it, but I'm not going to be a great co-host with you because I don't have anything to say. Like, you know, that ain't even me. Like, I can talk. I had nothing. Because I was mourning my season in week 7. I was mourning because I knew what was coming. See, LB was like, nah, I can't do that. Because you're not a realist. You'll sit there at 10-1 and bury your head in the sand and act like all the problems that your team has doesn't exist because you're 10-1 and you'll keep winning. I brought up to him, and this is the stuff that gets me with LB. This is why we'll never see eye to eye on certain things, because I just want him to own it. Like, literally, the man sat here. I asked him about his defense, and you know what his response was? How many games has the defense lost us? This is the same dude that sat here and tried to tell me I knew the defense was ass. I'm asking you at 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, whatever their record was. Now, it was 10-1 because they hadn't lost yet. It was 10-1. So he kept just pointing at 10-1. And I said, your defense is ass. And I'm giving him all the reasons why the defense is ass. And after I was done, he said, how many games have we lost because of the defense? And at that time, they only lost 1 game. That's the equivalent of burying your head in the sand, acting as if these problems don't exist. And then at the end, this is the part that gets me pissed, is then when we call him out on it, now he's trying to act like he's been saying that the defense was ass the whole time. No, you weren't, bro. And that's all we're looking for is acknowledgement. Bro, you were wrong. Your defense was ass and you didn't want to admit it. And that's all we're looking for is acknowledgement of the fact that you were wrong. Not going back and saying, well, the defense was ass and I knew that. No, you didn't know that the whole time. You're having revisionist history. And that's what I can't get with. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Just say you're wrong. And that I don't mind doing it. I had us at 12-5 last year, 11-6. I was wrong. And I came back and told them in week 7, bro, this season is not going to go the way that I thought because Eric Bieniemy is not the man that I thought he was. Period. Anybody will tell you that. Go back and watch the tapes. But anyway, I digress. Diehard Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, why not the 16 ounce? I like these little 8 ounces, man, because you crush them quick. Bam. I feel obligated. If I open a bottle of water, I got to finish it. But what if I don't want 16 ounces? What if I just want 12? Right? I got an 8 ouncer. I can make a decision if the next 4 ounces is worth opening the next bottle of water or not. Right? After I finish this 8er, I can be like, you know what? I'm good. And save the other 8 for later. Or I can open the other 8, drink 2 ounces of this, and then realize I don't want any more. But then my brain says, bro, you got to finish this. You got to drink the rest of that. Now I'm forcing myself to down the other 6 ounces of water that I don't even want at that time. I know that sounds dumb, but when you got a family and you got kids with colds and they drink a little bit and then they put, now I don't know which one is mine. You know what I'm saying? Now I got to throw the shit away. So the 8 ounces do it for me. And when you got little kids, you just go get a water out the fridge. You know they ain't drinking a whole 16 ounce by themselves, but you give them a little 8 ouncer, they might be able to drink all of that, you know? Anyway, I digress. King of the Bluegrass. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. King of the Bluegrass writes, damn, Lou, my super chats disable super friends. They made Law pass out of his chair and they broke LB's soundboard. You try to take us out one by one. You picking us off one by one each stream. Hey, who's next? I guess Bad Dog is next. I guess that's the next person you're gonna pick off on the panel. Diehard Giants fan. Thank you for the super sticker. Greatly appreciate you as always, Diehard Giants fan. You are my guy, man. Appreciate you. Sydney family. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, imagine you had Gibbs, Eagles Reed, Giants Parcells, and Cowboys Jimmy. That would be hardcore. And Eli beat Bill and the GOAT twice in the Super Bowl, Hall of Fame. Look, just off the strength of that alone, he's in. I can't deny that. And that's why I won't argue that he's not a Hall of Famer. He's getting in. Just off the strength of beating that 07 team. That's it. You're in, bro. You just stopped the greatest team in NFL history from completing the greatest season in NFL history. I can't argue with that. I'm looking at his entire body of work. That shit ain't good enough. And I lived through the Eli Manning era every single season. I watched the man that regular season. He didn't even make the playoffs enough times, I think. I'd love to. Bad Dog could probably, break that down better than I can. I'm just thinking about it. It felt like they either went to the Super Bowl or they didn't make the playoffs at all. And I know they were probably, 2 or 3, seasons in there where they get to the playoffs and they lose in the first round. I know one year they lost to the Eagles in the first round. But I don't recall a lot of Eli Manning postseasons. And when he got there, he was successful, though. That's, again, gotta give him credit. But I don't think, when you look at his numbers and you look at all the turnovers and see, there were some bad years in there. And I'm not talking about normal bad, like some really bad years. And this ain't rookie Eli Manning either. Like, just some shit you can't explain. Like, bro, you were awful this year. Hall of Fame quarterbacks ain't supposed to do that, but I guess you could go to Brett Favre. He probably got a couple of stinkers in there, but whatever. Eli Manning's going in the Hall of Fame, whether I like it or not. So I'm not going to play gatekeeper for him. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, your man Louis T, here on behalf of the NFC East Super Friends. That stream was probably longer than it needed to be, and without Law, it didn't need to be as long. I take my part. I take full responsibility for my part in making this stream a lot longer than it had to be. I'm guilty as charged. I vow to be better, and I will. I will make a cognizant effort to be better in those situations when we argue and it's a frivolous argument, nobody wins, including you guys at home who are just watching us argue about nothing. This is not Seinfeld. This is not a show about nothing. I don't want to turn it into that. So I'll be better. I promise. Just like I promised I would have a moderator the next time, I promise, I vow to be better in those future instances where those things happen. I can't always guarantee you that I'm not going to engage, but I am not going to engage for as long. I promise that moving forward. Anyway, I digress. Thank you guys for joining us as always. Can't thank you guys enough for the support. Look forward to chopping it up with you guys the next time. Hopefully, the last 2 out of 3 have been disappointing because we haven't had the whole crew together. We've had to run cover 3 now twice in the last 3 streams. And you know what's crazy is sandwiched in between is a classic. So hopefully we get our asses in check, in gear, and we can get all back on the same page and get this thing going the way it's supposed to go. But in any event, I digress. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. I look forward to chopping it up with you guys next time. Until then, y'all know what it is. God bless and good night.